All people elf pick up the Super Dream treasure chest at the beginning 51 to 75. Chapter 51 The End of Darkrai, the terrifying confrontation in time and space. Countdown to the fairy test. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. As the countdown gradually decreases, when the time completely reaches 0, the survey machines of one trainer in the entire exam area vibrate slightly at the same time. At the foot of Tianguan Mountain. After successfully subduing the round land shark, Lin Jing's goal was achieved, and he quickly left the high point through Shinado. Now, with the vibration of the investigation machine, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine without hesitation. Above, lines of information are displayed. The settlement of the points of the spiritual examination will be terminated. The current standings will not change anymore. Exploration results will be announced after returning to EMI. All trainers participating in the spiritual examination are requested to gather at the nearest resting base. Will the exploration results be announced after they return? There was a confident look in Lin Jing's eyes. Compared with other trainers, he already knew about the Shikui area, and he explored with his own impressions, and his performance in exploration was definitely not bad. And in terms of combat, with a single touch, the screen above the investigation machine flashed, and I came to the ranking list. First place, Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. After ascending to the first place in the standings, Lin Jing has been stable to this day and has never lost this position again. Putting away the investigation machine, Lin Jing determined the direction and stepped forward. There. It is the resting base at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. Shanao Star Territory. Pathogen Star. At this moment, in the capital of EMI, people from various star fields and various elf academies gathered. The elf exam is the way the elf academy selects students. And as the final results appear, then, the trainers who performed well in the elf test will be sought after by the elf academies, so they will be voted against. At this moment, there is information about each new trainer in the elf meeting, and the specific performance has been gradually distributed to each elf academy for their viewing. Washing area. After each resting base became a rallying point, countless trainers gathered. Resting base at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. At this moment, with the sound of exclamations, a line of sight suddenly looked towards the entrance. That's Lin Jing. Lin Jing. After appearing at the top of the points rankings, Lin Jingbin attracted the attention of countless people, and after the battle with Yun Siqing, he pushed his reputation to the peak, and made every trainer remember it. His face. Now. He appeared here and immediately attracted the most attention. Is this the first place in the standings? Finally see the real person. Being able to get the first place in the standings is at least half of the champion, but I just don't know how his final result in exploration is. It goes without saying that Lin Jing's elves are so powerful that they can explore many dangerous places, and I'm afraid they will surpass us by a lot. Unfortunately, after the battle with Yun Siqing, he has not played against other top 10 trainers. There will be opportunities. They are all the best in our class of trainers. Sooner or later, they will have the opportunity to meet. Under the gaze of countless eyes, and in the continuous discussion, Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he walked into the resting base. This scene, he has long been used to, and also has a very good psychological quality. After recovering for the elves in the treatment center, Lin Jing found a place and waited quietly. His eyes were slightly closed, and thoughts flashed in his heart. He's thinking about Darkrai. Darkrai, agreeing to his proposal, chose to enter his Pokeball and leave with him. But, since leaving that day, Darkrai has not appeared so far. Time lapse. More and more trainers gathered at the resting base. In the entire Shikui area, the trainers who came to take the elf exam are basically gathered in the major resting bases. Just then, in the rest area, the big screen lights up. A figure appeared on the screen. Countless eyes gathered in the past. Appearing on the screen is an old man in a research uniform. At this moment, under the attention of all the exam trainers, He opened his mouth and said, "Hello, all new trainers, I'm an elf scholar from the Shinao Starfield. Yamanashi." His voice fell, and there were voices of discussion in each resting base. "It's Dr. Yamanashi. This is the top expert in the evolution of elves, and its reputation is spread in various star fields. I didn't expect him to take part in the elf exam this time." Amidst the discussion, on the big screen, Dr. Yamanashi continued, "Similarly, I am also the person in charge of the Exploration and Evaluation Center for the Spiritual Examination. During this period of time, after everyone's serious exploration, we have gained more understanding and more accurate speculation about this unknown and unfamiliar area. Now, I can tell everyone the real origin of this area." Dr. Yamanashi's expression became serious. In the eyes of all the people, he said solemnly, "Initially, a few years ago, a strange crack in time and space appeared on the Beidai star in the Shinao star field. There is a trainer who accidentally passed through the crack in time and space and found this place. Led by the Shinao Elf Alliance, and after the cooperation of the major star field elves alliances, the time-space cracks were solidified into time-space channels through technological means, thus realizing the idea of autonomous transmission to this unknown area. And now, we have completely determined the origin of this place. All the trainers in the column have studied the history of elves. It should be clear that before the current interstellar era, the world had undergone a great change. It also turned every area of the once elven world into a vast star field. And this area comes from a much longer time before the big change. Here is Shinao from countless years ago, we named it, Shikui. Shikui area." As soon as he said a word, there was an uproar from each resting base. "So, the passage when we came was really a space-time passage. I didn't expect the origin of the examination room for this year's elf meeting to be so amazing. It's over, I didn't think about it at all when I was exploring. I'm afraid the evaluation results in the exploration direction will be very poor." Among the crowd, Lin Jing's expression was calm. Naturally, he had already made a definite conjecture about this. On the big screen, a smile appeared on Dr. Yamanashi's face. "For the exploration of the Shikui area, all the trainers in the column have contributed, and they are all heroes. Now, after half a month, everyone, you can also return to the era we are in, you can go home." Go home. At the moment when Dr. Yamanashi's voice fell. In the Shikui area, outside the resting bases, at the same time, a huge portal like a mirror rose up. Behind the mirror is a chaotic space-time distortion area. In the interstellar era, while the power of elves has been continuously improved, the technological development of human beings has obviously made great progress. On the big screen, Dr. Yamanashi has disappeared. In each resting base, Miss Joy's voice came from the radio. "Please leave the trainers in an orderly manner, and the final results of the elf exam will be announced after you return to Emmy." Under the coordination of the staff of the rest station, one trainer stepped into the mirror portal and disappeared. The exploration of the Shikui area has officially come to an end. Lin Jing stood in the resting stronghold and did not leave in a hurry. Just then, a soft whistle sounded not far away. Lin Jing looked around and saw that the person who came was Yun Siqing. The two did not know each other without fighting. Yun Siqing also invited Lin Jing to join the Yun family. Although Lin Jing did not agree, their relationship was not affected. After the battle with Lin Jing, Yun Siqing made every effort to obtain points in the past few days. Although she did not make the top 10 again, she finally came to the 23rd position in the standings, and was said to be among the best. "I didn't expect you to be here at this resting place." Yun Siqing's voice sounded. "How about it, have you decided which elf academy to go to?" Hearing this, Lin Jing shook his head, not sure yet. Now, when it came time to vote against the Elf Academy, he naturally prepared to determine the final choice through various considerations. He paused and looked at Yun Siqing. "What about you, where are you going?" "Number 1 in the standings, but the incense that all the elf academies will loot has stopped. Yun Siqing smiled lightly. I'm going to the Vivian Elf Academy in the Guandu Star region. The establishment of the Viking Elf Academy is not long, but the trainers it has cultivated are all very good. In addition, our Yun family has some cooperation with their dean, so it has been decided before the elf exam. I hope to see you in the Academy Cup in the future and have another fight with you. After the words fell, she smiled freely. I'll take a step first. After speaking, she turned her head and entered the crowd. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Guandu Star Region, Vivian. Could it be? Time goes by. In the resting base, there are fewer and fewer trainers. Not remote. Miss Joy noticed Lin Jing's existence, got closer, and said softly, Lin Jing trainer, why don't you leave? This is Miss Joy who recommended Lin Jing to participate in the competition, and was very impressed by Lin Jing. Having stayed here for half a month, I still have some nostalgia for it. Lin Jing replied. Just as he was about to say something else, at this moment, Lin Jing showed a slight smile and said, I'm going to leave now. As soon as he said a word, he stepped towards the mirror portal. Just when he was talking to Miss Joy, that familiar hoarse voice resounded in his heart. Under the perception of superpower, Lin Jing found that the pokeball in the backpack was enveloped by a faint smoke, and trembled slightly. This means Darkrai, following the agreement between them, is ready to return to the interstellar age with him. Now, after finally arriving at Clay's return, Lin Jing no longer hesitated. At this point, he was the last trainer to enter the space-time channel. Stepping into the mirror portal, a faint feeling of dizziness came, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Lin Jing waited quietly. After about tens of seconds, his expression was slightly condensed, and he noticed that something was wrong. When I came to the Shikui area, I left the space-time channel in about half a minute. But now, it was still dark all around. Just then, as if feeling something, Lin Jing suddenly looked at his backpack. A mezzanine of the backpack is shaking slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Jing opened the mezzanine and grabbed one from it. A triangular fragment fell into his hand. Time fragments. This is exactly the space-time fragment that Lin Jing obtained through the special phenomenon treasure chest when he first came to the Shikui area. At this time, the fragments of time and space are blooming with a faint brilliance, and as the brilliance circulates, the darkness around him is being dispelled. Strange twists and special spaces with different colors come into view. Just then, inside the backpack, as the Pokeball trembled, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Jing. Nightmare God. Darkrai. At this moment, Darkrai's expression was extremely serious, his eyes were deep, and he looked at the far side tightly. The space-time fragments dispelled the darkness, and Lin Jing turned his eyes away, his eyes suddenly condensed. That is, entering the eyes, in this strange space, at an unknown distance, in the space and time, there are two figures facing each other. Lin Jing's eyes were slightly lowered, and he spit out their identities. Dialga. Palkia. Send the big chapter, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. This is the last chapter before it's on the shelves. It's on the shelves at 6 p.m. today. The author of the public period is still very powerful. Today is the 10th day of publishing the book. I hope everyone can subscribe and continue to read. As long as everyone's subscription is strong, the author's update will also be very powerful. Thank you to all book lovers for your support. Chapter 52 The Battle Between the Gods of Space and Time, The Sleeping Darkrai. Please order first. The legendary Pokemon that controls time, the god of time, Dialga. The legendary Pokemon that controls space, the god of space, Palkia. In the historical legends of Shanao, and even in ancient ruins, the figures of these two mythical beasts and elves can be seen everywhere. They have left countless myths and legends in Shanao, and they have been used by many Shanao trainers. Belief. And now, these two beast spirits really appeared in front of Lin Jing. There was a terrifying pressure, attacking and sweeping, Lin Jing clearly felt the suffocating pressure. This is not the first time Lin Jing has seen the beast spirit. But when I saw Cheomong, I was in the apocalypse, blocked by a defensive mask, and the pressure was not obvious at that time. When meeting Daklei approached Lin Jing because of the beautiful dream god, and also deliberately restrained his own momentum. And now, Dialga Luca, Palkia, the two gods of time and space in confrontation, obviously will not obscure their own momentum. On the contrary, their momentum is unreserved, released and spread everywhere. What created it was the overwhelming pressure of terror. If it wasn't for Lin Jing's own special abilities, his physique was strengthened and he became an ordinary trainer, I'm afraid he would have fainted under this kind of coercion. Lin Jing sighed. Darkrai's expression was very serious. Bright eyes looked at the time and space gods facing each other in the strange space, and its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing. We are in trouble. As a divine beast elf, Darkrai has survived for quite a long time, and naturally he has a certain understanding of the time and space gods. Lin Jing nodded slightly, his thoughts turned sharply. Why did you encounter the gods of time and space? If there is a space-time dual god in the space-time channel, then a trainer must have been killed long ago. The Elf Alliance responsible for establishing a stable space-time channel should have already noticed it, and it is impossible to let the trainer continue to enter the space-time channel. So, is it because of me? Lin Jing lowered his head slightly and looked at the flickering space-time fragment in his hand. Is it because of it? Because of this space-time fragment, after I stepped into the space-time channel, some changes occurred, and I came to the intersection of space-time and saw the two gods of space-time confronting each other. Lin Jing carefully analyzed in his heart. He clearly remembered the information introduction of time and space fragments. In addition to increasing the probability of encountering space-time distortions, the space-time fragments themselves also contain some secrets. Now, the secret seems to be unlocked, but it puts him in danger. It is rumored that Dialga and Palkia are two mythical beast spirits who cannot meet each other. They have strong territorial awareness and will fight each other every time they meet. Here, it is very likely that it will become a battlefield of two divine beasts and elves. At that time, the crisis will really come. Now, what should I do? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. In this strange space-time meeting space, at the far end, at this moment, the time-space gods who have been fighting for some time, seem to finally be unable to hold back. As Dialga roared, the dragon's mouth opened, and the terrifying energy beam cut through the sky, wrapped in endless power, and launched the attack brazenly first. Palkia was not to be outdone, and when the hands gathered, the energy light group gathered, and the space trembled. At the intersection of time and space, the two sides clashed brazenly. Boom! At this moment, the blasting sound resounded in the space, and under the collision of terrifying energy, the space was torn apart, and time was stagnant. The unparalleled horror aftermath swept to the quartet, shattering everything. This is the mighty collision of the beast spirits. In the aftermath, everything is annihilated. At this moment, when the aftermath struck, Darkrai's eyes narrowed slightly and suddenly stopped in front of Lin Jing. Darkrai's affinity with Lin Jing has reached a certain level. In the face of this terrifying attack, it chose to protect Lin Jing. When its arms meet, the smoke rises, forming a dark wall of light, blocking the front. Aftermath strikes. The wall of light fluctuated violently, and ripples continued to ripple. However, Darkrai, who is known as the Nightmare God, is obviously not very ordinary. The aftermath alone cannot break through its defense. However, the collision between the two divine beasts and elves has just begun. In the next second, during the burst of energy, the space is torn more and more seriously, and the more terrifying aftermath is surging. Darkrai threw himself into the defense. Lin Jing had no doubt that without Darkrai's existence, the aftermath alone would have turned him into powder. We must find a way out ASAP. Darkrai's expression was solemn, and while defending the aftermath, a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Although these two guys didn't pay attention to us, the confrontation between them will destroy everything, including this strange space tilde. Quote. If this space is completely broken, we may be completely lost in the cracks of time and space, and never return to the interstellar era you speak of. If they notice us and take out their anger on us, then even I can't stop it. At that time, we will have no way out. I know. Lin Jing replied quickly. In the original work, the collision of the two gods of time and space can distort and shatter space, and even dissolve the real world. Lin Jing couldn't imagine the mighty power of these two beast spirits. If it wasn't for Darkrai's blocking, he wouldn't even have the chance to think about it now. Lin Jing's eyes swept to the surrounding space, and under the aftermath, cracks broke open, and inside, there were distorted strange colors. That is a space-time crack. If you are involved in the crack of time and space, you will be completely lost in it, as Darkrai said. When the resources are exhausted, it will become a wreckage in the crack of time and space, gradually decaying. This is where time and space meet, and Dialga and Palkia will meet here. I should have come here by accident after entering the space-time passage because of the particularity of space-time fragments. Since there is an entrance, then, there should be an exit. The thoughts flashed. Lin Jing quickly said, Darkrai, give me some more time and protect us. Darkrai didn't respond. It's just that the dark black wall in front of it is getting brighter and brighter. The voice fell. Lin Jing held the pokeball in his right hand, and in a flash of light, a figure had appeared in place. Shinado. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate to use the power of time and space, which was always stored in the treasure chest system, and had never been used. This is one of the rewards obtained together with the space-time fragment, which is used to enhance the power of time and space for the elves. This is a trump card that he has always reserved, and at a time of crisis, he chooses to use it decisively. Now, under the use of Lin Jing, the power of time and space circulated, and a strange brilliance poured into Shinado's body. In Shinado's eyes, visions appeared one after another, which were strange sights born of the power of time and space. Shinado. Lin Jing and Shinado have the same mind, and don't even need to say more. At this moment, under the blessing of the power of time and space, the power of thought suddenly poured into the space-time fragments to investigate. Zaniduo, an area that senses and smells similar to space-time fragments. The brilliance of the space-time fragments is getting brighter and brighter. Lin Jing looked serious, closed his eyes slightly, and opened the next second. His eyes were already blooming with azure-purple brilliance. Super Power Resonance. Lin Jing is enhancing Shinado's power to the greatest extent. The superpower spreads, explores in the intersection of time and space, and looks for an area that has a similar atmosphere to the space-time fragments. Just then, the violent vibration came, and Lin Jing only felt an incomparable force coming, and a sense of crisis was coming. I saw that Palkia's attack was dodged by Dialga, and that unparalleled terrifying energy wave hit the wall of light. In just an instant, the wall of light was shattered. The attack from the god of space is unimaginable. At the same time, at the moment when the wall of light was broken, Darkrai's figure flickered, along with Lin Jing. Shinado disappeared in place, and appeared on the other side. Lin Jing looked at Darkrai. Darkrai seemed to sense his gaze, and said hoarsely, "Do what you should do, and leave me alone." Lin Jing retracted his gaze and gave all his strength to Shinado. Perception spread. Normally, with Shinado's current ability, he is not qualified to perceive this strange space-time interaction. When approaching the crack of time and space, the power of thought will be shattered. With its thought power, it is not enough to resist the destruction of the space-time crack. Because of this, Lin Jing chose to use the power of time and space. With the blessing of the power of time and space, Shinado's mind power has the same energy as time and space, so it cannot be destroyed and perceive the situation in this area. Time passes. The battle between the two gods of time and space has become more and more intense. While Darkrai resisted the aftermath, his figure kept flashing. At this moment, Shineido's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master, found it. At the same time, the space-time fragments in Lin Jing's hands became more and more dazzling, and the triangular fragments seemed to point in one direction. There. It has the same breadth as the space-time fragments. In other words, it is very likely to be the exit of the intersection of time and space. Darkrai, there. Lin Jing pointed out the direction for the first time. Darkrai wrapped Lin Jing and Shineido, and rushed to the past at the first time. At this moment, the battle between Dialga and Palkia has reached its peak. Between the energy gathering in Dialga's mouth, the mighty force that truly belongs to the god of time was used, and a shock wave full of destructive aura was launched brazenly. Time roars. Dialga's exclusive skill, a terrifying skill that distorts space. When the shock wave was launched, the time in that area was almost stationary. The other side. Palkia did not let it go, and when he waved his arm, an unparalleled slash appeared, the space was torn apart, and turned into a terrifying blow that could sever all dimensions. Palkia's exclusive skill, a terrifying skill that can tear apart space. Yikong Slash. In the confluence of time and space, the power of time and the power of space have launched the most terrifying collision. Boom. 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 Roar of Time vs Archer Slash. The energy impacted together in an instant, a big explosion happened. Centered on the center point of the collision, this strange space began to collapse and then melted. That's a real meltdown. The collision of time and space completely wiped out all traces, leaving no trace, not a trace. You must know that this strange space created by the intersection of time and space is very solid. If it is the outside world, in the space of Xinghai, then the destruction caused by the confrontation between Palkia and Dialga will be even more terrifying. As Darkrai's figure flickered, he kept approaching the location indicated by Lin Jing. Lin Jing looked back and subconsciously clenched his fist. In the rear, everything is collapsing and melting. This world-destroying scene, even in his state of mind, could not help but create waves at this time. The so-called exit is just his speculation, and now, he can't be sure if they can leave there. If. As his thoughts turned around, Lin Jing's attention fell to one side. In the battlefield of two mythical beasts. At this moment, a treasure chest blooming with brilliance is quietly floating. Is that a treasure chest of beasts and spirits? From Palkia, or Dialga? The moment the thought flashed, he had already chosen to pick it up. No matter what the future holds, don't miss the possibility to improve yourself. At the same time, with Darkrai's full speed forward, they have come to the area that has the same breadth as the space-time fragments. At the moment of coming here, the space-time fragments shine brightly, and a portal emerges in front of them. One sure enough. Because of space-time fragments, I came to this strange space, so it is the key to leaving. At this moment, under the coercion of Darkrai, they entered the portal directly. As soon as you enter the portal, from the rear, a more terrifying aftermath strikes. The entire place where time and space meet, completely collapsed, melted, and everything does not exist in the world. And Palkia, Dialga's battle, is still going on. The moment you step into the door, everything is in darkness. Time and space is a very mysterious existence. After passing through the portal, it seems to have crossed countless distances, and the surroundings are completely calm. The light of the space-time fragments has dimmed. Lin Jing turned his head and looked behind him. It was pitch black. The time and space gods, the confrontation at the time and space level is too terrifying. Fortunately, I found an exit from the intersection of time and space, and returned to a more stable space-time channel, which is equivalent to being far away from the time and space where Dialga and Palkia are located, unless they also come here, otherwise the aftermath of the battle it won't affect me anymore. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart, making guesses. Shineido has returned to the Pokeball. Just then, Darkrai's tired hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing, I need to sleep for a while. Sleep. Lin Jing looked in the direction where Darkrai was. In the space-time channel, there are no 5 fingers in the darkness. But with Lin Jing's super perception, he can naturally perceive where Klai is. Under the perception, the smoke floating around Darkrai's body is much lighter. In an instant, Lin Jing reacted. Although Dialga and Palkia did not directly target them, they resisted the aftermath of their attack and even defended against Palkia's attack, which obviously caused a great deal of damage to Darkrai. Consume. In the intersection of time and space, Lin Jing was not harmed. It was because of Darkrai's full protection. If the gods and beasts are divided into levels, Palkia and Dialga can undoubtedly be called first-level gods. Although Darkrai has the title of Nightmare God, the gap with them is definitely not small. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's tone softened and said softly, Darklay, you should rest. We should be able to return to the interstellar era safely. Darkrai's consumption is obviously not light. The moment Lin Jing's voice fell, it turned into light and returned to the Pokeball. Lin Jing looked at the space-time fragment in his hand. Through the inspection of the treasure box system, the introduction of space-time fragments by Li Hao has changed. Special items, time and space fragments. Introduction. After traveling through time and space, you have obtained a special shard. Carrying this shard with you, your chance of encountering time and space distortion has been slightly increased. You have successfully unlocked the secret of time-space fragments. When you hold time-space fragments in the time-space channel, you will have a certain probability to arrive at the intersection of time and space. Where time and space meet. A battle between Palkia and Dialga. Thoughts flashed in Lin Jing's mind. The battle between Dialga and Palkia seems to have completely destroyed the place. How can we go there? According to the information of the space-time fragments, will the intersection of time and space be restored? Or so-called where time and space meet, more than one? Also, what can you get when you go to the intersection of time and space? The rewards obtained in the treasure chest system should all be beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly, and he gave birth to a guess. The space-time fragment itself is equivalent to a key that allows me to go to the intersection of time and space. It would have been very possible to get some rare things there. But my luck seems to be a little bit bad. The place where time and space meet became the battlefield of Palkia and Dialga, which turned the original place of opportunity into a place of crisis. No, maybe it's not bad luck. After all, this is the encounter of 2 legendary elves in one fell swoop. This kind of luck is not available to ordinary people. Maybe there are lucky children who have played some role in encountering rare elves. Thinking of this, Lin Jing shook his head. His mentality was excellent. After all, although the trip was extremely dangerous, he finally evacuated safely, and there was still a huge harvest. The trainer in the interstellar age is originally a coexistence of crisis and opportunity, full of danger. Since I have decided to become a trainer, I have already made preparations for this. As the thoughts flickered, the treasure chest interface appeared. Above, 2 treasure chests were being displayed on the interface. One of the treasure chests looks more ordinary, while the other treasure chest is dazzling, shining constantly. When the eyes swipe, the information emerges. Open black lens bracket affinity treasure chest, Darkrai close black lens bracket. Sacred beast elf treasure chest Dialga. The first bigger chapter is on the shelves, please subscribe. Chapter 53 The First Stage Champion of the Elf Exam, a reward from the Shanao Alliance. The treasure chest of the beast and the elf is exactly the treasure box that Lin Jing picked up before leaving the intersection of time and space. From Dialga, the treasure chest of the god of time. And the affinity treasure box is the treasure box obtained when the system prompt appears when you leave at the intersection of time and space. Darkrai already had a certain trust in Lin Jing, but at the intersection of time and space, facing danger together, and after Lin Jing successfully figured out how to understand, after escaping the danger, Darkrai's trust in Lin Jing obviously increased again. Affinity increases, so you get Affinity Treasure Chest. I don't know how long Darkrai will need to sleep to recover. Recalling the Battle of Dialga and Palkia in his mind, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The beasts and spirits of the level like the two gods of time and space. The combat power has been beyond imagination. The battle between them, it is by no means that the winner can be determined at one time. In a second, he thought of the scene where he was on the Apocalypse, and when he arrived at the Shanao Star territory, he encountered the beast spirit for the first time. Mewtwo and Deoxys. In the battle between these two elves, who won the final victory? Thoughts turn around. A faint sense of teleportation came, and the darkness was gradually receding, replaced by light. After leaving from the intersection of time and space, Lin Jing returned to the normal time and space channel. Now, traveling through the time-space channel, he is about to leave the time-space channel and return to the interstellar era. Without rushing to open the treasure chest, Lin Jing looked to the front. Next moment, the surrounding environment has changed, and he has left the space-time channel. And the loud noises that are already in the ears. ME star. The moment he left the space-time passage, Lin Jing's eyes looked around. Here, it is amazingly close to the huge portal that entered the Shikui area. It was from there that he left. At a glance, there was a lot of voices at this time, and countless new trainers who participated in the exam gathered here. In the sky, it seems to have undergone a special arrangement. There are 10 huge platforms with a vast area and a length and width of at least nearly 10,000 meters. They are generally suspended in midair. That's... Lin Jing glanced at it and narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like a battle platform. Is it prepared for the second stage of the elf exam? Lin Jingchang let out a breath. He was one of the last trainers to enter the portal, and with the time delay at the intersection of time and space, he was almost the last trainer to leave the time and space channel. Now, the trainers around were all excited. Regardless of the final result, successfully passing the first stage of the elf exam without being eliminated in the middle is enough to make people happy. Seeing this scene, Lin Jing had a sudden feeling of being separated from the world. I'm afraid no one thought that just a moment ago, he was still in the crisis of life and death and witnessed a God war. Thoughts flow. At this moment, the dragon's roar sounded suddenly, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Roar. During the spread of the dragon's roar, there was coercion like a shadow. On the entire plain, countless trainers felt the coercion and gradually became quiet. Next moment. From above the sky, a figure slowly fell. Bite the land shark fiercely. The Alliance's technological equipment was projected, with the dome of the sky as the curtain, and the figure behind the fierce bite land shark was enlarged in the projection screen, and it was reflected in every trainer's 053 line of sight. Shanao Star Domain Champion. Hyerna. He is also the person in charge of this spirit fair. Dr. Yamanashi is only responsible for the evaluation of exploration results, while Sharona is the real full controller. Just as the sound of the dragon roar sounded, a elf ball trembled slightly on Lin Jing's waist. It was the round land shark that had just been captured. Obviously, seeing his evolutionary type, still such a powerful biting land shark, made this bellicose little guy a little uncontrollable excited. Lin Jing lowered his head slightly and said comfortably, "Calm down. One day, you too can grow to be as powerful as this biting land shark." With Lin Jing's comfort, the Pokeball recovered. Lin Jing's gaze turned to the figure of Hyerna in the sky. At this moment, Sharona stood on the back of the bite land shark, her eyes swept across the audience. Her voice was clear, and with the help of amplifiers, it resounded through the sky. At this point, the first stage of the elf exam is officially over. The voice fell, and the audience cheered. After the cheers subsided, Zyerna continued. After the half-month exploration, after the battle, the results of all the trainers who participated in the elf exam have finally been released. At the same time, regarding your performance in the elf exam, it has also been shared with the admissions officers from various elf colleges. Maybe, in the next time, you will receive an invitation from the Elf Academy. Then now. Sharona paused for a moment, then said, I will announce the final results of all trainers. The Elf exam is divided into two parts, exploration scores and battle scores, and the final ranking is based on the total score of the two. This year's Elf exam, the top 100 in the first stage of the total score, according to the ranking, will get the rewards prepared by our Shanao Elf Alliance. Next, the first announcement is the battle points rankings. At this moment, above the sky, lines of information emerged. That is the list of points leaderboards from the first place. Countless names are projected on the sky, making people feel honored. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. Behind the first place, there are a few big characters such as Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing, etc. engraved in a faint golden color font. For the points rankings, all trainers have already learned about the rankings through the survey machine. But now, seeing the name at the top of the sky, I couldn't help but feel envious. And on this list, those trainers who were originally anonymous have finally revealed their true bodies. The list of points leaderboards stayed for a while. Then, lines of names are hidden in the sky. Zyrna's expression was solemn. What will be announced next is the ranking of achievements in exploration after considering various aspects. As soon as the words fell, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. The exploration results are finally coming out. Who will be number 1? I don't know what Lin Jing's grades are. Taking the total score of the two, can he win the first stage of the exam? CGFE. It's impossible to say. His elf combat power is indeed very strong, but the achievements in the exploration direction are not just based on the results. Let's see if anything unexpected happens. There was a lot of discussion. In the discussion, above the sky, a new list appeared. At this moment, everyone's eyes are fixed on the top. There, the information and results of the first place are displayed. First place Tianqi Xingyu, Lin Jing, score, 24,521 points. The evaluation of exploration results is based on a set of completely fair weight distribution, to assign points to each exploration result, speculate and analyze results, and finally add them up to get the total score. Many people looked down. Second place Big Dipper, Su Shi, score, 10,451 points. If they saw Lin Jing's results, they were just surprised that Lin Jing successfully topped the two lists. Then, after seeing the results of the second place, I was surprised at first, and then I was shocked. At this moment, even more uproar sounded all over the plain. How could Lin Jing's score exceed the second place so much? A full doubling of the gap. What did Lin Jing find? It's impossible. Originally, Lin Jing was the first in the points rankings, but now, in terms of exploration results, he has become the first in a crushing manner. No one can shake his position as the champion of the first stage of the exam. How is it possible? How is it possible? Exclaimed, the shock continued. The crushing of the exploration results exceeded everyone's expectations. They were puzzled and shocked, but almost no one questioned the result. After all, this is a joint examination organized by the various Star Field Elves alliances, and the authority of the Shanao Elves alliance is guaranteed. And Lin Jing's own combat prowess in the exam has also been recognized by many people. Above the sky, Sharona's voice sounded. I was also very surprised when I first learned about Lin Jing's trainer's performance. After Dr. Yamanashi's explanation, I was able to find out the reason. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Competitor Lin Jing not only speculated about the origin of the Shiqui area, but also obtained a lot of information that our Shanao Elf Alliance has not yet grasped. In order to enrich the information in the Shiqui area, he made a great contribution. The exploratory achievements he has obtained are a testament to his contribution. Under Sharona's explanation, the expressions of the trainers changed from puzzled and shocked to sudden and admiration. No one will question the veracity of the words of a champion trainer. That is very ridiculous behavior. At this moment, at Lin Jing's position, the other trainers around him have recognized his identity and made room for an open space. Countless eyes are watching. At this moment, Sharona stepped on the back of Lai Bite Lu Shark and waved her hand slightly. At the far end of the sky, there was a figure that almost turned into an afterimage at an extremely fast speed, flying over. When he came to Lin Jing's position, the figure fell and stopped in front of Lin Jing. That's a fast dragon. A quasi-god elf, a fast dragon with a terrifying speed. Kuai-Long stopped in front of him, looked at Lin Jing, and then looked at his back. Lin Jing frowned slightly. You mean, let me go up? The dragon nodded. This was obviously the arrangement of the Shanao Alliance. Lin Jing no longer hesitated, and stepped onto the back of the fast dragon. Just as he rode on the fast dragon let out a light cry of joy, and his figure suddenly climbed. In the blink of an eye, Kuai-Long reached a very high altitude. Lin Jing looked down from above. This was the first time he rode an elves and was in a high space. Humans are always longing for the sky. At a glance, there are countless trainers on the plain below. At this moment, in each area, there are also other flying elves, taking trainers one by one into the sky. Apparently, he was the top trainer in the elf exam. In the blink of an eye. Above the sky, there are already hundreds of elves hovering, hundreds of trainers participating in the elves exam, log into the sky. Among them, the most eye-catching is none other than the fast dragon. As a quasi-god elf, wherever you go, you are a well-deserved focus in the crowd. At this moment, above the sky, the list changes. The latest display is the final result that combines the battle points and exploration results. At the moment when the list was displayed, Sharona's voice sounded. The first stage of the elf test, the champion of the test is Apocalypse Star Region, Lin Jing. The voice fell. In the projection screen of the sky, the appearance of Lin Jing riding on the fast dragon was delivered. The young trainer's expression was calm, and at the moment, he was riding on the back of the fast dragon, and was patrolling the audience calmly. According to the rumors, Lin Jing was born as a civilian trainer, and he actually won the first stage of the exam. This is considered a noble son from a poor family. Lin Jing, I'm in the service. I was able to defeat the eldest Miss Yun family, but I watched the battle with my own eyes. Compared to his combat power, I am more curious about his exploration achievements. He can be affirmed by the champion trainer. What information did he get in the Shikui area? Being able to speculate on the origin of the Shikui area is indeed a ruthless person. The first stage of the exam is over. According to the rules of the exam, the next stage is the second stage, a real competition of strength. Can Lin Jing be able to win the first place in a row? The second stage is a test of pure combat power. Lin Jing's combat power is also not to be underestimated. He is definitely one of the strong competitors. The discussion continues. Above the sky, Sharona's voice sounded again. The first stage of the elf exam has come to an end. In 3 days, here, the top 10,000 trainers in comprehensive performance will compete in the second stage, which is also the final stage. All the trainers who need to participate in the second stage of the competition, please be prepared. Afterwards, Zyrna continued. Today, the admissions leaders from various elf academies in each star field have gathered at EMI. We will provide specific contact information. All trainers can contact and register according to their own choices. If you are not selected by the Elf Academy in the end, the Shanao Elf Alliance will be responsible for sending everyone back to their hometowns. Sharona's eyes swept away and finally said, Everyone. We will see you in the second stage of the exam in 3 days. The voice fell. The dragon's roar that fiercely bit the land shark sounded again, and quickly went away. Dragon's back. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The second stage of the elf test. As early as when he first learned about the elf exam, he already knew something. The ELF exam has been held for many sessions in the interstellar era, and each session is divided into the first stage and the second stage. If we say that the assessment mode in the first stage is to consider the comprehensive ability of all trainers, then the appearance of the second stage of the assessment is often the purest combat power competition. There is only one way to check. Fairy battle. Points, after all, cannot fully reflect the true combat power of each trainer. After all, the examination room is vast and the number of trainers is large. Many trainers at the top of the standings did not even have the opportunity to meet during the entire first stage. Under this premise, the second stage came into being. In the second stage of each ELF exam, the arena-based elimination system is often adopted, which is the purest combat competition. The second stage. Lin Jing's eyes swept to the surroundings, and the other trainers who were also riding high-altitude flying elves. Here, there are the top 100 trainers in overall performance, and it is very likely that it is the main opponent of the second stage. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and the fighting spirit was constantly rising. He never refuses to fight. Below. The Shanao Elf Alliance had already prepared the residences of all the new trainers at Pathé Star. Under the evacuation of the staff, the trainers below left the plane in an orderly manner. High altitude. Kuailong let out a light moan happily, then turned around and flew out suddenly. Beheaded by him. The flying elves carried other trainers and left together. As a group of trainers with the best performance in the first stage, they naturally have better treatment. This is a reward for achievement and ability. The fast dragon was carrying Lin Jing, and he had already left the other flying elves far behind during the flight. Finally, in a courtyard in an elegant two-story villa complex, Kuailong slowed down and landed slowly. After landing, Kuailong waved his small paws towards Lin Jing to say goodbye, and then quickly left. Lin Jing watched it go away and withdrew his gaze. On the way here, he had already tried to check the information of this fast dragon with his eyes. The opponent's level is extremely high, and his own strength is obviously not bad, but he doesn't know which trainer from the Shanao Alliance. As he retracted his gaze, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and looked behind him. There. A figure with a smile seemed to be waiting for him. Lin Jing trainer. This is a woman in work clothes, and now with a smile on her face, she said softly, "You can ask me any questions." "Oh." Lin Jing pondered and said bluntly, "What's your name?" "My name is Hu Jia." "How can I contact other elf academies?" Lin Jing directly asked his biggest question at the moment. Hearing this, Hu Jia smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. "Please come with me. I am the temporary steward assigned to you by the Shanao Alliance. In the next 3 days, you will have any." After speaking, she pushed open the door of this two-story building, led it in front, and entered first. The Shanao Alliance has obviously made careful preparations. The interior decoration is excellent, and it is divided into multiple areas. After bringing Lin Jing to the office area, Hu Jia touched the computer in the office area lightly, and the screen appeared. Based on Lin Jing's first stage champion score, in the next 3 days, I am afraid there will be many elf academies that will send you an invitation. Since a child, their invitations have been collected in this computer, and you can check them at any time. At the same time, if you are interested in which elf academy and want to chat carefully, you can also contact the other party through this computer. I believe that for a genius trainer like you, there will be special people in every elf academy who will pay attention to your news. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Do you have any other questions? Hu Jia asked. Lin Jing pondered and shook his head. Seeing this, Hu Jia said, Lin Jing trainer, the top 100 trainers in the first stage can get rewards from our Shanao Elf Alliance. You are the first, and the reward is the most valuable. Having said this, she paused and said seriously, because of your contribution in exploring the Shikui area, after discussion in the evaluation center, after getting the approval of your Excellency Champion, we have prepared a list of awards for you. You can feel free to choose 2 items among them as your own reward. Quote. She pointed to the computer. The reward list is also stored in the computer. You can choose freely. After you choose, within 3 days, the reward will be sent here. I know. Lin Jing looked at the computer. Hu Jia's voice was soft. I will live in the side yard of the villa these days. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. Hu Jia bowed her head slightly, then turned and left the room. In the room, Lin Jing was the only one left. He let out a long breath, looked at the computer screen, and finally selected one of the folders. Open black lens bracket reward list close black lens bracket. The file is opened, and the content emerges. Lin Jing turned his eyes and focused on one of the rewards for the first time. It was a round gemstone engraved with intricate leaf patterns. That is one of the props required for Mega Evolution, worn by the trainer. Keystone. Chapter 54 Vulcan Rock, the attention of the God of Time, the baptism of time. Keystone. Lin Jing's gaze was fixed on the top. As early as the first time he obtained the evolution stone of Shinado, he was going to try to obtain the keystone after leaving the Shikui area, so as to further improve his strength. What he didn't expect was that there would actually be a keystone in the reward list provided by the Shinao Elf Alliance. As his thoughts flickered, Lin Jing's eyes turned to other rewards. Soon, his eyes were fixed on another reward. That is a Super Evolution Stone, Shinado's Super Evolution Stone. At this moment, Lin Jing recalled Hu Jia's words just now. His reward value is the highest among all trainers, not only because he is the champion of the first stage, but also because he has made great contributions to the exploration of the Shikui area. Offer. His information from the Shikui area in the memory of his previous life undoubtedly gave the current Elf Alliance a deeper understanding of this area. This reward was discussed in the evaluation center, and champion trainer Shi Lona agreed to give it out. Lin Jing felt a hint of enlightenment in his heart. It seems that this list of rewards is clearly a list customized according to my performance in the elf meeting and the needs I showed. My battle with Yun Siqing was broadcast live at various resting bases, and the staff of the assessment center can naturally check it. They clearly know that I have a Shinado, but I don't have the ability to evolve Mega. Lin Jing's gaze stopped at the Super Evolution Stone for a moment, and then withdrew his gaze. He already has the Shinado Evolution Stone, so naturally he no longer needs one. In the reward list, apart from the Keystones and Evolution Stones, which are clearly targeted rewards, the rest are all related to elves. After careful selection, Lin Jing's attention stayed on one of them. It was a fruit with a faint brilliance, with an information introduction written next to it. Vulcan rock found on a special planet full of volcanoes, it contains amazing fire attribute energy, which can be absorbed by fire-type elves, which can transform natural assets. A special item that can improve the qualifications of fire-type elves. The moment he saw it, Lin Jing had already made a decision. Fire dinosaurs are currently Heavenly King level qualifications. After possessing this Vulcan rock, it is very likely that they will go further. Keystone and Vulcan rock became Lin Jing's final choice. After selecting OK on the reward list, the Everything button on the reward list dims. According to Hu Jia's introduction, these two rewards will be delivered within these 3 days. Mega Evolution. After Shinado's Super Evolution, its combat power will change again. When it comes to the resonance of my super power, what kind of strength can it display? Lin Jing had some expectations. But there was no complacency in his heart. After witnessing an extremely terrifying battle at the intersection of time and space just now, he knew that he was still far away. Not every crisis is protected by an elves like Darkrai. He has a treasure chest system, and while there are many opportunities, he is also destined to face more dangers. Only with the support of his own strength can he face everything head-on. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing took off the backpack and looked at the Pokeball in the backpack. That was Darkrai's Pokeball. I don't know how long Darkrai will sleep. Darkrai's identity is too sensitive, and now it is at its weakest, so he cannot reveal any information about it. Otherwise, we can use the power of technology to help it heal and recover. Lin Jing's mind was very clear. Although he wanted to help Darkrai recover, he would never act rashly. A nightmare god who is in a deep sleep and is in a weak period will attract endless peeps. Even the top forces of each star field will be coveted. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing temporarily left the office area, pushed the door and walked into the courtyard. The yard is very spacious. He took out the elf balls one by one from his waist, and the light flickered. At present, the 4 elves that he has mainly cultivated have all appeared. Shinado, Gengar, Fire Dinosaur, and the round land shark that has just been captured. As for the Tyrannosaurus and Kirby, he did not release them. If Darkrai was there, he might let them out to breathe. After all, with Darkrai's ability, they could fall asleep instantly. Now, still no need to let them out to cause trouble. After all, these 2 guys still didn't listen to Lin Jing's orders, and they were both subdued through tactics and released rashly. After the 4 elves appeared, the other guys looked at the round land shark curiously. As an elf who has just been subdued, Yuanlu Shark is undoubtedly a junior. But, as a future quasi-god elf, Yuanlu Shark has a high fighting spirit and a very strong personality. Facing the curious eyes of the 3 seniors, he did not avoid them, but looked at them confidently. Lin Jing coughed lightly. All 4 elves turned their gazes over. For the next 3 days, everyone can have a good rest. Lin Jing's voice sounded, you can relax for a while. However, while relaxing, don't forget to sharpen yourself. Lin Jing looked at Shinado and said, Xanaduo, it's up to you to supervise everyone. Okay, Master. Shinaduo's soft voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing looked at the fire dinosaur and the round land shark, and said, the fire dinosaur, the round land shark, you are not far from evolution. In the past 3 days, although there is no enemy to fight with you, you must work hard on your own. Strive to complete the evolution. In 3 days, there will be many fighting opportunities waiting for you. If you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to get enough chances to play. 3 days later, it was the second stage of the elf exam. Hearing Lin Jing mentioning the battle, the eyes of Fire Dinosaur and Round Land Shark showed excited eyes. Seemingly aware that the Round Land Shark, like himself, has a very bellicose personality, the Fire Dinosaur stretched out its claws and patted the Round Land Shark on the head with satisfaction. The Round Land Shark's eyes slanted. Without giving any face to the Fire Dinosaur, he kicked his legs vigorously, and his hard head slammed directly towards the Fire Dinosaur. The 2 elves were fighting together. Aside, Zhang Ghost's huge body sat on the ground, his eyes were rolling, he didn't know what he was thinking. Shinado carried out Lin Jing's instructions and was ready to start supervising everyone. Just then, not far away, Hujia's voice sounded. Lin Jing trainer, do you need any help? She obviously heard the movement in the courtyard and came here. Now, Lin Jing's 4 elves fell into his eyes, and Hujia's expression involuntarily gave birth to a shock. She can be assigned by the Alliance and act as the temporary housekeeper of the champion of the exam during these 3 days. Her elf strength is average, and she is a civilian, but her own knowledge is absolutely enough. Nonetheless, when I saw Lin Jing's elf lineup, I couldn't help being shocked. Glitter Shinado. Glitter Boss Gengar. Quasi-God Cub. In contrast, the Fire Dinosaur, one of the 3 royal families in the Guandu area, is the most unremarkable. It's no wonder that I was able to get the top spot in the first stage of the examination. This kind of elf lineup is too luxurious. According to the information, Trainer Lin Jing is from a commoner. Thinking of this, it is even more terrifying. He is indeed a well-deserved genius trainer. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Hujia walked over. Lin Jing groaned. Afterwards, he said, please prepare energy cubes suitable for each of my elves. Okay. Hujia nodded seriously, I'll prepare now. She complied, then turned and left, which was called a resolute act. Eyes wandering, Lin Jing turned his head to look at the elves, and said, "These days, you guys have had a good time. The energy cube provided by the Shanao Elf Alliance is definitely a top-level existence." Lin Jing's voice fell. Aside. Zhang Gui, who was already slumped on the ground, suddenly jumped up and took a big mouth, showing a greedy look. "Almost forgot you're a glutton." Lin Jing smiled. He clearly remembered that when he first subdued the Flash leader Gui Si, it was because of the temptation of food. After pondering, Lin Jing said, "In the past few days, you should try it first. When I enter the Elf Academy, there will naturally be enough resources to replace the top energy cubes and elf food for you." After speaking, his eyes swept across the four elves, and Lin Jing returned to the room. He went to the office area and sat in front of the computer. According to Hu Jia's words, after a while, the invitation letters from each elf academy will be gathered together and sent. I don't know which elf academy is there, and what the specific conditions will be like. Lin Jing's eyes fell slightly, his mind moved slightly, and the treasure chest system was activated. The interface appears in front of you. Ahead, 2 treasure chests are shining brightly. Darkrai's Affinity Chest. And, the mythical beast elf treasure chest from Dialga. After the time-space channel left, it was the moment when the results were announced, and until now, he had completely freed up time. Looking at one of the treasure chests, Lin Jing said silently in his heart, "Open the Affinity treasure chest." The treasure chest was shaking and suddenly opened. Information prompts appear. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. You've gained a persistent buff, Darkrai's Trust. Is there only one reward in the Affinity treasure chest? As the thoughts flickered, the eyes fell on the top, and more detailed information introduction emerged. Open black lens bracket Darkley's Trust close black lens bracket. Introduction. You completed the agreement with the nightmare god Darkrai, and faced the crisis with it, successfully escaped. You have successfully won the trust of Darkrai. When you encountered a crisis, Darkrai has a great probability to help you, and your communication with Darkrai will affect its decision to a certain extent. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. Darkrai's Trust. Lin Jing originally thought that this was an upgrade buff favored by Darkrai, but now, it is completely different. It is a brand new special buff. The word, trust, is simple to write, but its meaning is very heavy. Darkrai has indeed put a lot of trust in me. He wanted to get to what clay looked like before he fell asleep. As a mythical beast elf, even if it consumes a lot of money, it should be able to find a safe place before falling asleep and avoiding danger. But instead of leaving, it chose to stay in my Pokeball. This is the greatest trust in me. Lin Jingmei felt a warm feeling in her heart. After coming to the mighty interstellar era, he has already met many beast spirits, but his connection with Darkrai is undoubtedly the deepest. The two sides have mutual trust and bondage. Darkly. In the intersection of time and space, you are protecting me and Shinado. I will work hard to improve myself, and one day, I will be able to fight side by side with you. His eyes fell on the reward information. Although there is only one reward, the value is amazing. It is completely unimaginable to be able to influence the decisions of the beast spirits. As the thoughts turned, the interface in front of him switched. Lin Jing looked at the treasure chest on the screen and said solemnly, "Open the treasure chest of the beasts and spirits." In the blink of an eye, the treasure chest opens. Lines of information prompts appear above. You have obtained the Divine Beast Skill Fragment, Time Roar. You got a special item, the Key of Time. You have acquired the skill, Dragon Claw. You have acquired the skill, Cannon. You have acquired Qualification Transformation, Time Baptism. You get a special influence, Dialga's Attention. Lines of information prompts appear. Lin Jing looked up into the sky. Time roars. This is the exclusive skill of Dialga. Similar to several other exclusive skills, only the elves who are compatible with each other can comprehend this skill. Key of Time. Introduction: a special key that can only open the door to a special area at the right time. The key of time is an item that looks like a clock hand, only the size of a finger. After checking it carefully, Lin Jing put it away. There is no doubt that the key of time, like the space-time fragments, has a potential role, and it needs to be discovered by him before it can play a real role. For flowers, Dragon Claw and Cannon are one-time skills obtained from them, which can be understood by elves. Lin Jing's gaze turned to the last two rewards. Open black lens bracket. Baptism of Time. Close black lens bracket. Introduction: after obtaining the treasure chest generated by Dialga, you have the opportunity to let the elves accept the baptism of time. The elves who have undergone the baptism of time will undergo special changes. Lin Jing's eyes swept over, his brows slightly raised. He has obtained the baptism of superpower from the power of the super dream and the baptism of nightmares from Darkrai. These two baptisms that can transform elves' aptitudes have a common requirement, that is, closeness. Taking super baptism as an example, only super elves can accept it. In the introduction of time baptism, there is no similar word. So, any elf can be baptized by time. The thoughts in his mind turned sharply. After accepting the baptism of time, can I learn to comprehend the time roaring skill? The roar of time requires elves who are close to each other to learn. If you look at the attributes, Dialga is a special existence with steel attributes and dragon attributes. In the entire vast elf world, the only elves with such a combination of attributes are the aluminum steel dragon, and the more special quasi-god Nianmylong born in the Shikui area. The round land shark has the attributes of a dragon. If you accept the baptism of time, can you comprehend the time roaring skill? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. Among his current elves, if anyone is closer to Dialga, it is undoubtedly the round land shark. Although fire dinosaurs have the word dragon in their names, they are pure fire spirits and do not have dragon attributes. Because of this, after seeing the baptism of time, the first thing he thought of was the round land shark. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing looked at the last reward. Open black lens bracket. Attention of Dialga Luca. Close black lens bracket. Introduction: you who once appeared on the battlefield of time and space left an impression on Dialga. Come to Dialga. 0. Good guy. The battlefield of time and space. Do you mean the battlefield of Dialga and Palkia? Dialga still remembers me. Do you want me to see the battle between the gods of time and space again? When you approach a special area related to time and space, there is a slight probability, see you again. With a joke in his heart, Lin Jing shook his head. All gods and beasts have wisdom, and most of them are existences that can communicate. It's just that Dialga and Palkia were born at odds. When they fight, they naturally don't care about other creatures. If there is a chance to meet Dialga alone in the future, maybe we can try to communicate. Lin Jing was planning in his mind. He thought about it for a while, then shouted towards the courtyard, Yuan Lu Shark, come here. Inside the hospital. 4 elves are feasting. The round land shark eats the most violently. Zhang Gui has been with Lin Jing for a while, but the round land shark is the first time to taste the energy cube, and it is a high-quality energy cube. The deliciousness of the energy cube conquered it almost immediately. The Shanao Elf Alliance will naturally not be stingy, and the energy blocks provided are quite sufficient in both quantity and quality. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, it temporarily suppressed its thirst for food, trotted all the way into the room with short legs, and came to Lin Jing. Although it had just been subdued, Yuan Lu Shark was very convinced of Lin Jing's orders because of the power of the dragon. The round land shark, get ready. Lin Jing said softly. The round land shark showed a hint of doubt. But then, its eyes suddenly widened. With Lin Jing's control room, the baptism of time was directly activated. At this moment, in the room, above the round land shark, the space seems to be cracked, and the faint ripples flow, and the cracks in time and space appear. The unique atmosphere that belongs to the power of time permeates from it. In the ignorant and eager eyes of the round land shark, the power of time spread from it, turned into a stream of light, surrounded the round land shark, and quickly integrated into it. The round land shark's eyes closed. Lin Jing focused his attention. Because the round land shark is the most suitable, he quickly made a decision to let the round land shark undergo the baptism of time. Now, the streamer poured into the room, and Lin Jing was keenly aware of the changes in the round land shark. The baptism of time continued, and while the power of time was flowing, the body of the round land shark seemed to be covered with a layer of armor-like film, which closely adhered to the skin. Its breath is rapidly increasing. Is this the difference between time baptism and superpower baptism, nightmare baptism? Lin Jing's eyes showed seriousness. This is the first time he has seen it. The transformation of aptitude has caused a certain change in the appearance of the elf. In the baptism of time, Lin Jing used another reward tentatively. Time roars. Exclusive skills of Dialga. The reward is successfully cast, there is no hindrance. It seems that after the baptism of time, the round land shark has successfully met the requirements of similar nature. Lin Jing's eyes brightened. The baptism of time continued, and at the same time, as the new brilliance merged into the room, information about the time roaring skill kept pouring into the heart of the round land shark, allowing it to quickly learn and comprehend the mystery. Time passes. After a few minutes, the light of the baptism of time gradually weakened, and the cracks in time and space gradually faded in the sky. Lin Jing looked at the round land shark, and activated his eyesight ability. Circle land shark, armor of time. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket, and elves that live in caves that are not exposed to sunlight. Even if their sharp teeth fall off due to wear or impact, they can grow back in a few days. This round land shark has undergone a wonderful transformation, growing all over its body. A special armor called the Armor of Time comes out. The Armor of Time. Is this the change that the baptism of time brought to the round land shark? Before he could check other information, a dazzling ray of light rose up around Yuan Lu shark's body, blocking the detection of the wisdom eye skill. This kind of light was all too familiar to Lin Jing. That is the light of evolution. Updates of nearly 20,000 words will be sent first. The author continues to code words. Please subscribe. Wide. Chapter 55 Quasi-Overlord Level, Armor of Time, Invitations from Major Elf Colleges. The dazzling light of evolution was born from the body of the round land shark and enveloped its whole body. Inside, its appearance began to change rapidly. Lin Jing waited quietly. This round land shark is obviously very enterprising, and when Lin Jing subdued it, he found that there were many traces left on it. Those are the marks left by the battle. Its level is not low, and it is quite close to the completion of evolution. Now, under the dual effect of time baptism and comprehension of time roaring skills, the final threshold was broken and the evolutionary requirements were met. After the light of evolution lasted for dozens of seconds, it slowly disappeared. Inside, the round land shark has successfully completed its evolution. At this moment, while its stature is growing, its appearance is somewhat close to that of a human being, with sharp spines like shark fins on its body. The evolution of the round land shark, the fangtooth land shark. The appearance of its skin is somewhat different from that of the ordinary round land shark. Lin Jing observed it carefully and finally determined that it was the appearance of the armor of time. After the evolution, the armor of time covering the whole body of the round land shark seems to be more thoroughly integrated with it, and only some changes in skin color can be seen. Now, after the evolution is completed, the fangtooth land shark is obviously very excited. It looked at its new body, the dragon's claws danced, and the tiger was full of wind. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, his eyesight ability was activated, and the information of Fang Lu shark lingered in his heart. Fartooth shark, armor of time. Level LV 25. Introduction. The fangtooth shark, although it is a fierce Pokemon, as long as you give it the glass beads that it is interested in, it will immediately become docile and amiable. Metamorphosis, wrapped in a layer of special defensive armor called the Armor of Time. Qualification: Quasi-Overlord. Attribute: Dragon, Ground. Characteristics: Sand Hidden, Rough Skin. Currently mastered skills: Dash Crash, Quicksand Hell, Crash, Shake Sand, Dragon's Breath, Stomp, Time Roar, Pseudo Bite, Split, Armor of Time. Lin Jing's eyes stayed on the top. Quasi-Overlord level. Fanglu Shark is already the third elf with Quasi-Overlord qualifications in Lin Jing's hands. Looking at the qualification column, Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. It seems that there must be a huge threshold for promotion from the Quasi-Overlord level to the Overlord level. Lin, 057, Jing thought to himself. The detection of wisdom eye skills divides the elf level into 6 major levels, and the Overlord level is the highest level of existence. 3 consecutive elves who have experienced the transformation of their aptitudes and have reached the Quasi-Overlord level made Lin Jing clearly realize that if he wants to have the true Overlord level qualifications, there must be certain restrictions that cannot be easily achieved. His eyes wandered, looking at the information below. Successfully mastered the Time Roaring skill. Although it is a pseudo-skill, it comes from the beast spirit after all. At the critical moment, this is the ultimate move that can complete the winning blow. Finally, Lin Jing's gaze was fixed on the Armor of Time. After the ability of the eye has been improved many times, the information that can be seen is also increasing. Now, as Lin Jing's gaze stayed, more detailed information emerged. Armor of Time. The Fangtooth Land Shark is surrounded by a special layer of Armor of Time, which can be controlled by itself, thereby enhancing its own defense. As the Fangtooth Land Shark understands the Armor of Time, the Armor of Time can be a sharp-toothed shark brings a comprehensive increase. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Currently, is it a defensive skill? The Fangtooth Land Shark is the attribute of Dragon plus Ground, and its defense ability is good. With the increase of the Armor of Time, the defense ability will be even more amazing. And, according to the introduction, the Armor of Time still has room for improvement and has great potential. After all, it is the baptism of time related to Dialga, and the improvement brought to the Fangtooth Land Shark is quite terrifying. However, next, it is impossible for the Fangtooth Land Shark to evolve in a short time. In order to evolve into a fierce biting land shark, the required level is extremely high. The sharp-toothed land shark must go through a considerable amount of tempering before it can go further and truly become a quasi-god elf. As his thoughts turned over, Lin Jing said, Fangtooth Lu Shark, next, you have to work harder. I will use the power of the Royal Dragon to assist you in your exercise and constantly stimulate your potential. At the same time, this also requires your cooperation. The Fangtooth Land Shark listened carefully. Lin Jing remembered the scene on the plane, and then said, remember that on the plane, the shark biting the land shark fiercely in the sky. The Fangtooth Land Shark nodded again and again. As the absolute main force of the champion trainer, that fierce bite land shark undoubtedly left a great impression on the round land shark at that time. Your potential is definitely not inferior to it. Lin Jing's expression was serious. As long as you practice hard, one day, you will be able to reach the height of that biting land shark, and even surpass it. Lin Jing's tone was serious. Everything he said is true. In terms of potential, the current Fangtooth Land Shark is definitely not inferior to the other. After all, even the main elf of a champion trainer, I am afraid there is no way to obtain resources such as time baptism, and there is no way to comprehend the exclusive skills that belong to the Dragon of Time. Hear Lin Jing's voice. Fang Lu Shark only felt that the blood in the body was constantly surging, and the whole body was full of motivation. Lin Jing never needed more words. It strode away directly and ran into the yard. At this time, the fire dinosaur has just tasted the perfect energy cube, and is taking a rare leisure time to rest. Then, it saw that the sharp-toothed land shark, who had changed its appearance, left the room and walked over with high fighting spirit. This is, evolved. The attention of several elves was concentrated. Facing the attention of the other elves, the fanged land shark walked up to the fire dinosaur, took a stance, and a low roar was heard, and the invitation to battle had already begun. Junior, who had just joined the team, and completed the evolution so quickly, the fire dinosaur's belligerent character was also affected, and he agreed immediately without any hesitation. In this courtyard, two elf dragon claws swiped and directly clashed together. Inside the room, Lin Jing withdrew his gaze from the window and let out a long breath. When the Vulcan rock and the keystone are delivered, the fire dinosaur can also gain a certain level of improvement, and Shinado can show a stronger posture. The second stage. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Since I have won the first stage of the first stage, then, in the second stage, I will never give up this position. Just then, on the computer at the rear, the beeping sound of dee-dee sounded. Lin Jing walked back quickly. He still remembered the information left by Hu Jia, and now, apparently invitations from various elf academies have been sent. Sitting in front of the computer and looking at it, I saw that information was displayed in the information box of the computer. Open black lens bracket currently unread, 102 close black lens bracket. And, as Lin Jing's gaze fell, the number of unread messages continued to increase. The major star fields are vast, and the elf colleges are endless. In the face of a first-stage champion who showed comprehensive abilities in the examination, any elf academy would be tempted. And now, in the elf meeting, the information about each trainer that can be revealed has been sent to various elf academies. Lin Jing and Yun Siqing, as the most high-profile battle, have been checked many times by the high-level executives of various elf academies. In the battle, the performance of Lin Jing and Shinado was too amazing. Shinado's own ability is extremely strong, and it can be seen that his potential is not bad. Lin Jing himself relies on the blessing of special strength to overwhelm Super Hootie, and the battle process of winning by crushing has attracted countless people's attention. Such a comprehensive and capable rookie trainer can no longer be described as a good seedling, but a well-deserved genius trainer, a future star. If he can be recruited into the academy, it represents countless honors. Therefore, all the elf academies sent out invitations one after another. The moment after clicking on the message, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. Only see. On the outside of each invitation letter, in addition to identifying which elf academy they came from, there are also signs such as A, B, C, etc. In addition, Lin Jing found a document that was not an invitation letter. After opening it for inspection, Lin Jing closed the folder, clicked his tongue secretly, and praised in his heart, "The Shinao Elf Alliance is really well prepared for this." These invitation documents are uniformly transmitted to the Shinao Elf Alliance, which is integrated by the Shinao Elf Alliance and sent to the trainers. The purpose is to prevent the trainer from being affected before the second stage of the elf exam begins. A, B, C and other signs of each invitation letter are the recommendation scores made by the Shinao Elf Alliance based on the comprehensive strength of the Elf Academy, specific invitation conditions and other comprehensive factors. A is the highest and D is the lowest. It can be said that this is a very considerate performance for any rookie trainer. The star field is vast. Before becoming a trainer, most of them have never even left the planet they are in. Naturally, they don't know much about the elf academies in other star fields. Now, with the recommendation score of the Shinao Elf Alliance, it will undoubtedly allow trainers to make better choices. Moreover, after the Shinao Elf Alliance makes a recommendation score, it will also pass all the invitation letters over without blocking it. The recommendation score is only a suggestion and will not interfere with the trainer's final decision. At the Elf Academy with A-level recommendation rating, Lin Jing clicked on the first one. Shinao Region, Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. Recommended rating, A. Introduction: The old Elf Academy in the Shinao region has won the Star Academy Cup for many times. Although it has not won the trophy in recent years, it is still full of details. It often invites the master trainers of the Shinao region, and even the King of Heaven. The trainer came to conduct combat drills and impart training knowledge. The champion of the Sheno region, Miss Sharona, was also invited to come here several times. etc. Conditions currently offered: 10 million star coins, a quasi-god elf cub, all energy blocks needed by the elf during school, x2 opportunities to explore the secret realm, etc. Note: the above conditions can be communicated and privately chatted. Sky Crown Elf Academy welcomes you to join. Good guy. The first one is private goods. Lin Jing has no doubts that Tianguan Elf Academy is the first, precisely because it is the most famous elf academy in the Shanao Star territory. However, there is one thing to say: the conditions provided are also excellent enough, it can be said to be sincere. He pondered and did not continue to read, but logged into the interstellar network through the computer and directly inquired about the information about the Sky Crown Elf Academy. The information on the internet is not much different from the introduction. In the major star fields, among the high-profile events every year, there is an event called the Academy Cup, which is the competition of the elite trainers of the various Elf Academy. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy once set a brilliant record of 3 consecutive championships, but in recent years, its performance has not been good. Last year, it just entered the quarterfinals. Perhaps because of this, they value Lin Jing very much, and the conditions they put forward are very generous. When the thought flashed, Lin Jing checked the other invitation information, and at the same time, through the interstellar network, he searched for the relevant college information for comparison. Soon, in the A-level recommendation score, his eyes were fixed on an academy. Guandu Star Region, Viridian Elf Academy. Recommended rating, A. Open black lens bracket. Introduction. Close black lens bracket. The Viking Spirit Academy has been established for a short time, but it is quite an outstanding new star. In last year's Academy Cup, he won the runner-up good result. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this the Elf Academy that Yun Siqing chose? Vivian Elf Academy. Thoughts flashed. He used the interstellar network to search for information. Not long after, the interface of the Vibrant Spirit Academy appeared in front of him. Located in the middle of Vibrant Star, the Vibrant Spirit Academy covers a vast area and looks quite wealthy. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the Dean's column. In the column of the Dean, a photo and information introduction are attached. In the photo, it is a man with a stern face and a short head. He looks quite cold in a black suit. Below, his information is displayed. Sakagi, the general manager of the Vibrant Star Gym, the dean of Vibrant Spirit Academy. Lin Jing let out a long breath. It's really him. This name, this figure, all players who are familiar with Pokemon in previous lives will know it. Boss of Team Rocket, the boss of Sakagi. It can be said that this is a real boss-level character, the Underground King. Sakagi is here, then. There must be Team Rocket in the Guandu Star territory. Like Shanao Star territory, there should also be a figure of the Galaxy team. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and directly ruled out the choice of the Victory Spirit Academy. The resources provided by the other party can only be said to be quite satisfactory, and with the existence of the unstable factor of Sakagi, Lin Jing will naturally not choose. There is no doubt that Sakagi is a very charismatic character, but Lin Jing has no idea of joining the Rockets, and naturally he will not take the initiative to rely on him. And the value of his elves is beyond imagination. 3 elves with quasi-overlord level qualifications. If you let others know, I am afraid they will go crazy. Going to Vibrant Star is like entering a tiger's mouth. Not to mention, today, in Lin Jing's Pokeball, Darkrai is still sleeping. Of course he wouldn't take that risk. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. In the fairy world of the original, Mewtwo is an artificial Pokemon, a weapon of war, and the force that created it is Team Rocket. Then, Lin Jing recalled the side he had seen Mewtwo, as the Mewtwo in the interstellar era also created by Team Rocket. He didn't give much thought to the issue. After spending a lot of time reading all the invitations from the Elf Academy, Lin Jingcheng let out a sigh of relief. In general, the recommendation score of Shanao Elf Alliance is relatively objective. After browsing the changes one after another, Lin Jing's choice has been placed on all A-level recommendations. A-level recommendations, the conditions provided by Shanao Tianguan Elf Academy are the most abundant. This made Lin Jing wonder if it was the final decision made by the Shanao Elf Alliance after summarizing all the conditions. Conditions at other colleges did not fluctuate much within a range. Although the various elf academies tried to invite Lin Jing to join, there was more than one student in the academy, and it was obvious that they could not support the endless demands, so the conditions fluctuated within a certain range, which was also the tacit understanding reached by the various elf academies for countless years. Looking at it this way, the Sky Crown Elf Academy is indeed one of the best choices. After all, it is located in the Shanao Star territory, and the beast spirits I have encountered so far are also found in the Shanao Star territory. Staying here may have some influence and effect. Besides, it also seems like a good choice to help the old Elf Academy whose grades have declined to regain its glory. Thoughts are flashing. He directly opened the communication interface of the Sky Crown Elf Academy through the link below the invitation letter. I'm very grateful for the invitation from the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, but I have some specific requirements. I don't know if your academy can meet it. For Lin Jing, every elf academy undoubtedly attaches great importance to it. A few seconds after his message was sent out, the message has been answered. Lin Jing Trainer, please speak your mind. I need multiple Super Evolution Stones. Lin Jing made his request directly. Gengar can already evolve, only Evolution Stones, Fangtooth Land Sharks, and Fire Dinosaurs evolve, and they can also be upgraded through Mega. Therefore, the Super Evolution Stone has become the existence he most urgently needs at present. After the news came out. After a while, the question came again. Lin Jing Trainer, which elf's Super Evolution Stone do you need? With a glance, Lin Jing directly typed in the name of Zhenggui, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Biting Lu Shark. This time, the reply was a little late. After about a few minutes, the tone of the opposite party also changed. Lin Jing Trainer, let me introduce myself, I'm the Director of Admissions at Sky Crown Elf Academy. Just now, after a brief discussion with the college leaders, I made some decisions. You should also know the rarity of Super Evolution Stones. At present, only Gengar Evolution Stones are reserved in the 5.4 Academy. After negotiation, it can become a condition for inviting you to join our Sky Crown Elf Academy. As for the Evolution Stone of the Fire-Breathing Dragon and the Evolution Stone of the Fierce Bite Land Shark, there is no reserve in the Academy. But the leaders of the college value you very much, so they decided to make an appointment with you. What contract? Lin Jing asked. The college spends resources to invite you to come, hoping that you can make our Tianguan College make another breakthrough in the College Cup. Therefore, we need you to show your strength in the second stage of the general examination to prove that our choice is not wrong. Our Tianguan Academy promises that if you can achieve the top 5 results in the second stage, the Tianguan Elf Academy will once again increase its efforts to train you. The Super Evolution Stone you need, the Tianguan Elf Academy will also do its best to help you. Search. Request, just the top 5. Lin Jing frowned slightly. But immediately, he reacted. The elf exam is a contest of rookie trainers. And when they enter the academy and receive training from the academy, the growth of the trainers will naturally be strong and weak. His performance in the first stage has already won enough impression points. In the view of Tianguan Elf Academy, as long as he can achieve the top 5 in the second stage, it is enough to prove his potential. Tianguan the Elf Academy also has the confidence to train him to a higher level. Without hesitation, Lin Jing said bluntly, I promise. After reaching the contact with the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, Lin Jing was completely free. In the Shikui area, daily exploration and battles, now, this is a rare leisure time. However, he was not idle either. Inside the community, there is a specially built elves training base. Lin Jing takes elves every day to go there to exercise, always keeping ready for battle. On the second day after the first stage of the examination. Outside the villa, a new guest was ushered in. The delivery man from the Shanao Elf Alliance. What he sent was Lin Jingshan's reward for being the first stage champion. Vulcan rock that can improve the qualifications of fire elves. And the super evolution stone that can make Shinado complete the evolution of Mega. The big chapter is sent, and it is on the shelves. Everyone who has flowers and votes can also vote tilde. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 56 Mega. Super Shinado appears. Darkrai wakes up. After taking the package from the deliveryman and watching him leave, Lin Jing quickly opened the package. Inside, there were 2 boxes, which were taken apart by Lin Jing. Inside one of the boxes with special materials is a rectangular fiery red rock. The moment the box is opened, a hot feeling hits the surface. Vulcan rock. A special item that can enhance the qualifications of fire-type spirits. The star field is vast, and there are strange planets. Because of this, in the elf world of the interstellar era, there are many strange items that can improve the elves. Then, Lin Jing opened another package. Inside the other package is a bracer. The bracer is obviously custom-made. In the center, there is a round orb, which is the keystone. Super bracers. The Shanao Elf Alliance is very considerate, directly modifying the keystone and making it into a wristband, which is easy to carry. The keystone is in hand. Lin Jing's eyes showed a strong look of anticipation. Without hesitation, he put the bracer on his wrist and brought the Pokeball, and immediately prepared to go to the Pokemon training base. Although the yard is not small, it is not suitable for elf activities. Just as he was about to leave the yard. Door. Puja pushed open the door and walked over quickly. Lin Jing trainer. Puja held a document in his hand, and now handed it to Lin Jing. The specific rules for the second stage of the elf exam have been released. You can check it out to prepare. Lin Jing thanked him, took the document, then left the yard and walked towards the elf training base. Rear. Puja looked at his back and couldn't help but sighed softly. A trainer who already has such talent and strength, and works so hard, I don't know where the future can go. On the way to the elf training base, Lin Jing opened the file and checked it carefully. He was bound to win the second stage of the elf exam, not to mention, now, his grades in the second stage. But 2 super evolution stones are involved. After reading the document carefully, Lin Jing already had a certain understanding of the specific rules. Those 10 platforms in midair are indeed battle platforms. He said in his heart. The second stage of the entire elf test is divided into 2 parts. Survival battle, arena elimination battle. In the second stage of the exam, only the top 10,000 trainers in the first stage can participate. Without a doubt. Those who can take part in it are the elites of this session of rookie trainers. The battlefield of the survival battle is the 10 large-scale battle platforms located high in the sky. 10,000 trainers will be randomly divided into 10 groups, 1 for every 1,000, to compete on the same field. 26. Each trainer can only use 1 elf. If the elf loses the ability to fight, it is regarded as eliminated. For each battle platform, only 10 places are finally decided to enter the arena elimination battle. Among them, there are 2 ways to advance in the survival battle. Within the specified time, there were only 10 trainers left in the arena. Second, after the specified time, if there are more than 10 trainers in the arena, the top 10 trainers who have defeated the most opponents will advance. It can be said that this is the ultimate test of adaptability, command ability, and elf fighting ability. After all, thousands of people formed a group, and each competitor was called the elite of the last rookie trainer, and the difficulty of the battle skyrocketed. And the trainers who finally entered the arena elimination battle began to draw lots in the arena battle and progressed step by step until the final, where they competed for the final ranking. Of which Championship Battle and the third runner-up battle are not 1v1 sprite battles, but 3v3 battles. There are 3 sprites that can be used by both sides, and they will conduct 1v1 battles respectively. After closing the document, Lin Jing said softly, "From this point of view, the second stage, especially the survival battle, can be described as quite exciting and intense. I am looking forward to it more and more." Walking quickly, Lin Jing quickly arrived at the elf training base. Entering it, go to the room where you often go, close the door, and Lin Jing takes out 2 pokeballs. Fire dinosaurs. Shinado. Lin Jing handed Huo Shenyan to Huo Dinosaur. At the moment when the fire dinosaur touched the volcan rock seemed to melt and turned into a liquid-like magma, surging towards the whole body of the fire dinosaur. In the surging, this magma-like liquid is rapidly disappearing. It is being rapidly absorbed by fire dinosaurs. Fire dinosaur closed his eyes, and under the action of volcan rock, transformed. Seeing the volcan rock in action, Lin Jing's eyes turned and looked at Shinado in front of him. Eye to eye. In Shinado's eyes, there was a ready look. As Lin Jing's most tacit elf, it naturally knows Lin Jing's plans. At this moment, Lin Jing took out a necklace from the backpack he carried with him. This necklace was made by a craftsman through Hujia in the past 2 days. But it is not shabby when hung on Shinado. Hanging is the Shinado Evolution Stone. At this moment, holding the necklace in both hands, Lin Jing took a few steps forward and carefully hung the necklace on Shinado's neck. "In my heart," Shinado's soft voice sounded. "Master, it's so beautiful." Lin Jing smiled slightly. After he helped Shinado put on the necklace, he stepped back and took a serious look, and joked, "Xanaduo, you are much prettier than the necklace." Shinado bowed his head a little shyly. After evolving into a real super female queen, Shinado's character is much more generous, but in front of Lin Jing, in front of the trainer he unconditionally trusts, she still retains her original shyness. After making a joke, Lin Jing's expression became serious, and he said seriously, "Shinado, are you ready?" Hearing this, Shinado's expression became serious. "Master, I'm ready." "In that case, let's get started. It may be a little surprising the first time, but after a few more visits, we'll get used to it." Shinado nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Jing looked serious, raised his right arm, and lifted his sleeve. Above the wrist, the super bracer with the keystone is revealed. Touching the keystone with one hand, Lin Jing looked at Shinado and said softly, "Shinado. Mega Evolution." The moment the voice fell. Above the super bracers, the keystone burst into a dazzling light. At the same time, Shinado's dress was windless, and at the neck, the evolution stone shone. When the keystone resonates with the evolution stone, super evolution happens. The dazzling evolutionary light shrouded Shinado's body, and its shape changed. Mega also tests the tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves to a certain extent, and the tacit understanding between Lin Jing and Shinado naturally needs no words. On the first try, they have already succeeded. With the changes of Shinado, the light of evolution gradually disappeared, and the mega evolution has been completed. Appeared in front of Lin Jing. It's Super Shinado. Compared with Shinado, the appearance of Super Shinado has not changed much. But on it, the white dress was now dyed a deep black, and the skirt held up like a gorgeous black evening dress. There is a strange light shining in its eyes, which is eye-catching, and its whole body is full of gorgeous aura. Super Shinado. Mega S evolution. Shinado's racial value has skyrocketed from 518 to 618. This is already a terrifying racial value that surpasses the quasi-god elves. It has brought about a very comprehensive and thorough improvement. Now, the seriousness in Lin Jing's eyes remained undiminished. Looking at Shinado's appearance, he closed his eyes slightly. Next moment, he opened his eyes, and the purple brilliance flashed in his eyes. Super Power Resonance, activate. With the resonance of superpowers, Lin Jing can clearly perceive that the surging power contained in Super Shinado is much stronger than that of Shinado. In the beginning, when Lin Jing cooperated with Lalu Lassie, his superpower would at most enhance some Lalu Lassie's detection range. And now, Lalu Lassie has become a Super Shinado, and Lin Jing's own superpower has also been enhanced many times. After the combination of the two, Shinado's combat power has reached a terrifying level. There is no need to fight at the moment, and Lin Jing was just going to try it out, so as not to make mistakes during the battle. Now, after earnestly comprehending the power of Super Shinado, Lin Jing achieved his goal and immediately prepared to exit the superpower resonance state, and at the same time let Shinado return to his normal form. But, at this time, in Lin Jing's heart, a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing, your Shinado is very good. At the moment when the voice sounded, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, his gaze suddenly turned to the Pokeball in the backpack. That's Darkrai's Pokeball. Lin Jing naturally carried such an important item with him. Under Lin Jing's gaze, a faint smoke rose around the Pokeball, and the next moment, Darkrai's figure appeared in this field. At first glance, Darkrai's body seems to be a little light, obviously resisting the attack of the two gods of time and space, making it consume a lot. But, it can wake up from a deep sleep, which means that the state has recovered to a certain extent, and it is no longer the weakest period. Shinado and Lin Jing had the same mind, and when Darkrai didn't take the initiative to hide, Shinado also heard Darkrai's praise. Now, following Darkrai's appearance, Shinado maintained her mega posture, carrying her black dress, and bowed earnestly to Darkrai. In terms of strength, Darkrai is its worthy predecessor. In terms of relationship, at the intersection of time and space, it was Darkrai who protected the safety of it and its master. Shinado was undoubtedly grateful to it. Darkrai. Lin Jing's voice showed a hint of joy. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. My source is still a little weak, but it's enough to regain my senses. As the trust in Lin Jing continued to increase, Darkrai's hoarse voice also seemed to reveal a touch of kindness, and he didn't care about revealing some information about himself. Its eyes stayed on Shinedo's body, and after watching it quietly for a while, he said, there is an extremely powerful aura left on Shinedo's body, that is. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Facing Darkrai, he had nothing to hide, and said, I once obtained the power of a superpower beast elf by chance, and through its power, Shinado was transformed. That divine beast elf is called Chao Meng. Super Dream. Darkrai looked thoughtful and said hoarsely, I have never heard of this name. Hearing this, Lin Jing's heart moved. Darkrai knows something about the time and space gods, but he doesn't know anything about Mewtwo. This is a bit more realistic. In this era of interstellar elves, Chaomung is very likely to be a divine beast elves created by extracting dream genes, and the manufacturer is most likely Team Rocket. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing looked at Darkrai. Thinking of the conversation he had had when he first met Darkrai, he said, Darkrai, after coming here, did you sense Cresselia's breath? Initially, it was because of Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, that Darkrai found him. I do sense its breath. Darkrai replied. After I woke up, I could faintly perceive its aura remaining. However, that breath is very weak. Cresselia, it is very likely that he has left here. Hearing this, Lin Jing showed a thoughtful look. He pondered and said, in the interstellar era, trainers like us all travel and grow between planets. The aura of Cresselia staying here is weak, which means that it is very likely that it has left Beidaicheng and went to other planets. Speaking of this, Lin Jing couldn't help but smacked his tongue secretly. In the rumors about the god of dreams, Cresselia, the god of dreams, is an existence that has been chasing the god of nightmare Darkrai. But, because of the Shikui area, because of the appearance of the space-time channel, the situation of Darkrai and Cresselia he encountered has been reversed, and now it is Darkrai who is looking for the trace of Cresselia. The conversion of cause and effect is really amazing. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing seemed to think of something, and his voice was a little lower. Darkley, what are you going to do next? I have brought you to the interstellar age, and the agreement between us has been completed. Are you going to find Cresselia? Lin Jing's voice was calm. The trust between him and Darkrai continues to increase, and his words and deeds have been able to influence some of Darkrai's decisions. But he will not block Darkrai's choice. If Darkrai is going to find Cresselia, he will only find a way to help, not block it. Heard. Darkrai took a deep look at Lin Jing, and a hoarse voice sounded. My origin has not been completely recovered, and I still need to rest for a while. I just came to this world. Lin Jing, I need you to help me get acquainted with this place. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Apparently, the subconsciousness of these two sentences is that Darkrai is not ready to leave his side at the moment. One person and one elf have reached some tacit understanding in the dialogue. With a smile on his face, Lin Jing said, Darkrai, I also need you to do me a favor. Darkrai looked at him. Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and he exited from the state of superpower resonance. Shinedo's skirt fell, and the black skirt gradually turned pure white. Under Darkrai's gaze, Lin Jing held a pokeball around his waist. The light flashed. Sip. After a slight sound, a huge figure has appeared on the spot. Gengar. Glitter Boss Gengar. After Gengar appeared on the stage, he looked around subconsciously. When he saw Darkrai, he seemed to sense something. His face suddenly showed a scared expression, and his huge body stepped back. Its huge body, combined with the frightened expression, looked really funny. This Gengar. In Darkrai's hoarse voice, there was an unexpected meaning. It gained the power that belongs to me. That's right. Lin Jing nodded again and again. For some reason, Ghost has indeed obtained the same power as you. Darkley, I hope you can teach Gengar and help him grow. Lin Jing looked at Darkrai sincerely. This was an idea he had long ago, and as his trust with Darkrai continued to improve, he finally brought it up. Darkrai's eyes fell on Gengar. In its eyes, in addition to the accident, there is a trace of curiosity. Undoubtedly, it was the first time that it saw an elf, and it possessed its own power. This particularity made its dull and unwavering state of mind also create a wave. After glancing at Shinedo and then at Gengar, Darkrai said, I promise you. Thank you. Lin Jing said solemnly. Being able to get the teachings of the Nightmare God is undoubtedly a huge improvement for Gengar. He thought for a moment and said, Darkley, at present, I'm just a rookie trainer taking part in the elf exam, and I don't have any power. However, right now, I will join the Elf Academy and grow up step by step. In the vast Xinghanoi, it is very difficult to find Cresselia, who is also from the Shikui area as you, but when I have a certain influence, I will help you find it together. Facing Lin Jing's sincere gaze, Darkrai nodded. When my source power is restored, I will help you teach that little guy. After leaving a sentence, Darkrai's figure flashed and returned to the Pokeball. Lin Jing smiled slightly. There is no doubt that today, it is called double happiness. Shinedo completes the Mega Evolution, the combat power surges, Darkrai wakes up, and is willing to stay by his side temporarily. With Darkrai in existence, at present, he has the courage to face any danger. This is the real trump card and can solve most problems. Look to the far side. The absorption of Huoshenyan by fire dinosaurs has come to an end. As the thoughts flickered, the information of the fire dinosaurs emerged. Lin Jing's gaze fell directly to the column of qualifications. At this moment, the aptitude of the fire dinosaur has been transformed into a quasi-championship level. The rewards from the Shanao Elf Alliance are obviously worth a lot. The resources they provide are hard to find on the market, and they have successfully played a role in the fire dinosaurs. In this way, the evolution of fire dinosaurs is just around the corner. Before leaving here, Lin Jing released all the elves and let them start their daily exercise. The third day after the end of the first phase. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy sent a special person to come. The visitor was the director of the admissions department who had communicated with Lin Jing in the newsletter. After negotiating with Lin Jing for half an hour, Lin Jing's entry into the Sky Crown Elf Academy has been basically determined. And before the other party left, he also left an item behind. Gengar Evolution Stone. The next day. Early morning. Lin Jing, with a Pokeball tied around his waist, stood in the courtyard, waiting quietly. After about half a minute. From the far end of the sky, an orange figure is rapidly approaching. It was the fast dragon who sent Lin Jing here that day. As the champion of the first stage of the examination, his treatment was completely different, and the quasi-god elf was responsible for escorting him to the second stage of the examination room. It was not the first time to meet this fast dragon. After saying hello, Lin Jing rode on its back. After the fast dragon lifted off, it turned into a streamer and moved forward quickly. Soon. Looking from a distance, in the high sky ahead, the 10 large-scale battle platforms are already in sight. The second stage of the elves will be tested. About to start. The 30,000 character update will be sent, the author will go to rest, and continue to code words like crazy tomorrow. Chapter 57. The second stage opens. The momentum of thunder, the shining light of evolution. Looking from the back of the fast dragon from a distance, the 10 large battle platforms are suspended in the air, which is quite obscuring the sky. And now. Many trainers have already arrived here, gathered on the plain below, and gave the participating trainers a place to wait. Kuailong took Lin Jing to circle in the air, and then landed in it. The appearance of the quasi-god elf was already attracting attention. After Lin Jing jumped down from Kuailong's back, all eyes gathered around him. As the champion of the first stage of the exam, Lin Jing's exploration results and battle points ranked first with an absolute advantage. In everyone's eyes, he is undoubtedly the most worthy opponent. Facing the attention of all eyes, Lin Jing's expression was already calm. After landing on the ground, his eyes focused on a figure for the first time. Not far away, the figure was wearing jeans, a t-shirt, a red jacket, and a red hat. The moment he saw him, Lin Jing gave birth to a name in his heart. Crimson. Guandu Star Territory, Crimson. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. After seeing this somewhat familiar name on the points leaderboard for the first time, he made all kinds of guesses. In his memory, in the original work, Crimson has two different identities. One is one of the protagonists of the special chapter, and the other is the protagonist of the Pokemon game. The biggest thing they have in common is, no matter which identity, Crimson is a true genius trainer. With his talent, he is undoubtedly worthy of the name of genius. During these 3 days, Lin Jing also reviewed some battle videos that were broadcast live in the exam, and gained a certain understanding of individual opponents. As I continue to learn more about the elf world in this interstellar age, maybe the characters I have left an impression on in the original work will continue to appear in my sight. The thought flashed, and Lin Jing retracted his gaze. He knew about Crimson, but although the other party knew his name, he didn't know him. Therefore, he did not choose to come forward and take the initiative to communicate. In the second stage of this elf exam. All, to fight first. Time lapse. Competing trainers are constantly gathering. Lin Jing closed his eyes slightly and waited. At this time. Not far away, some excited cries sounded. Lin Jing. Lin Jingxun looked around, and what caught his eye was a more familiar face. Qin Ling. It was the opponent with a strong sense of honor in the star field that he encountered in the psychedelic cave that impressed him deeply. Lin Jing, as expected of you. Qinling quickly approached the room and said excitedly, we won the first place in the total score directly. We really win glory for our Apocalypse Star territory. As she got closer, at this moment, Qinling's waist, a elf ball violently trembling. Qinling felt something, and took a step. Lin Jing also looked over. Under Lin Jing's gaze, the trembling Pokeball flashed, and a figure jumped out. Soraya. Seemingly aware of Lin Jing's gaze, Zoraya, who had just appeared, shuddered suddenly, and then trotted behind Qinling, biting her trouser legs, as if she wanted to pull her away quickly. Here. It looked nervous and anxious, as if it would be eaten if it stayed here for a while. Zoroa, what are you doing? Qinling struggled for a while to no avail, so she could only show an apologetic smile to Lin Jing, and under Soroya's pull, she quickly moved away from Lin Jing. Lin Jing blinked. This little guy is really afraid of me. Zoroa has a keen sense of crisis, and obviously senses the aura left by Darkrai on it. And at this moment, Darkrai's Pokeball was in the inner pocket of his shirt. Maybe in Zoroja's eyes, his figure is like a big devil, making it involuntarily fear. Time goes by. 10,000 trainers have gathered together. And around the plains. At this time, a lot of young trainers came together. During these 3 days, the newcomers choose their favorite Elf Academy and sign up. Those who pass can be called the spacecraft of the Elf Academy and leave EMI. There are also some trainers who have not passed the selection of the Elf Academy and have not been accepted by any Elf Academy, and can only return to their hometowns through the spacecraft of the Shanao Elf Alliance. Elves are everywhere in human life, but not everyone can become a real trainer. In the interstellar era, the dangers that trainers have to face is completely unpredictable. Because of this, the threshold for becoming a true trainer is not low. The ELF test is equivalent to an initial test. If you can be admitted to the ELF Academy, you will pass this assessment. Not being admitted to the ELF Academy does not mean that the road to trainer is closed, but it means that his talent in this area is indeed weak. In this case, most people will turn to other jobs related to elves and will not force it. Therefore, within these 3 days, many trainers have left Pathostar. But there are also many people who choose to stay and prepare to watch the second stage of the battle. In addition, here, there are personnel from various elf academies. Just as Lin Jing chose the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, within the past 3 days, many trainers have reached a consensus with the Elf Academy. This battle is also an opportunity for the Elf Academy to test and observe the abilities of the students it has selected. Because of this, a special audience area has been set up on the plain, with a large screen projection to display the pictures on each large-scale battle platform in real time. As the 10,000 contestants have assembled, at this moment, above the sky, a spaceship marked Shanao League has fallen. As the light flickered, a small platform extended from the side of the spaceship. 3 figures dashed out of them. Through special projection equipment, these 3 figures were projected on the sky. Shanao Star Domain Champion, Zyrna. Shanao Elf Scholar, Dr. Yamanashi. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, his eyes fixed on the last figure, his eyes were slightly condensed. At this time, Sharona's voice has already sounded. Presumably everyone already knows about the rules of the second stage. Zyrna's voice was clear. 10,000 contestants will be divided into 10 groups, and in each group, there are only 10 qualifying places. Here, I want to announce a specific rule that has been negotiated and established by the Alliance. Following Sharona's voice, the plane fell silent, and everyone listened carefully. On each battle platform, there are 10 promotion places, divided into 9 direct promotion places and 1 voting place. The promotion rules for the 9 direct promotion places remain unchanged, and the voting places will be selected by the judges in the second stage of the wizard examination. The so-called voting quota is based on the specific performance in the arena, which means that even if you fail to make it to the end, you will have a chance to advance in the end. Having said this, Zyrna's voice paused. The judges for the second stage of the elf exam are me, Dr. Yamanashi, and I was invited by Dr. Yamanashi to come, and Dr. Ogi from the Guandu Star region served. During the projection, with the voice of Hyerna, the camera lens gave close-ups respectively. That third figure is the elf scholar familiar to countless trainers, Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu's hair was a little gray, he was wearing a research uniform, and he waved his hand. As an elf scholar whose reputation is widely spread among various star fields, Dr. Omu is quite famous. Below. Lin Jing looked at the three figures, and his thoughts turned sharply. A champion trainer and two elf scholars whose reputation is well known among the stars. This kind of judge lineup, except for the elf exam, I am afraid that only the top competition events can be sent. It is rumored that Dr. Yamanashi was the first and Dr. Damu studied together, and then returned to the Shinao area. Is it because of this relationship that Dr. Damu was invited to come? Or, is it because of the red? After the rules were changed, it became more reasonable and more exciting. The 9 direct promotion places will be more fiercely contested. After all, although as champion trainers and 2 top elf scholars, the places chosen by vote must be the most fair, but no one can guarantee I can get that vote by myself. Quote. Thoughts flicker. Over the sky. On the platform extended from the spaceship, at the rear, the jury's seat has been arranged. Sharona waved her hand gently, and at this moment, the voice said solemnly, the second stage, the official start. At the same time, below each battle platform, the live broadcast screen opens for viewers to watch. Each battle platform is equipped with experienced commentators to explain the battle situation on the battle platform in real time. And the cameras are arranged in the battle platform, start the work, and broadcast the pictures here in real time. The elf exam, the second stage. You must know that the elf exam involves countless trainers in various star fields, and it is equivalent to involving countless families. Now, in the second stage of the elf exam, the relevant live room has been opened for everyone to watch. The elf exam is also one of the major events in the star field, so after the live broadcast started, the popularity rose rapidly, and in the live broadcast room, countless audiences gathered. After all, the trainer who made a name for himself in the elf meeting is very likely to be the top figure in the future star field. Everything's ready. At this moment, below the 10 large battle platforms, a soft teleportation light falls, and it is randomly projected on the contestants. In the blink of an eye, one after another figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had reached the battle platform. A soft teleportation light enveloped Lin Jing, and when it reappeared, he looked towards the far side. Electronic screen showing 7 hangs on one side. Battle Platform 7. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures appeared on the battle platform. Around the battle platform, a faint mask emerged, blocking the interference from the outside world. The second stage of survival battle. Officially open. Holding a Pokeball in his hand, Lin Jing's eyes turned to all directions, and he was about to choose to find his first opponent. He is not going to rely on votes to advance. If he wants to advance, then becoming one of the 9 people who have defeated the most opponents is the safest choice. Just then, not far away, a voice sounded. Lin Jing. Lin Jingshun looked around. The speaker was a man. At this moment, his expression was full of fighting intent, and he said, Wei Xingxingyu, Dong Yi. I've wanted to fight you for a long time, but I didn't expect to be assigned to a battle platform with you. If that's the case, then let's fight. In the second stage of the elf exam, some players still want to fight for the ranking, and some players have already decided on the elf academy and just want to simply enjoy the battle. Dong Yi, obviously it is the latter. Facing his eyes full of fighting intent, Lin Jing held the Pokeball and made a gesture. The camera immediately captured this scene and immediately pushed it to the podium. On the commentary stage, it was an experienced old commentator. At this moment, seeing 2 figures in the screen, he quickly said, This battle is wonderful. There are many viewers who are concerned about the elf exam. Lin Jing is the champion of the first stage of this exam. I can also reveal some gossip. Lin Jing's main elf is a flashing Shinado. It has an amazing performance in the first stage, which is quite impressive. I don't know, in the survival battle, he sent could it be Shinado. And Dong Yi is not an ordinary player. His total score is ranked 97th, and he can rank in the top 100 among countless rookie trainers. I don't need to say more about this gold content. It can be said that this battle is quite interesting. On the battle platform, release the elves, which is regarded as the start of the battle. Looking at each other, Lin Jing and Dong Yi released the elves at the same time. In front of Dong Yi, a blue-yellow figure appeared. Electric Elf, Thunder Beast. At this moment, there are already many players around who have not yet started the battle to send their attention. For the first stage champion, everyone is inevitably concerned. In the spotlight, in front of Lin Jing, the elf appeared. At the moment of his appearance, both the audience and the contestants couldn't help showing shock. This is Gengar. Why is this Gengar so big? Boss Gengar, this is a boss Gengar. Apart from Shinado, is Lin Jing's other main elf the Gengar that has also evolved to its final form. The color of the glitter Gengar is almost indistinguishable from the ordinary Gengar. Under the sunlight, after Gengar appears directly, almost no one directly discovers its glitter identity. Opposite. Zhang Gui's appearance, the huge size, inevitably made Dong Yi feel pressure. Now, without hesitation, he immediately shouted, "Thunder Beast, 100,000 volts." The body of the Thunder and Lightning Beast slightly bent. At this moment, the electric energy surging and gathering, the arc flashed all over the body, and then, it burst out. 100,000 volts. One of the main attack skills of the electric elf. Thunder pierced through the sky, and 100,000 volts were wrapped in electric current, attacking Gengar. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Gengar. Shadow Ball. At this moment, Zhang Gui's already somewhat evil face revealed a sly smile, and while waving his arms, the shadow balls gathered and suddenly threw out. In midair, the shadow ball and 100,000 volts suddenly slammed together. This is the collision of ghost energy and electric energy. When the two collided, a shocking scene was born. When the shadow ball dashes forward, the ghost energy is reduced. But the powerful current brought by 100,000 volts was directly annihilated. With an unstoppable force, Gengar's shadow ball completely shattered the current and turned into a streamer. And at the same time, Lin Jing's command tone has sounded again. Gengar, raid. Bombarded the Thunder Beast. Raid. This is a very fast skill, and the purpose is to attack in front of the opponent. At this moment, Zhang Gui grinned, and there was energy that formed a black shadow, and struck the Thunder Beast again with lightning speed. Under the attention of countless spectators, and the attention of other players around, Thunderbolt's body trembled. Then, crashed down. At this moment, even the commentary of the number 7 battle platform was silent for a while. But then, his tone was shocked and exclaimed, "What did we see?" Friends from the audience, the battle between Gengar and Thunder Beast ended in an instant. The ghost power defeated the power of the electric system. Compared with the Thunder Beast, the strength of this Gengar is called crushing. Such a terrifying result of the battle. What is the strength of Lin Jing's players? In the audience area, the uproar continued. Besides Shinado, does Lin Jing have such a terrifying Gengar? It's outrageous. In a short period of time, 2 attacks, the Thunder Beast was defeated, which represents the power of Gengar's skills. Lin Jing, I think we may be witnessing the rise of a legendary Li Jiao trainer. On the jury, Sharona raised her brows slightly, looked at Gengar, and said softly, "This Gengar. It's the glitter spirit. Has reached a rather astonishing level." On the side, Dr. Damu spoke and took her words. "This is a flash boss Gengar, and his aptitude is quite amazing." He pushed on his glasses and said with emotion, "It's really terrifying. Is this the first stage champion? At this stage, he already has such a powerful Gengar." As his eyes turned, Dr. Damu looked at Sharona. "I heard that he is already preparing to go to the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. It seems that this year, Sky Crown Elf Academy is one of the strong contenders." Sharona nodded slightly. Above the battle platform, the atmosphere around Lin Jing was eerily quiet. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and there were no waves. At this moment, with a solemn expression on his face, he glanced at Zheng Gui. On the battle platform, the first elf released is the main battle elf. If this elf loses its fighting ability, it is considered to be eliminated on the battle platform. Now, with a slight squinting, Lin Jing lifted his sleeves. The commentator keenly captured this detail and said quickly, Lin Jing contestant seems to be preparing something. In the spotlight, Lin Jing opened his mouth slightly and said softly, Zheng Gui. Mega Evolution. He promised Darkrai to help it find traces of Cresselia when he had a certain influence. Because of this, in the second stage, he is ready to showing higher potential, stronger strength, and getting the greatest attention from the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, can he step by step and make his influence continue to increase. The requirement put forward by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is to be in the top 5. But Lin Jing's goal is far more than that. And it is precisely because of Darkrai's existence that he can show some things without fear of potential danger, so he doesn't have to hide it. There is enough strength to support, since there is no need to cover up, then sweep all justice with the momentum of thunder. From today onwards, he will let himself, each of his elves, leave their own mark in this vast era of interstellar elves. In the spotlight, the bright light of evolution shines on the battle platform. The big chapter is sent, asking for all the data. Chapter 58 Super Flash Gengar, Huck Dragon, the messenger from the abyss. This is Mega Evolution. This is Mega Evolution. After defeating Dong Yi's Thunder Beast, Lin Jing chose to let his Gengar Mega evolve. What is he going to do? The narrator's voice echoed on the scene and in the studio. Wait, this Gengar. His voice rose suddenly. In the battle platform, the dazzling light of evolution shrouded Gengar's body, and under the shroud of the light of evolution, its appearance was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Mega Evolution. Thanks to the Gengar Evolution Stone provided by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, Gengar has also been able to perform Mega Evolution. As the light of evolution gradually disappeared and the evolution was completed, when the Super Gengar with a greatly changed appearance appeared in everyone's sight, countless shocked voices sounded. This is Super Gengar. Don't lie to me, I saw the Mega Evolved Gengar in a major event, and it doesn't look like this. Why is it white? Wait, this Gengar, isn't it? It's a Flash Elf. The body of this Gengar is a Flash Elf. That's why it looks like this after Mega evolves. Looking around, perhaps because of being the leader of the elf, after the evolution of Mega, the body of Super Gengar has grown again, and from a distance, it looks like a hill. The huge body size brings an unparalleled sense of oppression. The lower body of Super Gengar is stuck on the ground. According to legend, it is connecting to another dimension. Because of its flashing status, its body is pure white, blooming with a strange purple brilliance, and it looks particularly cool. White Ghost. There is no doubt that this is one of the most beautiful Mega Evolutions. With the identity of the leader elf, the huge figure stands on the battle platform, like a white demon returning from the abyss. At this moment, on the battle platform, even the trainers who were battling could not help but pay attention. Super Gengar, it is too eye-catching. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate, chose the first opponent, and issued a battle invitation. On the battle platform, every contestant is not eligible to refuse the battle, and refusing to play means being eliminated directly in the survival battle. Facing the Super Gengar who was like a hill and brought pressure, he gritted his teeth and accepted the battle invitation. What he sent was a gem starfish. The gem starfish evolved from the starfish using the water stone. It is a very high-quality elves with good combat power. But in the face of Super Gengar, Jewel Starfish, it is obviously not enough to watch. The battle starts in an instant and ends in an instant. After the battle, Lin Jing did not hesitate and immediately chose the next opponent. Now, Behind him is the Super Gengar's Lin Jing, like a regional messenger who appeared from the abyss, with a white demon, reaping victories. There was a hint of admiration in the narrator's tone. His voice was serious, and he said, "057, audience friends, I seem to understand Lin Jing's intentions. In my commentary career, this is the first time I have seen such a player under such a competition system. Lin Jing, and his Super Flash Jangui, are clearly preparing to take the initiative to clear the field, defeating opponents on the number 7 battle platform, and firmly lock in a promotion spot by themselves. If you want to do this, you undoubtedly need strong strength as support. The champion of the first stage is well deserved." The voice of the narrator echoed in the scene. Watch the war zone. In the area where the Sky Crown Elf Academy is located, most of the Academy staff's attention is focused on the number 7 battle platform. Now, seeing the Super Gengar running rampant on the battle platform, several upper-level staff of the Academy looked at each other, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Perhaps, our expectations for him are a little low. I didn't expect that his Gengar would be a flashing elf, and his strength after Mega's evolution is quite amazing. I think I can already make a decision. In the short period of time during the elf exam, Lin Jing's potential is amazing enough to grow to this point. I think the Academy Cup team can be formed with him as the core. I agree with you. You can send a message to the Academy and ask them to do their best to find the evolution stones of Blue Shark and Fire-Breathing Dragon. No matter whether Lin Jing can reach the top 5 rankings, just what he has shown now is enough for us to give our full support. Bite Blue Shark fiercely. Does Lin Jing own a quasi-god elf? I propose that all aspects of Lin Jing's standards be raised to the highest level. Our Sky Crown Elf Academy has been sinking in the Academy Cup for several years, and Lin Jing is one of our opportunities to regain our glory. Second. In the exchange of several people, someone is already contacting the college quickly, passing on the message, and getting busy quickly. On the battle platform. After defeating an opponent again, Lin Jing's gaze turned to the front. There. The two figures also looked at him, as if they were already waiting for him. It was a young man, and beside him was a blue figure hanging in the air. Hakron. The previous stage of quasi-god Fast Dragon. Now, the man looked at Lin Jing with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Lin Jing, let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Dongsheng from the Apocalypse Star Territory. I didn't expect that a talented trainer like you would appear in our Apocalypse Starfield this year. Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, but he didn't say much. Super Gengar's body moved forward and stopped in front. Seeing this, Chu Dongsheng's eyes also showed a hint of war. Your Genghost is indeed very powerful, but my Huck Dragon is not a vegetarian. At this moment, as Hakron's body swam, he came to the front of him. The voice of the commentator sounds in real time. This is Lin Jing's current opponent with the highest points on the number 7 battle platform. Chu Dongsheng finished the 10th place in the first stage. Furthermore, contestant Chu Dongsheng was born in the Chu family of Apocalypse Star Territory, that is, the Chu family of today's champion trainer in Apocalypse Star Territory. The champion trainer of Tianqi Star Territory is exactly the uncle of Chu Dongsheng, who is said to have coached Chu Dongsheng. The elves stand in front of you. When the insight ability is activated, the information lingers in the eyes. Hakron. Level LV31. Attribute Dragon. Qualification Quasi-Championship. There is no doubt that Chu Dongsheng has sufficient self-confidence, and also has the capital to make him confident. At this moment, the command voices of both sides of the battle came out at the same time. Huck Dragon, Dragon Dive. Gengar, the Wave of Evil. The moment the voice fell, a sharp color flashed in Huck Dragon's dragon eyes, and his body leapt, jumping up, from the sky down, the target Gengar, swooping down. Dragon's Dive. Zhang Gui's lower body and arms were inserted into the ground. In the rumored other dimensional space, at this moment, its pure white face showed a strange smile, and the evil energy gathered into a halo. Spread out. The wave of evil. At this moment, as the wave of evil spreads, it suddenly hit Harkron. Harkron showed a hint of pain. However, as a dragon-type elf, he is even more qualified to evolve into a quasi-god dragon-type elf. Huck Dragon was not hindered and swooped in. Gengar never escaped. Because Lin Jing's command has already sounded. Gengar, use Shadow Fist. At this moment, an arm inserted into the dimension is raised, on the white and purple arm. Next moment, the swooping Huck Dragon and Gengar's Shadow Fist suddenly collided together. Hawkalong's talent is not bad, and his qualifications are excellent. Dragon's Dive, as a dragon-type skill, its deterrent power and damage are quite astonishing. But Ghost Energy Gathering. It is facing the Super Gengar. It's the Flash Boss Super Gengar. Under the effect of the difference in body size, between the collision between the two, Hakron only felt a huge force coming from his opponent, and its body flew out uncontrollably towards the rear. Huck Dragon, hold your body and use the wave of the dragon. Huck Dragon's figure flew upside down, stabilized his figure, opened the dragon's mouth, and spit out shock waves. Dragon Wave. At the same time, Lin Jing opened his mouth slightly, and Zheng Gui opened his mouth. With his mouth wide open, Gengar's appearance is a bit hideous, and the ghost energy is gathered, far better than the Shadow Ball in the ordinary state. Next moment, Gengar unreservedly, the Shadow Ball spewed out and swept across the sky. Between the collision of skills, on the battle platform, there is a blasting sound. Boom. Next second, the unparalleled Shadow Ball bombarded Hakron's body. Under the powerful impact, the Shadow Ball impacted Hakron and hit the ground directly. The moment it hit the ground, the Shadow Ball exploded. Boom. During the burst of energy, the multiple injuries one after another left Hakron full of scars and could no longer bear it. Its body crooked, and it completely lost its fighting consciousness. The battle results are divided. Lin Jing glanced at him with a very complicated expression. Under the shroud of the teleportation light, he withdrew his gaze and looked for the next opponent because he eliminated Chu Dongsheng, who was sent away. On the commentary stage, the narrator has been completely convinced, and there is admiration in his tone. Player Chu Dongsheng did not cause any hindrance to player Lin Jing. Compared to other elves, Hakron does support a little more, but it still doesn't pose too much threat to Super Gengar. Who can stop Lin Jing contestant? He made a rhetorical sound. On the battle platform, Lin Jing did not hesitate. Chu Dongsheng's Hakron is really good, and it must be among the best among all the contestants' elves. But although it has the potential of a quasi-god, it has not yet been promoted to a quasi-god elf. Although it has the qualifications of a quasi-championship, it is facing Gengar, who has the qualifications of a quasi-overlord. Even under normal conditions, the Gengar with amazing aptitude and amazing growth rate has opened the gap with the elves of the same class. Not to mention, the Gengar after Mega has evolved, has become even more terrifying. CGFE, the battle goes on. Compared to other battle platforms, the style of the number 7 battle platform is a little weird. On one side, is the forest scene with Super Gengar sweeping everything. On one side, there are other trainers who are rapidly fighting. The appearance of Lin Jing made a huge change in the rhythm of the entire number 7 battle platform. Trainers with certain strengths subconsciously accelerated the progress of the battle and eliminated their opponents as much as possible. After all, no one knows when the devil-like Super Gengar will find himself. Before they have enough confidence to defeat the Super Gengar, they can only eliminate others as soon as possible to ensure that they still have the hope of advancing. The battle goes on. After defeating a player again, the brilliance around Super Gengar flashed, and the Mega form like a white devil withdrew and returned to its original state. Mega Evolution, as a special evolutionary form that can only be made during battle, cannot be maintained permanently. The specific duration is limited by the elves' own abilities. Super Gengar has been able to maintain it for so long, and its amazing ability can already be seen from this. At this moment, 7 battle platform, the silhouettes of people have become sparser. The other trainers subconsciously moved away from Lin Jing. Even if Gengar withdraws from the Mega State and returns to his normal form, no one will come to challenge him. This is the deterrent force brought by the record. Super Gengar's record is too prominent. Even if he withdraws from the Mega form, Gengar still has an amazing deterrent power. Seeing this, Lin Jing simply stopped, took out an energy cube from his backpack, and fed Gengar. He has defeated enough opponents, enough to firmly occupy the first throne. No one can shake it. On the commentary, the commentator looked at the scene where Lin Jing was feeding food and Zheng Gui gulps on the battle platform. He couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and said softly, "Lin Jing player really has a big heart." There are talents in the country, and in every elf meeting, there will be players with outstanding performance. In the previous elf meeting, some people have risen to become the pillars of each star field and become the top training home. However, I have explained many elf exams, and this is the first time I have met a contestant like Lin Jing. Audience friends, want to come? You should be like me, looking forward to where Lin Jing's future will go. In the interstellar era, the internet is developed. There are many people paying attention to the elf exam. Moreover, many people with insufficient talent in their own trainers will also choose their favorite players in the elf meeting, which is equivalent to placing their hopes on them, becoming their fans, watching them grow step by step, and being happy for them. At this moment, the exclusive live broadcast room of the number 7 battle platform has become the most lively channel besides the live broadcast room of the master of the elf exam. Some people have independently established a fan forum related to Lin Jing, and a bunch of forums related to Zheng Gui. The buzz about the Flash boss Gengar. As the so-called fan culture, it is everywhere. However, the trainer's circle is different from the entertainment circle. Those who can really gain fans are all trainers with strong support. Time passes. Before the specified time had come, there were only 9 trainers left on the number 7 battle platform. This is obviously a chain reaction brought by Lin Jing. At this moment, other battle platforms are still fighting. As the official staff issued a message of waiting for a while, as the jury's chair, champion trainer Sharona and the 2 elves were discussing the only vote for promotion, the live broadcast of the number 7 battle platform was temporarily closed, and the players above relax. Being able to stay at the end means that they have successfully advanced from the survival battle to the arena elimination battle. At this moment, except for Lin Jing, after the other people looked at each other, they couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The sense of oppression brought by Lin Jing and Super Gengar is too heavy. Even among them, some people can stay at the end and successfully advance, and they have a great relationship with Lin Jing. Among the trainers defeated by Lin Jing, there are also stronger existences than some of them. Now, Lin Jing had already taken Gengar back into the Pokeball. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be closing his eyes to rest. But in fact, in his heart, he was communicating with a hoarse voice. As Mega Evolution and evolutionary method developed by your humans, that hoarse voice was naturally Darkrai. Hearing Darkrai's question, Lin Jing said in his heart, "Exactly, Mega Evolution is accomplished through keystones and evolutionary stones discovered by humans, but not every elves have the ability to evolve Mega, and corresponding qualification." It turns out that Darkrai responded, and then said, "The strength of the little guy Mega's evolution, at this stage, is quite good. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Its mastery of skills, perhaps because of the short time, is just too crude." The little guy in Darkrai's mouth is naturally Gengar. If other trainers on the battle platform knew about this title, they would definitely deny it loudly. "You call that hill like Super Gengar, little guy? You translate for me, what is a little guy?" However, to Darkrai, Gengar is undoubtedly a little guy. Darkrai, who is a mythical beast elf, doesn't know how long he has survived. In comparison, Gengar's age is probably not even a fraction of his age. He is completely a child, a little guy. That's why you need your teaching. After getting acquainted with Darkrai, Lin Jing spoke casually. With your teaching, Gengar will grow very quickly. I will teach it seriously. Darkrai's hoarse voice contained a trace of seriousness. It's the first time I've seen an elves with the same power as me, and they look like my younger siblings. Since I promised you, I will fulfill the agreement. Lin Jing smiled slightly. He was just about to say something. At this moment, a Pokeball trembled at the waist. Holding the Pokeball in hand, the figure of the fire dinosaur appeared as the light flickered. I haven't waited for Lin Jing to ask. At this moment, around the fire dinosaur, the light flickered. The light of evolution. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. But immediately, he reacted. You must know that he carries a learning machine with him, and the battle experience of all elves can also be shared with each other. After using Vulcan Rock, the aptitude of fire dinosaurs has been improved, and it has gone a step further. Now, on the battle platform, Zhang Gui had a good time. In the sharing of battle experience, Fire Dinosaur finally ushered in the last opportunity, met the evolution requirements, and finally began to evolve. On the platform, several other people's eyes were also delivered. The evolution of elves always makes trainers happy. The light of evolution lasted for more than 10 seconds and gradually dissipated. Inside, the size of the fire dinosaur grew, and behind it, dragon wings were born. The evolution of the fire dinosaur. Charizard. Roar. At the moment when the light of evolution dissipated, the dragon head of the fire-breathing dragon was raised, and the sound of dragon roar came out. Among all the elves in Linjing, fire dinosaurs have long been eager for evolution. Now, it finally achieved its goal, and it was hard to hide the excitement in its heart. When the dragon wings were flapping, it rose off the ground and hovered at a low altitude on the battle platform, fully familiar with the evolved body. Lin Jing stayed on the fire-breathing dragon for a moment, and then looked at the place where it had just evolved. There. A treasure chest, already formed. Evolution treasure chest. The big chapter is sent, and I ask for everything. Chapter 59 The Attacking Fire-Breathing Dragon, The Conjecture About Flightlessness, Bird. When it evolved into a fire dinosaur, it triggered the evolution chest, and now it evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, and it triggered again. It seems that the luck of the fire-breathing dragon is still good. When the thought flickered, the treasure chest disappeared, and the system prompt appeared. You have successfully picked up the evolution treasure chest, fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, the battles on other battle platforms are still going on. Normally, most of the survival battles on the battle platform often need to continue until the limited time is completely over before the final result can appear. After all, there is only one elf that can be used. If there is not enough strength to support, the elf will be injured in the battle, and even if it wins in the end, it will fall into a vicious circle and be eliminated early. At will, most players' battle choices are relatively conservative. It is precisely because of this that the narrator and even the audience are shocked by Lin Jing's choice. When Super Gengar pushed everything, everyone realized that Lin Jing and other players on the number 7 battle platform were no longer at the same level. The treasure box entered the treasure box interface. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and the treasure box was activated with a slight movement in his mind. The light flashed, and information prompts appeared one after another. You got a special map. Fire-breathing Dragon Valley. Open black lens bracket. You have gained fire energy training experience. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained jet flame fragment X3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got the fire-breathing dragon evolution stone Y. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Flame Vortex. Glancing at a glance, the details linger in the eyes. Map of fire-breathing Dragon Valley. Introduction. According to rumors, there is a valley dedicated to fire-breathing dragons. There are many fire-breathing dragons living there, and there are also special training skills for fire-breathing dragons. You can find there through this map and let your fire-breathing dragons in Fire-Breathing Dragon Valley to exercise. Fire Energy Training Experience. Introduction, a detailed fire-type energy training experience, from which fire-type elves can comprehend, enhance their control over fire-type energy, and improve the power of fire-type skills. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Fire-Breathing Dragon Valley. According to the information in my memory, that valley, in the interstellar era, is probably located in the city capital Star region. In a short period of time, there is no chance to go there. Exercise experience is extremely useful. The Fire-Breathing Dragon Evolution Stone Y can also give the newly evolved Fire-Breathing Dragon room to increase its combat power again. The Mega Evolution of the Fire-Breathing Dragon is divided into the Super Fire-Breathing Dragon X, which is biased towards physical attack, and the Super Fire-Breathing Dragon, which is biased towards special attack. The enhancements that my Fire-Breathing Dragon has obtained so far are all fire attributes, and the Fire-Breathing Dragon Evolution Stone is the most suitable. Flame Vortex is also a very powerful skill. It can be understood early, and it is quite good for the blessing of Fire-Breathing Dragon's combat power. As thoughts flickered, Lin Jing whispered, "Fire-Breathing Dragon." The fire-breathing dragon soaring at low altitude heard the command and quickly dived over. Before coming to Lin Jing's body, he folded his wings. Without hesitation, Lin Jing immediately used the fire energy training experience and the flame vortex skill he had just acquired. The treasure chest system is very special. When using the reward, except for Lin Jing, who can see it, the enhanced elves can perceive it, but others cannot detect it. Now, only the faint brilliance that Lin Jing could see merged into the fire-breathing dragon's body, and its aura was enhanced to a certain extent. With a flash of light in his eyes, the Wisdom Eye skill has been activated. Open black lens bracket Charizard close black lens bracket. Level LV36. Introduction. It is said that the more the fire-breathing dragon has experienced hard fighting, the higher the temperature of its flame will be. Attribute: Fire, Flying. Characteristics: Fierce Fire, Power of the Sun. Qualification: Quasi-Championship. Currently mastered skills: Grab, Scream, Spark, Primal Power, Jet Flame, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flaming Teeth Splitting, Smoke Screen, Hot Air, Air Slash, Flaming Teeth, Flame Vortex. The fire-breathing dragon has finally gone a step further and has become the final evolutionary type. Lin Jing sighed in his heart. The little fire dragon that was originally received has undergone amazing changes after growing up again and again at this moment. His gaze stayed on the top of the aptitude, and he said to himself, "I don't know when, there is a chance that the fire-breathing dragon will also have the championship level aptitude." The treasure chest is undoubtedly the treasure chest of the beasts and spirits. However, encountering the beast spirit, this is an unbelievable existence. Even if it is Lin Jing, who has the bonus of Lucky Sun buff, he dare not say that he will be able to meet fire-type beasts. There are not many mythical beasts with fire attributes, such as the legendary Ho-Oh who can bring good luck to others. For example, the lower-level Yandy, the flame bird among the three divine birds. For example, a flightless god of the earth, Groudon, also has the attribute of fire after returning to its original form. But these elves basically have nothing to do with the Shanao star territory, and most likely stay in their respective star territory. If you want to have a chance to meet these beasts and elves, you will only gain something if you go to the star field where they are located in person. As his thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's expression became a little more subtle. Groudon. The god of the earth, the legendary horror that inhabits the volcano. In terms of combat power, Groudon's combat power must be quite terrifying, but, compared to other divine beasts, it can't fly. The picture of the beasts and elves after the fight and everyone flying home together, with only Groudon walking on the ground, really made people cry. Cliff Sword warning. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's expression became more subtle. He is thinking about a problem. In this interstellar era, the beasts and elves can travel through the sea of stars physically. This is a fact that he has seen with his own eyes, and there are also news stories circulating on the interstellar network. Then, how did the flightless Groudon leave the planet? Or say, it has become even more miserable. Other gods and beasts can travel between planets to explore the deeper sea of stars. Groudon can only stay in a certain planet, look up at the sky, and shed 2 lines of unflying clear water. Tears. Gulado is the beast elf in the Fangyuan star region. I wonder if I will have the chance to encounter it when I have the opportunity to go to the Fangyuan star region in the future. As the thoughts turned around, Lin Jing temporarily suppressed the distracting thoughts to the bottom of his heart. When the Pokeball was lifted, the fire-breathing dragon returned. He closed his eyes slightly, and waited in serenity. Time goes by. As the limited time of the survival battle arrives, the battle on each battle platform is suspended. On the big screen, the final promotion list of each battle platform is released. 9 direct promotion places, 1 judge-voted place. Whether it's Sharona or the other 2 elf doctors, their eyesight and knowledge are quite amazing. The promotion candidates they selected were also recognized by most of the audience. On the big screen, after the promotion list is displayed, the lottery begins. At this moment, 100 advanced players, in the 1v1 battle mode, officially started the arena elimination battle. At the same time as the lottery was in progress, the vacant area rose above the 10 battle platforms in the sky, and on each battle platform, 5 arenas with a length and width of about 100 meters appeared. It is the arena of the elimination battle. In the interstellar era, human technology has developed to a very high level, and through the research on the power of elves, there are special elves technology appeared. As soon as the arena appeared, Lin Jing's eyes looked over. At first glance, the 100-meter arena is very wide, and the appearance looks relatively simple, without any special elements. This should be considered the most basic ordinary arena, Lin Jing said in his heart. After crossing into this world, Lin Jing made an understanding. Due to the development of the battle competition, various modes have also been developed in the battle arena. The elf exam is not really a large-scale event after all. In that kind of Starfield top event, for each elf battle, both sides also need to select the battlefield involving different environments, grass, forest, swamp, cliff, and even the specially made space star sea environment, etc. Extremely test the resilience of the trainers. This also makes Lin Jing look forward to the future competitions he will participate in. As the thoughts turned over, above the big screen, the lottery had ended. Line-by-line battle information is displayed. Lin Jing's eyes looked and he quickly found his name. 5. Apocalypse Star Territory Lin Jing vs Fangyuan Star Territory Han Yu. The opponent of Fangyuan Star Region. As I muttered to myself, the teleportation mechanism above the battle platform was activated. As the rays of light flickered, Lin Jing's figure had already appeared above the ring. Opposite the arena is a girl with a shorter stature. At this moment, beside the ring, a professional judge of the battle evaluation stood, his eyes swept over the two, and said solemnly, "Now, battle begins." At the moment when the voice fell, Lin Jing took out the elf ball, and the elf released. Roar. The figure has not been fully revealed yet, Long Yinyan has already made a sound. The one sent by Lin Jing was naturally a fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon has just completed its evolution, and when the fighting spirit is high, he naturally wants to send it to fight. The rules of the battle are 1v1. If one side loses the ability to fight, it is considered to be eliminated. The fire-breathing dragon stepped on the ground and looked at the opposite side at the same time as Lin Jing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jing blinked. On the opposite side, Han Yu from Fangyuan Star Region also released his elf at this time. It was an emerald green humanoid elf with leaves on its arms. Forest lizard. One of the 3 royal families in the Fangyuan Star Region, the evolution of Mu Shugong. Its final evolution, the Lizard King, is also a pretty good elf. But now, the opponent it faces is indeed a fire-breathing dragon. Grass-type elves are absolutely weak existences. Opposite the arena, Han Yu's expression changed a bit, but he still showed a firm look, commanding the elves to fight. The battle ended with a burst of flames from the fire-breathing dragon. In the 1v1 elf battle, it is full of randomness, especially in the elf exam, which does not count the participating elves in advance. The elves on both sides are unknown. At this time, if there is attribute restraint, it will undoubtedly occupy a great advantage. Of course, in some competitions, before the competition, you have to report the elves that you are going to participate in the battle, and the opponents know each other. At this time, the relevant battle tactics are particularly important. 100 into 50, successfully passed. 50 to 25 stage, Lin Jing met a trainer from Shanao Star Territory, who sent a Raichu. Raichu's electric attribute has restrained the fire-breathing dragon's flying attribute to a certain extent, but the gap between the level and its own combat power makes the fire dinosaur incarnate into a master of inverse attributes, and a set of gorgeous combos will take the opponent away. 25 into 13. In this round, Lin Jing, lucky, bye. He simply watched other people fight. Because of his outstanding performance in the survival battle, on the Interstellar Network, during the arena knockout stage, a live broadcast room unique to him has been opened, with multiple cameras recording his figure and equipped with special commentators. At this moment, seeing Lin Jing's bye and doing nothing to pay attention to other people's battles, the commentator couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that Lin Jing is quite relaxed because of the bye." Actually, Lin Jing's bye should also make other contestants feel relaxed. For flowers. Lin Jing's performance in the survival battle is too terrifying. I am afraid that every player does not want to meet an opponent like him. 13 to 7 stage, the other player in the bye was the player who ranked second in total points in the first stage, Crimson from the Guandu Star region. In this round, Lin Jing changed the battle sprite and sent Gengar to fight. The case of Gengar without Mega, the electric monster sent by the other party, was defeated. After this round, the game came to 7 into 4 stages. Lin Jing took another bye and advanced directly. If it is said that one bye can be attributed to good luck, but 2 consecutive byes are a bit of a secret operation. However, including on the scene, and even on the internet, there are very few conspiracy theories. Because of Lin Jing's performance, he has convinced many people. With the strength he has shown, it is naturally not a problem if he wants to enter the semifinals. On the battle platform, seeing that he had a bye again, Lin Jing had a clear goal and immediately watched another player's battle. What he was watching was the Crimson from the Kanto area. Audience area. Sky Crown Elf Academy area. Seeing Lin Jing take a bye again, one of the old men with an older face turned his head slightly and said to the people around him, "Have you been instructed to go down? The college has been contacted." The person he asked was the director of the admissions department of Tianguan Elf Academy, who had personally visited Lin Jing's residence and communicated with Lin Jing. At this moment, he showed a wry smile. Our original agreement with Lin Jing was for him to break into the top 5. Unexpectedly, he directly entered the semifinals by relying on the bye. Isn't that a good thing? Old man smiled. 2 consecutive byes. It is estimated that the Alliance secretly manipulated it. After all, with Lin Jing's combat power, letting him take a bye is the fairest choice. Also, Lin Jing's combat power showed the stronger, the better for us. Quote. 0. After all, if he represents Tianguan to participate in the Academy Cup, the opponents he will encounter will not only be the same trainers. On the battle platform. As the Crimson Frog Flower defeated the opponent's strange power, the semi-finals were officially released. On the big screen, information and photos are displayed together. Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. Guandu Star Territory, Crimson. Hejong Star Territory, Gu Anchi. Big Dipper, Amir. Elf Exam, the second stage, the top 4 are out. Soon, the battle list for the semi-finals will be released. Lin Jing vs Gu Anqi. Crimson vs Amir. After coming to the semi-finals, the battle is no longer carried out at the same time. At this moment, over one of the battle platforms, a new arena emerged. 2 figures appeared above. It was Lin Jing and Gu Anqi from the Hejong Star region who were the first to appear. Gu Anqi was a black-haired young woman wearing a special martial arts uniform. At this moment, she looked at Lin Jing cautiously and said, "Lin Jing, you are very strong. So, in this battle, I will fight with all my strength without reservation." In the words, her palm was already on the pokeball. On the other side, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and also selected a pokeball. After the referee on the side of the ring explained the rules, he glanced at both sides of the battle, then waved abruptly and said loudly, "The battle. Start." Sip. Sip. Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, the figures of 2 elves appeared on the ring. In front of Lin Jing, a white dress fluttered in the wind, and his blue hair was particularly eye-catching. It was Shinado that he sent. Able to break into the semi-finals, said to be one of the strongest in this year's elf test. Naturally, Lin Jing would not despise the opponent, so he chose to send Shinado to fight. At the moment when Shinado appeared, the commentator's tone instantly became excited. "I am here, one of Lin Jing's main elves, Shining Shinado." There may be some new audiences who don't know very well. In the first stage of the elf test, Lin Jing became famous because of the flash of Shinado. Now, he has finally appeared again. Let's wait and see what his flashy Shinado can do. On the ring, Lin Jing's eyes turned to the opposite side. At this moment, in front of Gu Anqi, there is a humanoid elf. Its body is composed of blue, black and yellow, and it looks very vigorous. Now the fighting spirit flashes in its eyes, and it is ready for battle. That's a Lucario. Under Lin Jing's attention, Gu Anqi did not hesitate at all. She pulled the pendant from her neck and grasped it in her hand. Her voice suddenly sounded. "Lucario, Mega Evolution." At this moment, the light of evolution comes. Lucario's form changes, Super Evolution. The commentator's voice sounded in real time. Lucario has super evolved. You must know that in the previous battle, Gu Anqi did not use Mega Evolution. This is her hidden trump card. It seems that she attaches great importance to Lin Jing. How will Lin Jing respond? On the ring, Lin Jing's gaze disappeared from the light of evolution, and after completing the Mega Super Lucario for a moment, his gaze shifted to Gu Anqi. He clearly saw that a strange color flashed in Gu Anqi's eyes. At this moment, under the perception of superpower, it can be clearly perceived that after the strange color flashed, an extremely special force circulated around Gu Anqi's martial arts uniform, connecting her to Lucario. This is... Lin Jing's eyes were slightly lowered, and he said to himself in his heart. The power of waveguide. The big chapter is sent, and I ask for everything. Wide. Chapter 60 Super Shinado Debut, Silent Battle, Dream. Crimson retires. In the elf world, human trainers can awaken various special abilities by chance. Superpower, the power of the dragon, the power of Viking, and more. And the power of waveguide is one of them. The power of the waveguide has a lot of functions, and Lucario is one of the elves that fits the power of the waveguide the most. At this moment, under the influence of Gu Anqi's waveguide, the aura of Super Lucario rises again. Facing Lin Jing, Gu Anqi obviously attached great importance to it, and had already treated this semifinal match as her final, so she made full use of her trump card without reservation. Super Lucario's momentum is on the rise. The one who can serve as the commentator of the semifinals battle is also in existence who is quite familiar with the elf battle. Now he is keenly aware of the changes in Lucario, and said quickly, it seems that Gu Anqi player has a special power. The special power of Lucario has been strengthened. It is a coincidence that Lin Jing is also a trainer with special strength. In his Battle of Fame, it was through the blessing of special strength that he won in one fell swoop. Will it be a collision of special forces? Just as the commentator was about to say something, his voice stopped abruptly. After a short pause, his excited voice sounded. Competitor Lin Jing showed off his wrist guards. His wrist guards seem to be custom-made. The quarter-finals are fought alone. There was an audience at the scene. On the Interstellar Network, as the second stage continues, the audience is not only increasing. At this moment, it is said that tens of thousands of people are watching. Since you have exerted all your strength, then, I will naturally not keep it. Respect your opponent as to respect yourself. This is one of Lin Jing's creeds. The opponent shows his strength without reservation, so at this moment, there are reservations. That is the blasphemy of the elves' battle. At this moment, the sleeves were lifted and the super wrist guards were exposed to everyone's sight. For the audience, the super bracers are very familiar to them. After all, they had already appeared in Gingar Mega. Now, what it means to appear again is self-evident. At this moment, 060, Lin Jing's expression was calm, and his clear voice sounded slowly in the ring. Shinado. Mega Evolution. In the firm voice, the keystone shines brightly, and the evolution stone echoes it. Between the two, a strange resonance emerges, and the light of evolution comes. Shinado's form changes, and his momentum continues to rise. Everyone's attention was focused on the light of evolution on the ring. Shinado is a rather rare elf, let alone a flashing Shinado. Most of the audience have never even seen the appearance of the flash Shinado after Mega. In the spotlight, the light of evolution converged, and Shinado in a black dress appeared on the spot. Every move it makes is like a gorgeous queen aloof, with extraordinary bearing. At this moment, online and offline, relevant discussions exploded instantly. This is the mega form of Shining Xanadu, isn't it too beautiful? The Pokeball is ready, where can I catch the Shining Shinado? I don't know if you are clear. In the last battle, Lin Jing couldn't let Shinado Mega evolve. This is also a model for civilian trainers. Shinado, it's so beautiful. In the exciting discussion, the heat gradually increased. Two super-evolved elves face off in the ring. Lin Jing's eyes closed slightly, the superpower surged, and in an instant, he entered a state of resonance. Around Shinado's black dress, because of the continuous activity of the surging superpower, there is a faint flash of purple brilliance, which looks mysterious and gorgeous. Driven by the resonance state, the vision is shared. Lin Jing and Shinado shared their vision. Under telepathy, when a thought arises in him, Shinado will act accordingly, which can be called an arm's fingertips. The battle has begun. At this moment, I never saw Gu Anchi make any movement or speak. Lucario's figure suddenly rushed out. When its hands converge, the wave guide force condenses, the wave missile takes shape, and then cuts through the sky, chasing towards Shinado. At this moment, in Shinado's eyes, a purple light shone, and around it, a layer of shield formed by the gathering of superpowers took shape. Super Barrier. The wave missile is a special skill that cannot be evaded and can be tracked. Therefore, Lin Jing did not dodge it, but directly resisted. The moment the super barrier was formed, the wave missile hit the top. Between the layers of ripples, the wave missiles gradually melted away, and the ripples of the super energy barrier also returned to calm. In silence, the two elves have completed a confrontation. The commentator keenly discovered this and reacted in an instant. The players on both sides did not use any words to command, and the action of the elves has been completed. It seems that their special powers should have the ability to telepathically. Through telepathy, they can issue battle orders faster and have a better tacit understanding with elves. Now, we don't need to pay too much attention to trainers, we just need to stare at the battlefield. The moment the voice fell. When Lucario's speed exploded, he quickly approached Shinado. After seeing that the threat of wave missiles to Shinado was extremely low, it decisively chose to close the distance and start close combat. As a fighting plus steel elf, it has a very strong physique, and close combat is undoubtedly what it is good at. Mega State, everything in Lucario has been strengthened. During the burst of speed, in just a short moment, it has narrowed the distance from Shinado. At this moment, Shinado opened his mouth slightly, and the sweet singing sounded. The sound of charm. A trace of pain flashed across Lucario's face. The sound of enchantment doesn't do actual damage, but it can do mental damage. However, under telepathy, Gu Anchi has been encouraging and directing it. The pain flashed by, it pulled a little closer again, the right hand clenched a fist, a faint brilliance rose, and it suddenly slashed down towards Shinado. Shattered rock. Under the action of strength, it brings bursts of strong wind. Just when the broken rock was about to hit Shinado. A flash of light. Shinado's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Teleport. Lucario itself has the power of waveguide, and its perception is amazing. It can perceive everything around it in an instant. At the same time, in her heart, Gu Anchi's voice also echoed through telepathy. Lucario, behind you. Behind. Lucario was stunned for a moment. When it thinks about it, since the other party chooses to use the teleportation skill, it must have widened the distance from it. As soon as his thoughts turned around in his mind, he looked back suddenly, and what he saw was a sharp purple blade. Mental blade. The materialized heart blade took shape, and under the graceful movements of Shinado, it suddenly slashed through Lucario's body. Next moment, the power contained in it exploded, and under the action of inertia, Lucario slammed down towards the ground. However, Mega evolved, its abilities in all aspects were obviously quite amazing. At the moment when it fell, relying on its own ability to stabilize its figure, it suddenly turned over and stood on the ground. What entered my eyes again was a fleeting brilliance. Shinado used teleportation again. At this moment, before Gu Anchi's voice sounded in his heart, Lucario had turned around, the light flashed on his claws, and he suddenly swung towards the rear. Metal claws. Shinado is right behind it. However, at this moment, around Shinado, the super energy barrier has been erected, and the swiping claws smashed above the super energy barrier, causing waves of turbulent ripples, but it was not broken in one fell swoop. Shinado's superpower is amazing, not to mention Lin Jing's superpower blessing. The two complement each other, bringing the quality of Shinado's superpower to a rather terrifying level. The superpower barrier created by him has a very terrifying defensive ability. At the same time, in Shinado's eyes, a strange brilliance flashed, and the light reflected in Lucario's eyes. Phantom light. With one blow, a painful feeling struck. Lucario subconsciously shook his head and looked down, but in a trance he saw Shinado standing below. Illusion light, there is a certain chance that the elves will fall into chaos. After seeing the figure of Shinado below, Lucario didn't hesitate at all, and immediately slammed it down. Sip. The imaginary defeating the enemy did not appear, but the pain was conveyed from the claws. Under the influence of the phantom light, it regarded the ground of the ring as Shinado, and now it has suffered a certain amount of damage. In his heart, Gu Anchi's anxious voice kept coming, and Lucario regained consciousness. But then, behind him, Shinado has already accumulated quite a terrifying power by taking advantage of the time when it fell into chaos. At this moment, the superpower of Zon Purple is almost condensed into substance around Shinado, and Lucario regains his sobriety. For a moment, during the catharsis of superpower, it suddenly hit its abdomen. Spiritual strength. At the moment when the bombardment hit its back, the superpower contained in it suddenly burst out. With Lucario as the center, a small superpower storm was even created during the burst of superpower. Lucario's figure knelt down on the ground, the light flashing on his body. He could no longer maintain his mega state. In several consecutive collisions, it has been at a disadvantage, and the damage is constantly superimposed. Not to mention, after falling into chaos, it has given Shinado enough time to accumulate strength and improve the power of his skills. At this moment, Lin Jing and Shinado were still in a state of superpower resonance and shared vision. The moment Lucario knelt down, he did not hesitate, and immediately prepared to strike and give the opponent the final blow. Just then, opposite the arena, Ji Yuanqi did not hesitate and shouted, "I admit defeat." Hearing this, Lin Jing stopped. The edge of the ring. The referee glanced at her and then said, "Ji Yuanqi admits defeat, the final winner is Lin Jing." The moment her voice fell, Ji Yuanqi rushed into the ring with great distress and came to Lucario's side. Lucario was very weak, but when he saw Ji Yuanqi's arrival, he reached out his hand and waved it gently, indicating that he was fine. See. The purple brilliance in Lin Jing's eyes faded away, and Shinado also regained a white dress. The first battle of the semi-finals has already been divided. On the commentary stand, the commentator did not speak much during the battle without any commanding voice. But at this moment, as the battle ended, his excited voice suddenly sounded. "It's amazing, it's amazing. Audience friends, I don't know if you understand it. This is a battle where you can't hear the trainer's command, but the two sides have experienced many games. It seems that the fight between the two is not fierce, but in fact, it was because Lin Jing and his Shinado firmly controlled the situation, and this result was created. If we say that in the battle of survival, Super Gengar showed strength and unrivaled power. Then now, Shinado is showing subtle control. Teleportation, a skill that can be mastered by many elves, was used to the extreme by Shinado. The multiple transfers within a very short range made Ji Yuanqi and Lucario exhausted and injured one after another, thus laying the foundation for this game. The basis of fighting. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to imagine that Shinado, who should not be good at melee combat, could actually use this method to win. For Shinado, it's a show that can get high marks in the Battle of the Gorgeous contest. On the ring. As the battle ended, both Lin Jing and Ji Yuanqi had already left the stage. Commentator did not continue to tout it, and instead said, "Then next, we will usher in the final four battles between Guandu Star Territory, Crimson Player, Big Dipper Star Territory, and Emir Player." As soon as the voice fell, the commentary paused and touched the microphone beside his ear. Immediately afterwards, he showed a somewhat stunned look. "What?" After a short period of surprise, the commentator calmed down and said quickly, "Audience friends, just now, I got the news that the red player chose to retire. According to the information I got, both the Crimson player and Dr. Damu are true Novi living in the Guandu Star region. The Crimson player's initial elf was obtained from the Damu Research Institute, and the two are very familiar with it." Just after the grouping of the semi-finals was completed, the Crimson player received a communication from Dr. Damu. It seems that there is an urgent matter to return to the Guandu Star region to deal with. Therefore, he is very regretful. Chose to retire. During the fierce battle between Lin Jing and Ji Yuanqi, Dr. Damu and Crimson had already left the Emmy in a spaceship. Then, because of the Crimson player's withdrawal, the Emir player from the Big Dipper Star region will automatically enter the finals. On the battle platform. After leaving the arena, without the interference of the arena, the voice of the commentary can already be heard. Now. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Crimson, retired. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and still leave with Dr. Damu. Guandu Star region, what happened? Thoughts circulated in his mind, some doubts. Dr. Damu, as the top elf scholar in the Guandu Star region, it is understandable to return to the Guandu Star region if there is any urgent matter. But what about Red? It is true that he is definitely a talented trainer, and he has a strong relationship with Dr. Damu. But since it was this year that he took part in the elf exam, it was not too long ago that he really became a trainer. In this case, why did he leave together? As the thoughts flashed in his mind, Lin Jing said to himself, unless it is something that has a lot to do with Crimson. It must be extremely important to be able to let Dr. Big Curtain leave with Crimson. Could it be? Is it involved in the Guandu Star region, or a divine beast elf in the Chengdu Star region? Or, what is the rockets doing? Lin Jing made all kinds of guesses in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little disappointed. If it is said that in the second stage of the entire elf test, who does he most want to fight against, then it is naturally Crimson. However, there is a chance. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with fighting intent. In the context of the interstellar era, Kai Hong will inevitably join a certain elf academy. With his ability, the Academy Cup will naturally be able to fight. In terms of scale and formality, the Academy Cup is one of the top competitions in each star field, and it is far superior to the second stage of the elf exam. There will be a better battlefield. Just then, in his heart, Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded. Lin Jing, are you very concerned about that trainer named Crimson? In constant contact with Lin Jing, and even staying by Lin Jing's side, watching the battles of elves, he has become more and more familiar with the terms of this world. Lin Jing responded with a 5.4 in his heart and said, I thought that my opponent in the final would be him, so I paid more attention. On that trainer named Crimson. Darkrai hesitated for a moment, then said hoarsely, he also has some special aura on him. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Darkrai continued, that special breath is somewhat similar to the breath of Chaos Dream you mentioned on your Shinado, but there are many differences. The aura of Cheomung is very fierce, but the aura that remains on the trainer is more gentle. Gentle. Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and a light flashed in his heart. He said in his heart, could it be a dream? Dream. Darkrai, who has lived for a long time, obviously knows the name. You mean the guy who can transform into any elf? Exactly it. Hearing this, Darkrai's tone raised a hint of doubt. Super Dream and Dream, what is the connection between them? Lin Jing's expression became a little more serious, facing the mutual trust Darkrai. He had nothing to keep, and said in his heart, Darkrai, I can't confirm some information at the moment. But if the information I know is correct, then Mewtwo is the humanoid, mythical, beast, and spirit created by human beings by extracting the genes of dreams. The created beast spirit. Darkrai's voice showed shock for the first time. It was silent for a moment, and finally said, Lin Jing, human beings, it's really scary. Lin Jing nodded vaguely. On the surface, the wizard world is very peaceful. But secretly, there are dark evil forces lurking in each star field. Elf hunters, thieves and other dark sides emerge in an endless stream, and the real villains are even more terrifying than ghost-type elves. Maybe. Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. There are not many reasons that can satisfy Dr. Damu and Chihong to withdraw from the competition. Crimson has a dreamy aura left on his body, his retirement. Most likely it is because of the dream. Send the big chapter, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 61 The champion of the exam, the perception of the champion wizard, became famous all over the world. Crimson's temporary withdrawal from the competition was obviously an accident in the event-setting group. After waiting for a while, the finals started as scheduled. Compared to the semi-finals, the silent battle between Lin Jing and Ji Yuanqi, in the final, although there were only 3 elves available to both sides, it seemed a little boring. Because, with the appearance of Shinado, and the reappearance of the Super Queen in a black dress, Amir's 3 elves were brought to a neat 1-on-3. The terrifying combat power of Super Flash Shinado has undoubtedly brought considerable shock to everyone. With Amir's last elf, the wind speed dog fell to the ground weakly, and as the referee announced the final result, everyone realized that in this year's elf meeting, the well-deserved strongest was born. The first stage, the second stage of the champion position. Moreover, they are all crushed. There is no doubt that among all the rookie trainers in this session, Lin Jing is currently the most well-deserved number 1. In the interstellar era, news spread very fast. After the battle, some animations and videos about forest scenery and elves began to spread widely. Whether it is the Flash leader Gengar after Mega, or the Flash Shinado after Mega, the appearance is quite good, and it has also caused countless discussions. The name of Lin Jing has also gained some fame in this vast galaxy. On the Interstellar Network, many related discussions appeared. How do you think of Lin Jing's flashing Shinado? Close black lens bracket. Is Mega Flash Shinado the most beautiful elf? Close black lens bracket. The absolute king of the elf exam. Lin Jing. Close black lens bracket. This year's Academy Cup is wonderful, and the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is very likely to make a comeback. All kinds of heated discussions have caused some storms on the Interstellar Network. Battle platform. As the battle ended, Lin Jing and Amir left from the battle arena. Amir was a man with blonde hair. Although he was defeated, he was humiliated, but his expression was quite natural. After all, he was already mentally prepared. In the knockout rounds of the arena, after rounds of battles, the trainers have already had a sufficient understanding of their own strength, not to mention that the combat power displayed by Lin Jing has surpassed their level. Amir's 26 mentality is very well, it didn't produce much emotion. After walking off the ring, he looked at Lin Jing in front of him and said, "Lin Jing, I heard that you chose the Sky Crown Elf Academy." Lin Jing nodded slightly. After he and the director of the admissions department of the Sky Crown Elf Academy discussed specific matters, news has already spread. This is also a gesture. Sky Crown Elf Academy, but it has been sinking in the Academy Cup for several years. It seems, you want to regain the glory. After he joked, his expression became more serious. Although I am not your opponent at all now, I will work harder to improve myself. I hope that I can meet you again in the Academy Cup. Heard. Lin Jingping smiled peacefully and said, "Come on." For opponents with a good enough mentality and a strong enough personality, his attitude has never been bad. Just then, from the sky above, the dragon roar sounded. In the dragon's roar, there is an amazing coercion. The source of this dragon roar is already familiar to the trainers who participated in the elf exam. It is from the champion trainer, Zyrna's main elf, the fierce bite land shark. During the roar of the dragon, the body of Lai Bite Lu shark turned into a stream of light, swept across the sky, and reached the battle platform. Finally, it stopped in front of Lin Jing. This fierce bite land shark is huge. As the main elf of the champion trainer, when it comes into close contact with it, even if it intentionally restrains, it still has an amazing coercion. Now, Lai Bite Lu shark bent slightly and motioned for Lin Jing to go up. Lin Jing hadn't made a move yet. Aside. Amir directly showed an envious look, the quasi-god elf of a champion trainer. As expected of the champion in the exam, the cards are big. Lin Jing was also a little surprised. However, he has never been a person who fears big scenes, and Bite Lu shark is extremely powerful, but he has the experience of personally reaching the battlefield of the gods of time and space and successfully escaping. Under Amir's extremely envious gaze, Lin Jing jumped up, his vigorous posture played a role, and he came to the back of the fierce bite land shark. Next moment, biting Lu shark's body slightly bent, his legs exerted force, and he climbed high into the sky again. At this time, the camera turned its direction, and on the big screen, there was a close-up of the forest scene standing on the back of the fierce bite land shark. Bite Lu shark, carrying Lin Jing, ascended all the way, pointing directly at the judges. Standing on the back of Li Bite Lu shark, Lin Jing lowered his head slightly and said, "Li Bite Lu shark, I have bred a fangtooth land shark." Biting Lu shark's head sideways, listening to his voice. "Not long in the future, when it grows, I will bring it to challenge you." Hearing this, Li Bite Lu shark let out a low growl. With the continuous improvement of superpowers and the constant communication with the elves, Lin Jing has been able to distinguish some of their meanings through the voices of the elves. The low roar of biting Lu shark is not a question, but a hint of expectation. That day won't be too far away. After speaking, Lin Jing raised his head. In front of the platform where the judges are seated. Bringing up a powerful air current, the land shark is biting fiercely and landed. In front of. Two figures are standing in front, waiting. Shanao Star Domain Champion, Zyrna. Dr. Shanao Star Domain Elf, Yamanashi. As for Dr. Damu, he has returned to the Guandu Star region. Now, with admiration on her face, Sharona handed the trophy to Lin Jing. Lin Jing took it. At this moment, the faces of the two of them were reflected on the big screen, and Sharona's voice sounded, resounding through the loudspeaker equipment. I announce that the champion of this year's elf competition is Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star region. A word fell. Below, in the audience, there are cheers. There is no doubt that the entire elves will be tested, showing the strongest strength. It is Lin Jing. And Lin Jing's wonderful performance in the battle of survival has made countless audiences hooked. The first stage, the second stage, the first place in a row, it can be said that the status of the champion of the exam is full of gold. Facing the gazes of countless people, Lin Jing raised the trophy in his hand. More cheers. After the cheers subsided, Sharona's voice was calm. At this point, this year's elf exam has ended successfully. Rookie trainers, you will officially embark on your own trainer journey. The voice fell. Above the plane, fireworks rushed into the sky and spread out beautifully. The survival battle and the arena elimination battle continued, and the sky had dimmed. Now, against the backdrop of the night, the fireworks that bloom are truly beautiful. Lin Jing looked at the fireworks blooming in the distance, looked at the trophy in his hand, and shook it hard. I come, I see, I conquer. There is no doubt that this trophy is the first imprint he left in this magnificent era of interstellar elves. Thoughts turn around. The close-up on the big screen switched to some footage from the first stage. Sharona looked back, looked at Lin Jing, her face full of admiration, and said peacefully, Lin Jing, the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is the top elf academy in our Shanao region. However, in the Academy Cup in recent years, due to various reasons, the results were not good. Now, since you have chosen Tianguan Academy, I hope you can lead the Tianguan Elf Academy and achieve some success in this year's Academy Cup. Lin Jing nodded slightly and responded, I will try my best. Aside. Dr. Yamanashi approached. There was a smile on his face. Lin Jing, I have known you for a long time. You helped me a lot with your discoveries about the Shikui area in the first stage, allowing us to quickly build a database about Shikui. Seeing is better than hearing. Today, I finally see you. Dr. Yamanashi, you're welcome. Lin Jing said seriously, exploring the Shikui area was originally my mission. Heard. Dr. Yamanashi smiled even more, and said in a deep voice, Lin Jing, your analysis of many speculations about the Shikui area is quite accurate, and you have the potential to be a researcher. Wait, in the future, are you interested in coming to my institute for an internship for a while? Even battles are exciting, but the research on elves is also very interesting. Lin Jing did not refuse or accept, but said, Dr. Yamanashi, I will consider it. His own family knew about his own affairs, and his speculation and analysis on Shikui were based on the premise that he already knew. In elves research, it's really not his forte. After all, in the era of interstellar elves, all aspects have developed to the extreme. For example, the various evolutionary directions of Ibrahimovic and how the ugly fish evolved into Minas have long been analyzed, but it is not something that the whole world does not know. Elf world. Because of this, he has no idea of focusing on elves research for the time being. After a few more chats with Sharona, Dr. Yamanashi, an Alliance staff member, approached. Seeing this, Sharona said, Lin Jing, go over with her first, there are some things she wants to explain to you. Lin Jing nodded lightly and followed the staff away. Watching Lin Jing's figure go away, Sharona looked at Dr. Yamanashi and said, Doctor, what do you think? Very good. Dr. Yamanashi did not hide his admiration in the slightest. Neither humble nor arrogant, in a good mood, and accompanied by excellent elves, over time, he will surely grow into a top trainer. At this time. Aside. After carrying Lin Jing to this platform, Li-Bite Lu Shark, who stayed obediently aside, opened his mouth and let out a low growl. Sharona looked at it with a surprised look. Facing Zyrna's attention, Li-Bite Lu Sha looked in the direction Lin Jing left, and roared again. You mean? Sharona's eyes showed a thoughtful look. You faintly sensed an extremely powerful aura in Lin Jing's body. Bite Lu Shark nodded. Sharona was thoughtful. On the side, Dr. Yamanashi also heard the conversation between Sharona and Li-Bite Lu Shark, and smacked his tongue. Young people nowadays are all secretive. Indeed. Sharona's thoughtful expression subsided. After this battle, Lin Jing's fame has greatly increased, but the outstanding performance of the two elves, Shining Shinado and Shining Leader Gengar, may arouse a lot of covets. No matter how far away, the Galaxy Team and the Elf Hunter organization that are active in Arshanau Starfield are likely to take action. I was going to arrange some means to at least covertly protect his safety. Look at it now. Zyrna paused. He dares to show his rare and powerful elves. Obviously he has his own chance and his own confidence to support. The jury's seat is a platform that extends out of a spaceship. Following the Alliance staff, Lin Jing entered the spaceship and came to a room. This is a conference room, and now, in the conference room, there is an open box. Lin Jing's eyes fell there. Inside the box is a card. A universal card for each bank. Lin Jing Trainer. The staff pushed the box in Lin Jing's direction and said, "This is the income you earned from the live broadcast in the second stage of the ELF exam." Live. Lin Jing was a little surprised and asked, "How many?" After the rake, there are 3,217,820 star coins left. Heard. There was a trace of waves in Lin Jing's eyes. To know. The Heavenly Crown Elf Academy invited him to join, but only provided tens of millions of star coins. Although the value was amazing at that time because of other conditions, the live broadcast income of more than 3 million stars can also be called amazing. There are so many, Lin Jing asked with some doubts. Seeing this, the staff seemed to react and explained with a smile. Lin Jing Trainer, players who normally participate in the second stage, basically have no live broadcast income. But your performance in the second stage was amazing, attracting a large number of viewers to watch. After your Gengar debuted, the league official opened a live broadcast room with an exclusive perspective for you. This 060 income was born because of this. Rewards from netizens from various star fields to you. Quote. You just ended the battle, you don't know yet. Now, your name has gained a certain reputation on the interstellar network. As far as I know, some netizens have established your fan forum. Oh right. There are also forums for Shining Shinado and Shining Gengar. I heard that your fire-breathing dragon also has it, but there are far fewer fans. Speaking of this, the staff said seriously, Lin Jing Trainer, now, you can call it, once you become famous all over the world. Does the world know once you become famous? Lin Jing slowly let out a breath. According to the regulations of the league, when you participate in any ELF event in the future, you can open the personal live broadcast room, and you can get income from it. Lin Jing nodded slightly, I see. After receiving the income from the live broadcast, he and the staff dealt with some things about being the champion of the examination, such as taking pictures, etc. Lin Jingwan refused to escort the fast dragon again, but chose to ride the fire-breathing dragon and return to his residence. Ride on the back of a fire-breathing dragon and travel high in the air. Lin Jing's eyes were a little emotional. The ELF exam is completely over. My set goals have been completed, even more perfect than I expected. Next. I'm about to officially embark on a journey, the interstellar era, the journey of an ELF trainer. Under the night, Lin Jing's eyes contained confidence and anticipation. Beside him, as the faint smoke flickered, Darkrai's figure had already appeared. Compared with the previous days, it has obviously recovered a bit, and its body is more solid. After it appeared, it said softly, "As that fierce bite blue shark the elf of the champion trainer you said?" Lin Jing looked at it and nodded slightly. Darkrai's eyes narrowed. "When you were riding on it, it should have sensed my presence. Its strength is indeed quite powerful. I don't know if it will have any effect on you." Perceived. Lin Jing frowned, stretched out randomly, and said calmly, "As the champion of Shanao Star Territory, Sharona is quite a decent person. There is a high probability that she won't go into it, and it won't have any impact." Darkrai nodded, trusting Lin Jing's judgment. Fly all the way. After fighting for a day, even with Lin Jing's physique, he was a little tired. After returning to his residence, he soon fell asleep. The next day. Early morning. The rising sun rises in the east, and outside the villa complex where Lin Jing lives, in the spaceship parking area, a small spaceship slowly landed. P.S. After thinking about it, I didn't write down the battle process of the finals. After all, after the red leaves foreshadowing, the elves will test other players, and there is a level gap with the protagonist. The battle process is written in water words. The elf exam is only the starting point of the protagonist and the starting point of this huge elf world. Next, the entire interstellar elf world will be fully unfolded, and more characters, stories, and elves will also come to the stage. Thank you for your support. Chapter 61 The Nightmare God, the great talent of Tianguan Academy, the quasi-god cub. This small spaceship is about 100 meters long, streamlined and relatively simple in appearance. On the side of the ship, the place where the name of the spaceship should be recorded is still blank and has not been named. Now, after the spacecraft landed, the hatch opened, and several figures walked out of it. They were dressed in similar uniforms, with a pattern of a mountain engraved on their chests, which was Tianguan Mountain. The one at the forefront was the director of the admissions department who had interviewed with Lin Jing. At this moment, beside him, another man whispered, "Director, has the headquarters confirmed it? Is this handwriting a little too big? If it wasn't confirmed, would we be here?" Qin Ming, written on his chest. Now, Qin Ming's tone is a little emotional. Yesterday, after the elf exam was over, the academy headquarters held discussions for several hours. It is said that Miss Sharona was also invited to attend the meeting. In the end, this decision was made. Lin Jing's performance in the elf meeting is too amazing. In addition to our many defeats in the Academy Cup, the senior management of the Academy made up their minds to make changes. Lin Jing became the best candidate for change. I heard that Miss Sharona also supported Lin Jing during the meeting. However, like you, I didn't expect that the Academy would make such a big deal. He clicked his tongue and fell silent. During the exchange, they walked into the community and hurried to the villa where Lin Jing was located. Inside the hospital, several elves were breathing the fresh air, and Lin Jing fed the fruit in his hand one by one. This is the battle reward machine, which will be issued after the conditions are met. The effect of ordinary tree fruit is average, but it is better than nothing. The function is to improve the resistance of elves in a certain aspect. Just as he was busy, the sound of footsteps came. Lin Jing looked up and saw Qin Ming leading the way, and several figures behind him carrying boxes. Director Qin. Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, "Student Lin Jing." Qin Ming smiled kindly, waved his hands, and a few people behind him put the box down, then turned and left the hospital. In the courtyard, only Lin Jing and Qin Ming were left. Facing Lin Jing's inquiring gaze, Qin Ming's expression became more serious, and he said seriously, "Lin Jing's performance in the elf exam is quite outstanding. Last night, the senior management of the academy had a serious discussion on Lin Jing's question. In the end, they made some decisions, and it's up to me to tell you." Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, "Director Qin, tell me." Qin Ming nodded slightly. Our Tianguan Elf Academy's semester is 3 years. Normally, each student will officially embark on the journey of a trainer after half a year of study, and switch to online teaching. After deliberation, the senior management of the college decided that Lin Jing can directly skip the half-year semester and start teaching online. Having said this, he paused and explained, "The combat power you showed in the ELF exam has far exceeded that of the trainers of the same class. Studying in the academy will affect your growth, and that's why the top of the academy made this decision." Quote. Lin Jing's eyes lit up slightly. For him, this is undoubtedly a good decision. Lin Jing originally thought that after entering the ELF Academy, he would be able to start the trip ahead of schedule. After all, he has a treasure chest system, travels around, increases his knowledge, and also increases the probability of encountering a treasure chest. Of course. Having said this, Qin-Ming smiled and said, "At the end of the year, Lin Jing must return to the academy. After all, at the end of the year, it is the time for the Academy Cup. Although you are a freshman, the senior management of the academy is very optimistic about you, and it has been determined that you will be specially recruited into the team for the Academy Cup." The above, Lin Jing, do you have any questions? Lin Jing pondered, shook his head and said, "No problem. In that case, let's move on to the next topic. It's about the conditions that originally invited you to the school." Qin-Ming said earnestly. After a serious discussion with the senior management of the college, the original conditions remain unchanged. At the same time, the college has prepared some new gifts for you. At this moment, Qin-Ming lifted one of the boxes, placed it on the stone table in the yard, and then opened it. The moment the box was opened, a figure flew out of it, circling around the forest scene. Lin Jing's gaze turned to the past, and his eyes narrowed. The moment he saw it, Lin Jing recognized its identity. This is a Rotom. Rotom, the perfect assistant for a trainer. It's one of the new gifts. Qin-Ming introduced. This Rotom has a lot of information stored in it. It is very knowledgeable and can help you accomplish many things. Specifically what it can do, I will prepare a manual for you. Around Lin Jing. Rotom obviously knew that he would follow Lin Jing in the future, and he was still flying around Lin Jing at this moment. Besides, at the same time as the voice sounded, Qin-Ming raised a screen, pointed it at Lin Jing, and said, "Lin Jing, take a look here." Look at Lin Jing's eyes. The photographic device above the screen flickered slightly, and lines of information appeared on the screen. Iris authentication in progress. Open black lens bracket authentication succeeded close black lens bracket. The spaceship owner is successfully set up. Lin Jing blinked. Qin-Ming showed an envious smile and gently touched the buttons on the screen. At this time, in the sky, when the roar came, Lin Jing raised his head and looked up suddenly. In the yard, several elves also looked up. I saw that a small spaceship of more than 100 meters was suspended about 100 meters above the sky, and the searchlight below was constantly flashing. This. Lin Jing had a guess in his heart and looked at Qin-Ming. That's right. Student Lin Jing, as you guessed, the Academy has prepared a spaceship for you. This is an X-5071 spacecraft that Shanao Alliance Shipyard manufactured not long ago, and it will be controlled by you from now on. The spaceship is equipped with an autopilot system. In addition, your Rotom can also help you control the spaceship. Having said this, he paused and said solemnly, "Student Lin Jing, I have never seen the Academy attach so much importance to a student. The purpose of preparing this spaceship for you is to let you avoid all the troubles of traveling in the interstellar space, focus your attention, and improve yourself wholeheartedly. The Academy is quite optimistic about you. You can load spaceship fuel anywhere in each star field, and the cost will be borne by the Academy. Speaking of which," he handed the screen to Lin Jing, "this spaceship hasn't been named yet. You are its captain, so you can name it." Lin Jing looked at the blank space on the screen in front of him, and then looked at the spaceship in the sky, with waves in his eyes. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy attaches great importance to him. From the information in the initial invitation letter, it has already been reflected. But He also did not expect that the attention of the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy would reach such a level. Even for a small spaceship, the price is sky high. Ordinary Academy students, after starting the trip, also pay for everything at their own expense. Is this just showing your own benefits? Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Yesterday, my performance in the second stage obviously made Tianguan Elf Academy attach great importance to me, and I once again reached the N level. Compared to Shinedo's performance against Yun Siqing for the first time, yesterday's performances of Shinedo and Gengar were a transformation. That's why Heavenly Crown Elf Academy will make such a change. Thoughts are flashing. Lin Jing showed a hint of seriousness, and said solemnly, I will work hard to improve myself, and help the Academy achieve something in the Academy Cup. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy attaches so much importance to it and is willing to make such a big deal, naturally because of the Academy Cup. As a top-level event that has attracted much attention in various star fields, as long as the Sky Crown Elf Academy achieves results in it, then the rewards in all aspects will be even more amazing. A word fell. Lin Jing pondered and wrote a few large characters above the space. Nightmare God. With his writing, 3 characters, Nightmare God, were displayed on the hull. Nightmare God. Qinming looked over and showed curious eyes. I like the beast elf called the Nightmare God very much, Darkrai, so I named it the Nightmare God as a memorial. Qinming nodded clearly. Lin Jing's expression was calm. It was named the Nightmare God, indeed because of commemoration. It's just that it is to commemorate Darkrai, the first beast elf who trusts each other with him, and even lives and dies. High in the sky. After the naming was completed, the Nightmare God turned its direction and returned to the docking place of the spacecraft. Qinming lifted a box again. Inside is a red machine about the size of 2 palms. This is a specially made elf picture book inside the academy. Handing the machine to Lin Jing, Qinming introduced, in addition to being able to identify the elf's identity, you can completely use it as a small computer for communication, storage, video, etc. Go through it. Quote. At the same time, it can also work with Rotom. When Qinming's words fell, Rotom cooperated very well and turned into light, which was integrated into the illustrated book. The appearance of the picture book changed, and the shadow of Rotom could still be seen, and it flew into the air. On the screen of the picture book, the handwriting, "Do you need help?" was displayed. Obviously, this Rotom is quite skilled at it. This year's Academy students have begun to gradually go to the Academy. The official course will start in 3 days. Lin Jing, although you don't need to go to the Academy to study, don't miss out on online classes. Qinming's tone was solemn. The course of the Elf Academy is not only about cultivating, fighting, and conquering elves. Besides that, more courses are an introduction to the boundless galaxy. Every trainer, exploring, fighting, growing, and conquering in the Sea of Stars, may encounter a lot of dangers. The course of the Elf Academy includes all kinds of ways to deal with danger. You have just become a trainer, and in terms of elf combat, judging from your performance, you already have your own understanding, but in terms of interstellar travel and exploration, you are still weak and need to be replenished quickly. Actually, in the Academy's meeting yesterday, someone thought that it was very dangerous for you to travel alone just after you became a trainer. However, there are also people who believe in your ability, and with the support of Miss Sharona, it was finally determined. I understand. Lin Jing also showed a serious look. In this boundless galaxy universe, everything is possible, and there is no room for carelessness. That's all the Academy told me. The headquarters of the Academy is located in the Celebration Star, which is the most prosperous planet in the Shanao Star region. My suggestion is that maybe you can use there as your first stop to get acquainted with the rules of interstellar voyages and make some preparations for your official trip. In the dormitory area of the college, your accommodation will also be reserved for you to rest. Having said that, he looked at the remaining boxes, the things that the Academy arranged for me to explain, that's all. The rest, open it yourself, and I won't disturb you." After speaking, he nodded slightly, got up and left the place. Lin Jing watched his back go away, and let out a long breath. Nightmare God, the Sea of Stars. I didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Thinking of what Qin Ming said just now, his eyes narrowed slightly. As the champion of the Shanao region, Zyrna obviously also has a great say in the Tianguan Elf Academy. Is her support? It seems that the Bite Land Shark did sense the existence of Darkrai, and Sharona also knew about it. Although she doesn't know what kind of elf is following me, she also knows that I have enough self-protection ability to agree to support this approach. Thinking of this, Lin Jing said softly, "Darklay." Huh. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jingxin's heart, and it sounded a little complicated. With the Nightmare God, we may be able to get information about Cresselia during the exploration trip. In the future, all our actions will be much more convenient. Darkrai did not respond. Lin Jing's eyes wandered, and he looked at the boxes in front of him. Among them, it is the condition that Sky Crown Elf Academy once promised. Without hesitation, the boxes were opened one by one. A Starfield bank card with 10 million star coins, a Pokeball, and a space backpack. In addition, a letter was left. The letter stated that rewards like the opportunity to explore the secret realm can only be used when going to the Academy headquarters. He first looked at the space backpack, and after opening it, Lin Jing's eyes swept away and blinked. Then, he raised his head, looked at the elves in the yard, and said, "Everyone, in the future, you will have good luck." After speaking, he took out the contents from the space backpack. Power cubes. Energy blocks of various attributes. This is an oversized space backpack with a considerable amount of energy cubes stored in it. High-level energy cubes will also have a weak impact on the growth of elves. Sky Crown Elf Academy attaches great importance to Lin Jing, and naturally they will not discount this kind of thing. The selected energy cubes are the top-level energy cubes within the Academy. At the same time, if the energy block here is exhausted, Lin Jing can go to the Academy to make up at any time before graduation. It was one of the conditions that had been promised. Directly took out a few, and watching the elves feasting, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the elf ball. This is a Pokeball with a Pokemon inside. Thinking of the conditions promised by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, Lin Jing held the elf ball and touched it lightly. The light flashed. A figure appeared in front of Lin Jing. It has a green body and tough eyes. Now that it has left the Pokeball, it is not shy. Facing the gazes of Lin Jing and other elves, this little guy holds his head high and is quite confident. At the first sight of it, Lin Jing recognized its identity. By Kira. This is exactly the quasi-god cub promised by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. At this moment, Rotom, who was integrated into the elf picture book, found a new elf appeared, and suddenly realized that his work was coming, and floated in front of Yukira, and the mechanical recitation sounded. Yukira, a Pokemon that eats dirt. It is said that after eating the mountains to flatten the ground, it will start to fall asleep in order to grow. As Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, his Wisdom Eye skill was activated, and more detailed information lingered in his eyes. By Kira. Level LV10. Introduction to the Kings, a Pokemon that eats dirt and flattens the mountains. It will start to sleep in order to grow. Attribute: Rock, Ground. Characteristics: Perseverance, Sand Hidden. Qualification: Quasi-Championship. Currently mastered skills: Hit, Stare, Rock, Tit for Tat, Bite, Primitive Power. Quasi-Champion level Quasi-God Elf. There is no doubt that the value of this elf is immeasurable. If it spreads to the black market of elves, I am afraid it can sell for sky-high prices. Elves with excellent qualifications also need to be cultivated by trainers with excellent qualifications. In the short period of time in the elf exam, many of Lin Jing's elves have grown to a very good level. From the outsider's point of view, Lin Jing is obviously called a genius. Trainer. Sky Crown Elf Academy attaches great importance to this, and therefore sent this little guy. If a gifted elf encounters an unsuitable trainer, it may affect its growth. By Kira. Slightly lowering his body, Lin Jing decisively took out an energy block suitable for rocks and ground properties from his space backpack, and while handing it to it, he said in a soft tone, "Follow me in the future." Yukira obviously knew that he would have a new owner, and now he looked at Lin Jing and at the other elves on the side, took the energy cube obediently, and tasted it. Lin Jing nodded in satisfaction. So far, his main elf has come to the fifth one. Shinado, Gengar, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Fang Shark, by Kira. As for the Tyrannosaurus Dragon and Kabiman, they have not yet obeyed the orders, and considering all aspects, they are only part of the second echelon. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing wanted to bring a few elves to the Nightmare God to experience it. After all, many times in the future, they may live on the Nightmare God. But, at this time, as if feeling something, Lin Jing's eyes fell on Yukira. At the position where Kira was staying, at this moment, a faint black light flashed, and the treasure chest was gradually taking shape. What treasure chest bow is this? Thoughts flashed in his mind. He did not hesitate and chose to pick it up. Information prompts appear. You successfully picked up the elf treasure chest, Dark Bandera. Dark Bangira. Today's 30,000 word update is sent, and I ask for everything. Chapter 62 Elf Treasure Chest, Trainer Hierarchy, Encounters in the Sea of Stars. The Elf Treasure Chest. Lin Jing frowned slightly. After he awakened the treasure chest system, it was the first time he obtained the elf treasure chest. Dark Bandera. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the information in the original work, Dark Bandera is an elf caught and affected by the Dark Ball. His strength is terrifying, and under the influence of the Dark Ball, his mind becomes very violent, and he wants to destroy it. Everything around. Quote. Then, in the interstellar age, what is the origin of this Dark Bangira? Lin Jing's eyes fell on Yukira. Is this Dark Bangira a relative of Yukira? Judging from this, Yukira's origin is not simple. The elf treasure chest, could it be? The more powerful elves have the opportunity to directly give birth to treasure chests. As the thoughts flowed in his heart, Lin Jing said silently, "Open the Dark Bangira treasure chest." The treasure chest opened, and lines of information emerged. Open black lens bracket. You got a special map, Dark Planet close black lens bracket. You have obtained qualification transformation, Dark Breath. You have acquired the skill, Rock Collapse. 3 reward information hangs above the treasure chest interface. Compared to the treasure chest of divine beasts, the rewards inside are much less. Lin Jing's thoughts flickered. The Rock Collapse skill reward was displayed, and a faint light rose in the void, blending into Yukira's body, helping it quickly comprehend this skill. Lin Jing looked at the other 2 rewards. Special Map. This is not the first time that Lin Jing has won a map-type reward. However, this special map is completely different from the Fire-Breathing Dragon Valley. When the thought moved slightly, the reward was used. In front of the forest scene, the water curtain was flowing, and above it, the appearance of the Sea of Stars was reflected. In the Sea of Stars, a road map emerged. In other words, this is an interstellar map. Special Map, Dark Planet. Introduction. In the vast Sea of Stars, there are countless planets with different ecology, and the Dark Planet is one of them. The elves living on the Dark Planet are all affected by the strange dark atmosphere. They go to the Dark Planet, maybe. You can find the true source of the Dark Breath. Dark Planet. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes turned to another reward. Darkness. Introduction. Because of the dark aura inherited from kinship, it can be used by Kira, which will slightly improve his aptitude, and at the same time, there is a certain probability that he will fall into a state of madness. Glancing over, Lin Jing frowned. The rewards that can improve the qualifications of elves are quite valuable. However, the Dark Breath has side effects. The elves are in a state of madness, which may make them more powerful, but they cannot obey the trainer's commands. Moreover, in a state of madness, the consumption of elves will be even more serious. After pondering, Lin Jing temporarily stored the reward in the treasure chest interface. Yukira is a quasi-champion level aptitude. According to the introduction of the Dark Breath, the slight improvement of aptitude cannot make it transform. In addition to its negative effects, Lin Jing directly chose to give up using it. Glancing at his few elves, Lin Jing said softly, "Let's go, 060 to see our interstellar spaceship." When the sound fell, he took out the elf ball, put several elves into it, and then stepped out of the courtyard. A group of people from the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy have left through other means after completing the task. Lin Jing walked out of the community and immediately looked at the small spaceship in the spaceship park. The entire spaceship is silver blue with a strong sense of technology. On the side of the ship, the three characters of Nightmare God reflect a dazzling light under the sunlight. Nightmare God. Lin Jing's heart fluttered. In the interstellar era, each planet and each star field has a special sailing passenger ship. In general, trainers travel by passenger ships. Only trainers who have reached a certain level of strength and have sufficient savings can buy and obtain their own interstellar spaceships. Now, he also owns the Nightmare God. After taking a few steps forward, a light glanced down above the boarding gate of the Nightmare God. After a while, a mechanical welcome voice came from the Nightmare God. "Welcome, Lin Jing trainer." The hatch opened, and an automated staircase descended from the hatch for Lin Jing to walk in. Lin Jing stepped into it. When the palm of the hand touched the poke ball, the elves also appeared, curiously looking at the surrounding environment. The Nightmare God, although it is a small spaceship, is quite spacious inside, and even the largest Gengar has plenty of room for movement. Rotom was integrated into the illustrated book. At this time, after boarding the spaceship, a mechanical sound sounded, and Rotom led the way, introducing Lin Jing about the details of the spaceship. The Nightmare is a very standard one-man trainer starship. The interior is divided into multiple areas: driving area, living area, elves activity area, etc. Even, at the rear of the ship, a small elf is equipped to face the battlefield, but for the safety of the ship, attacks that exceed a certain energy level cannot be used. Small but complete. Going deep all the way, came to the driving area at the bow. The Nightmare God is equipped with an automatic driving system. At this time, the driving system is dormant, and the screen is dimmed. Under the introduction of Rotom, Lin Jing quickly became familiar with everything, and then pressed a mechanical button in the cockpit. Button down. In the cockpit, the screen lights up, and various complex information is displayed above. At this moment, Rotom first landed on the table, detached from the illustrated book, and quickly merged into the large screen in the cockpit under Lin Jing's attention. On the big screen, the shadow of Rotom appeared faintly, and the text message appeared. "Navigator Rotom, at your service." Good guy. Lin Jing sighed in his heart. As expected of Rotom in the interstellar era, he has become more versatile. Just then, inside the backpack, as an elf ball flickered, Darkrai's figure had already appeared beside Lin Jing. CGFE. At this moment, there was a hint of curiosity in Darkrai's eyes, and he looked around. As a divine beast elf, it is also well informed. But this is also the first time it has seen the cockpit of a starship and seen the interior. Darklay. Lin Jing looked at it and said, "With it, we can leave the planet and go to the boundless sea of stars." Speaking of this, Lin Jing seemed to have thought of something, and thoughtfully said, "The beasts and elves of the interstellar era have the ability to travel in the sea of stars. You can also try it when we leave Beidaicheng." As Qin Ming said, Rotom has stored a lot of information and is quite knowledgeable. With Rotom's help, Lin Jing quickly became familiar with the Nightmare God. At this moment, the elf exam has ended. The Heavenly Crown Elf Academy also explained its own arrangement. Lin Jing, can already officially step into interstellar travel and start his own adventure in the Shanghai. He showed a contemplative look. The ELF exam is just the starting point for all new trainers. In the interstellar era, trainers, under the ELF Alliance, have a strict trainer hierarchy. And trainers of different levels, in the ELF Alliance, get completely different benefits. Like Lin Jing, who has just participated in the ELF exam and has not yet embarked on the journey, is undoubtedly a pure, rookie trainer. And above the rookie trainer, those who have obtained more than 2 gym headquarters badges can pass the Alliance certification and be promoted to junior trainers. In the interstellar era, except for a small number of planets, most of the planets affiliated to the Alliance have ELF gyms. In each planet, there will be a gym headquarters and a gym branch. Generally speaking, only after passing the assessment of the gym branch will the trainer be qualified to challenge the gym headquarters. Of course, there are also some planets that do not have gym branches. As long as the challenge to the gym is successful, you can directly obtain the gym badge. Have obtained more than 5 gym headquarters badges can be promoted to intermediate trainers. On top of this, after obtaining 8 gym badges, you can be promoted to a senior trainer. Gym badges are also closely related to various events in the ELF world. Generally speaking, events of different levels have conditions for the number of badges. Trainers who can obtain 8 gym badges also have participation in the star field, the top event, and even the qualifications for the star contest. The Star Territory competition is also an annual large-scale event, which is usually held within each star territory. Above the advanced trainers are the elite trainers. 20 results in the annual Star Territory competition. Second, it is to complete the assessment task of the elite trainer issued by the Star Domain ELF Alliance. There are 2 ways. If you reach one of them, you will get the title of elite trainer. Elite level trainers can be said to be worthy of the name of the elite, and they all have their own uniqueness. Above the elite level trainers, there are super quality trainers. There are also 2 conditions for obtaining the title of super trainer. The first is to win the star contest. The second is to complete the special assessment tasks issued by the Alliance. And above the super quality trainers, is the Quasi-Celestial King. If you want to get the title of Quasi-King, you need to defeat and draw a real king level trainer while meeting the conditions of a super quality trainer, in order to get the title of Quasi-King. The so-called Quasi-King means that he already has the combat power of the king, but there is no existence of the title of the king. Normally, a heavenly king level trainer in a star field not only has extremely powerful combat power, but also made a good contribution to the star field to which he belongs. This is the trainer level information circulating in the outside world. A quasi-king and above is naturally a heaven level trainer, and even a champion trainer. However, how to obtain the title of Heavenly King Trainer, the ELF Alliance has not given any instructions. I'm afraid, only if you have truly reached the level of a quasi-celestial king, can you know the relevant information. As the thoughts flashed in his mind, Lin Jing was planning seriously. Interstellar travel is by no means aimless sailing. After planning, the efficiency will undoubtedly be improved. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing said, Rotom. Rotom, who was integrated into the cockpit system, responded. Let's go to the nearest city first and purchase a wave of supplies. In interstellar voyages, the storage of materials is undoubtedly very important. In the Nightmare God, some supplies were placed, but Lin Jing still felt that he had to prepare more. After Lin Jing's order was issued, in the cockpit, more screens light up, and the information on the screen emerges. Open black lens bracket body star map is being imported. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket navigation enabled close black lens bracket. Autopilot system on. Open black lens bracket set off close black lens bracket. The sound of the power engine roaring came, and the Nightmare God lifted off the ground very smoothly. After turning its direction in midair, it swept away in the direction of the nearest city. Inside the Nightmare God. In the cockpit, in addition to the driving computer, there is a screen for leisure use. Now, Lin Jing logged into the Interstellar Network and directly opened the largest official live broadcast platform. As soon as I entered, the recommended live broadcast rooms popped up one by one. Open Black Lens Bracket. The Raichu Cup competition is underway. Open Black Lens Bracket. Ibrahimovich's house. Take you to experience the feeling of being surrounded by Ibrahimovic. Close Black Lens Bracket. Interstellar Voyage. Exploration. Unknown planet exploration. In every respect, it emerges endlessly. What is the first perspective of planet exploration? Copy beast eating and broadcasting, live broadcast of countless battle events of various sizes, etc. The development of the Interstellar Network has made many trainers choose to broadcast live. After all, cultivating elves is not a matter of saving money, and live broadcasting is also filling the household. In the elf exam, the official has helped Lin Jing open the live broadcast room. At this moment, if he wants, he can also broadcast live. However, Lin Jing had no such plans. Or too many secrets on him, and, at present, he is not short of money at all. I am afraid that he will only consider opening it when he participates in the elf battle event. Next, it is necessary to gradually integrate into this interstellar era. Lin Jing thought to himself. Darkrai needs his help. He is familiar with the interstellar age, and he is also getting familiar with it. 2 days later, the resource storage area of the Nightmare God has been completely filled by Lin Jing. In the Emmy Star, there is the Emmy Gym. The main vegetable in the pavilion is a grass-type trainer. If you defeat the Emmy Gym, you can get the Forest Badge. Lin Jing wanted to set his first battle at the gym here, but when he went to challenge, he got news that the vegetable seeds are no longer in the Emmy Star for some reason at this moment, and the Emmy Gym will be reopened in 2 weeks. Open. Naturally, Lin Jing would not wait too long here. After preparing everything and planning carefully with the help of Rotom, in the early morning, when the sun just rose, Lin Jing and his elves have gathered in the hall of the Nightmare God. Rotom. After shouting at Rotom in the cockpit, the Nightmare God rose from the ground and quickly climbed towards the sky. Looking out from the porthole, everything below quickly became smaller. After the speed of the Nightmare God reached a certain level, it successfully escaped the constraints of the planet. During the changes in the surrounding environment, the Nightmare God had already stepped into the Sea of Stars. This is not the first time Lin Jing has come to the Xinghai universe. But, looking at the scene outside, he still felt something strange. After a period of recuperation, Darkrai's body has become more and more solid, and because of the wear and tear caused by the attack of the time and space double gods, it has basically recovered. At this moment, it hung on Lin Jing's side, looking out through the porthole, the bright eyes flickered slightly, and it had disappeared inside the spacecraft. For a moment, it appeared outside the spaceship, through the porthole, and looked at Lin Jing. Then, the light flickered, and it returned to the interior of the spaceship. How does it feel? Lin Jing looked at it. Easier than I thought. Is this what it's like to be in space? Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Except for the fact that the energy loss is a little bigger than inside the planet, there is basically no difference. Having said that, it looked at Shinado and said, if that's the case, with the potential of your elves, when they have enough strength, they should be able to survive in the Star Sea for a while. Oh. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He was not surprised. After all, his few elves had amazing potential, and they all had extremely special places that connected with the beast elves. And sufficient strength, in Darkrai's mouth must be quite terrifying. Rotom took over the duties of the driver, carefully customizing the route, heading for their first stop. On the spaceship, after the initial curiosity, several elves gradually calmed down. It is a very lonely and boring thing for a trainer to explore alone in the Sea of Stars. Perhaps because of this, the live broadcast on the Interstellar Network is so popular. After all, live broadcast and sharing the story of one's own adventure with others is also a way to relieve loneliness. Lin Jing's heart is strong enough, and he still has Shinado and Darkrai who can communicate directly with him, so he doesn't feel lonely. Several elves went to the battle area to conduct a simple warm-up, while Lin Jing came to the cockpit. On the screens of the cockpit, the situation ahead was displayed. Follow the established route and head towards their first destination. The first destination Lin Jing chose was the Curtain Star. On the Veil Star, there is the Veil Gym, which is the first target he is ready to challenge. Gym masters themselves are very powerful trainers, and they will also choose their own elves to release battles according to the trainers who come to challenge them. For the first time in the gym challenge, Lin Jing is ready to choose the bigger one. The Curtain Gym is a fighting gym, restrained by Shinado. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing said to himself in his heart, "Perhaps, when my trainer level improves and the conditions are met, I can also apply for the establishment of a gymnasium." In the interstellar era, after obtaining the title of elite trainer, the trainer can apply to establish a gym. The owner of the gym headquarters in a planet is a well-deserved top figure in the planet. Thoughts flicker. Just then, on the screen, Rotom's message appeared. Other interstellar spaceships are found ahead, and the route is slightly changed. Lin Jing didn't care. Human beings set foot in the Star Sea, officials, various forces, and even personal spaceships, sailing in the interstellar space. Now he is on the commonly used interstellar route, and encountering other spaceships is a very normal thing. Under the control of Rotom, the course changed slightly, avoiding the opponent. At the same time, through the detection system that comes with the Nightmare God, it is recorded as an image, and the appearance of the opponent's spaceship is displayed on the big screen. This is a big ship. At first glance, it is at least several thousand meters or even nearly 10,000 meters in length. After sweeping his gaze above, Lin Jing's gaze suddenly froze. This is only sea. On the side of this large spaceship, a symbol is imprinted impressively. R. This symbol. Rockets. Chapter 63 Speculation about Cheomung, Fireball Slate Mutation, Curtain Gym. Our logo is undoubtedly very familiar to Lin Jing. This is very similar to the logo of the rockets in the original work in the memory of the previous life. Through the exploration system of the Nightmare God, the entire spacecraft sailed on another interstellar route and left towards the depths of the Star Sea. Lin Jing watched all this, and his thoughts changed rapidly. Is it really Team Rocket? Very likely. Having such a logo and having such financial resources, it's very likely that it's the Rockets. But his eyes narrowed slightly. As we all know, the main activity area of Team Rocket is in the Guandu Star region and the Chengdu Star region. As the owner of the Jobin Gym, Sakagi himself has the power of Team Rocket, and even established the Jobin Elf Academy. The main activity place of Team Rocket is naturally in the Guandu Star region, and it is connected to it, Chengdu Star within the domain. And Shanao Starfield, according to the information in the original work, the active evil force is the Galaxy Team. What is the reason that makes Team Rocket go to war and come to Shanao Star territory? Thinking of this, Lin Jing's mind flashed, and his expression became slightly serious. He thought of something. Super Dream. The other party's spaceship traveled very fast and had already pulled the distance. Lin Jingsheng became enlightened. Before the elf exam, Chao Ming appeared in the Shanao Star territory. According to Darkrai's perception, the aura left by Mewtwo and Dream is somewhat similar, so this Mewtwo, which is only active in Shanghai, is very likely to be the same as the original. It was extracted by the researchers of Team Rocket. Dream genes are made, quote. However, Mewtwo, who possesses terrifying power, has apparently left the Rockets and is no longer under the control of the Rockets. Before the elf meeting, on the Apocalypse, all the new trainers saw the battle between Cheomung and Deoxys in the Sea of Stars, and the news will naturally spread. Thinking of this, Lin Jing summed up in his heart, Team Rocket, just heard the news, so did you choose to come to the Shanao Star territory? However, the mighty power possessed by the beast spirit is unimaginable. Although human technology is also very advanced, what kind of means does Team Rocket possess to dare to take the initiative to attack the beast spirit? Lin Jing fell into deep thought. The time he has passed through is still short. Although from all angles, the human technology in the era of interstellar elves has shown a very high level, but he has not touched the core part after all. He has a preliminary understanding of the terrifying combat power of the beast elves. Now, it is clear that human beings themselves also possess extremely tyrannical power to ensure their own safety. We'll fight and turn over the Moth 1. Lin Chengcheng's skills and good feelings are temporarily pressed on the seat of 7 people. The actions of the rockets are not something he can relate to now. Although Darkrai exists by his side, Lin Jing's current positioning of Darkrai is a trump card, and he will not take the initiative to use Darkrai's power to accomplish something. Mewtwo and the Rockets, also known as the Gods, got into a fight. In addition to being in the Shanao Star territory, I am afraid there will be the intervention of the Shanao Elf Alliance. And what I can do now is to improve myself as much as possible. As his thoughts turned over, Lin Jing said, Rotom. On the big screen, handwriting appeared. Is there anything you need help with? I want to browse the information about the known planets in the Shanao Star territory. Okay. Rotom agreed, and on the big screen, detailed information had already emerged. As the top Elf Academy in the Shanao region, the information reserve of the Tianguan Elf Academy is undoubtedly quite rich. The star field is vast, and in each star field, the planet named after the name of the original region is regarded as the main star inhabited by human beings. But in addition, there are still other habitable planets, and there are also traces of human and elves. In this cockpit, Lin Jing completely calmed down and studied hard. In the desolate star sea, the nearly 10,000-meter-long interstellar spaceship is amazing, sailing in the sea of stars. After a relatively long voyage, after arriving at a place in the sea of stars, the interstellar spacecraft stopped and stayed here temporarily. From a distance, in the sea of stars, a huge vortex-style portal stays. Here. It is a space wormhole. The space wormhole connecting the Apocalypse starfield and the Shanao starfield. Inside the starship, figures in work uniforms are busy. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and someone stepped into it and said, "It's confirmed, the last place it left traces is here." The visitor holds a tablet in his hand, and on the computer is a photo. In the spaceship that came from the Apocalypse starfield, it was carrying some new trainers from the Apocalypse starfield who participated in the elf exam. It was here that they met the 2 divine beasts, Mewtwo, and another elf living in the universe, Deoxys. After the 2 appeared here, they went deep into the sea of stars and disappeared. Good. Hearing this, the people in the conference room responded, "From here, we must trace the traces of Chao Meng. This time, the boss has issued a death order, and we must find and master the traces of Mewtwo." Yes. After answering, the person who came to report hesitated for a while, and then said, after finding it, "Captain, although our spaceship is equipped with the top weapon attack system, but that is a super dream. Are we going to attack it?" His voice was a little timid. "That's not something you should ask about, just do as I say." The person he called the captain's voice was a bit gloomy. "Now, go and execute the order." Yes. The personnel left, and the door to the conference room was closed again. A figure got up from the seat in the conference room and strode to the side of the porthole. Looking out at the sea of stars through the porthole, his appearance was also reflected on the porthole. He was wearing a black uniform with a hat, and had pale green hair. Now, he looked at the porthole outside the window and faintly revealed a cruel smile. "Team Rocket Officer Lance. The nightmare is sailing among the stars. After a period of sailing, the Veil Star is about to arrive." Lin Jing left from the cockpit, ready to land. Right at this time, in my heart, through telepathy, Shinato's voice suddenly sounded. "Master. Come here quickly." Huh. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Because the nightmare god cannot fight with too high energy intensity, several elves are learning from each other and tempering. Now, there is a hint of anxiety in Shinedo's tone. Lin Jing immediately rushed to the battle area. In the battle area, at this moment, several elves looked towards the front. Lin Jing's eyes looked up. I saw that at this moment, the fire-breathing dragon's body was slumped on the ground, and his face showed pain. Around his body, at this moment, there are ripples like flames that are constantly rippling. As the flame ripples rippling, the fire-breathing dragon's pain seems to be even worse, and it suddenly opens its mouth. Roar! The dragon's roar suddenly sounded inside the spaceship. Lin Jing's eyes swept away and found the source of everything. Fireball slate. At this moment, the fireball slate was tightly attached to the belly of the fire-breathing dragon, blooming with a red flame-colored brilliance. The layers of ripples are emitted from the fireball slate. The fireball slate, which is related to Arceus, really not only has the power to enhance the skills, but Lin Jing said, Zanaido, use the water droplets of life on the fire-breathing dragon. Shinedo itself also has the skills to assist. Shinedo himself, the first time he saw the fire-breathing dragon's mutation, wanted to help it. But it wasn't sure if its help would be counterproductive, so it hurriedly called Lin Jing. Now, after receiving Lin Jing's affirmative instruction, Shinedo nodded slightly, and while the soft brilliance around her body swam, the brilliance full of healing breath condensed into water droplets and swayed on the fire-breathing dragon's body. With the help of the water droplets of life, the pain on the fire-breathing dragon's face was significantly lessened. Shinedo's power reserves are sufficient, and he has been maintaining the drops of life, helping the fire-breathing dragon to relieve its pain. After about a few minutes, with a clanging sound, the fireball slate broke away from the state of tightly fitting the fire-breathing dragon and fell to the ground. The slate was obviously very solid, and although it fell to the ground, it left no traces. The fire-breathing dragon was gasping for breath and seemed to be exhausted. However, Lin Jing was keenly aware that on the tail of the fire-breathing dragon, the flames that were constantly burning were stronger than before. The state of a fire-breathing dragon can be very clearly reflected in the flames on its tail. When its state is excellent, the flame will be vigorous, and when its state is sluggish, the flame will also be dim. Under Lin Jing's attention, the panting fire-breathing dragon propped up and stood up. It roared twice towards Lin Jing and Shinedo, and the voice was full of gratitude. Then, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes were fixed on the fireball stone slab, and his eyes were a little hot. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. When the fire-breathing dragon was sitting paralyzed, it could not be noticed, but as the fire-breathing dragon straightened up, it could clearly perceive that the fire-breathing dragon's body had grown significantly. This is... Subconsciously, he looked at the fireball slate. Compared with the fireball slate in his memory, Lin Jing felt that it seemed to be a little smaller. Fire-breathing dragon, absorbing fireball slate. Without hesitation, Lin Jing used his eye skills to check the status of the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, unknown status. Unknown. Lin Jing raised his brows. After the wisdom eye skill has also been upgraded, this has not happened for a long time when looking at one's own elves. He pondered, looked at Shinedo, and said, Xanaduo, talk to the fire-breathing dragon and let it tell you what happened just now. Okay, master. Shinedo responded. Looking at the two elves communicating, Lin Jing took a few steps forward and picked up the fireball slate. It feels a little hot when you start it, but it's not too hot to burn. Today's fireball slate has completely calmed down, which is completely different from just now. Darkly. Lin Jing sighed softly. In the Nightmare God, there were no outsiders, and Darkrai did not stay in the Pokeball all the time. Now, following Lin Jing's soft voice, Darkrai's figure appeared aside as the smoke rose. Can you perceive the abnormality of this slate? Lin Jing asked. Darkrai's gaze turned to the fireball slate. The rays of light flashed through its bright green pupils, and layers of ripples rippled up, earnestly perceiving. After a while, Darkrai's hoarse voice contained a hint of incomprehension. There seems to be quite an amazing amount of energy in it. However, this energy was completely sealed in the slate. Under my perception, I only felt that there was a mist shrouded above, and I couldn't thoroughly investigate it. Hearing this, Lin Jing nodded slightly. He was not surprised by this result. After all, the attribute slate, but an existence linked to Arceus, the creator god of the elf world. Aside, the communication between Shinado and the fire-breathing dragon has been completed, and its soft voice sounded in Lin Jingxin, conveying the dialogue between it and the fire-breathing dragon. Listening to Shinado's message, Lin Jing's brows gradually stretched. This fireball slate has been carried by the fire-breathing dragon since it was obtained. Not long ago, when it used the fire energy control experience obtained by Lin Jing in the treasure box system to sharpen its fire energy, the slate suddenly changed. Now, at the end of the change, it did not feel that there was any problem with it, but felt that its fire energy power had improved, and it seemed to be stronger. For flowers. Since the fire-breathing dragon feels good, it shouldn't be a big problem. This at least proves that the mutation of the fireball slate has a beneficial effect on the fire-breathing dragon. Maybe. Lin Jing's heart moved, and he looked at the fire-breathing dragon, which had grown in size. Perhaps, the opportunity for the fire-breathing dragon's aptitude to go further is on this fireball slate. A storm passed. Between Rotom and the automatic driving system migration, the Nightmare God completely entered the Veil Star. During the rapid descent of the spacecraft, with the aid of navigation, it found the nearest docking point for the spacecraft and landed smoothly. Let's go. Lin Jing looked back at his elves. Next, you have to prepare for battle. The opponents you face in gym battles are no longer those rookie trainers. Lin Jing's expression showed seriousness. In the elf meeting, because of the assistance of the treasure box system, and because of the growth rate of his elf's high qualifications, he completely crushed other rookie trainers. When the elves of the same level are better than others in terms of combat power because of the gap in aptitude, they have grown better, and there are advantages in level. How can other people be his opponents? But when you really step into the journey, the opponents you face will be completely different. Next, the opponent he is going to face is very likely to be ahead of his existence in level experience, so he must be fully prepared. The voice fell. Several elves turned into rays of light and entered the elves one after another. Lin Jing looked to the other end. Darklay, how about you? Do you want to go out with me? After hesitating for a while, Darkrai shook his head. Its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jingxin's heart. The people here are sparser, and if you leave with you, there may be some riots. Hearing this, Lin Jing nodded. Darkrai, the elf that brings nightmares. Moreover, this is not its active intention, but an existence equivalent to a passive attribute. 0.0. His own superpower has been strengthened by the power of the Dream God, so it is not affected by this, but if he takes Darkrai to the downtown area where ordinary people gather, then I am afraid that many people will not be able to sleep well. In that case, Darkrai, you should stay on the Nightmare God. You can also visit some of the less populated places. After leaving a sentence, Lin Jing shouted, Rotom. With the sound of the wings flapping, Rotom got out of the spaceship, flew all the way from the cab, and was very skillfully integrated into the elf picture book. After letting out a long breath, Lin Jing put on his backpack and left the Nightmare God. The docking points of spaceships on various planets are generally outside the city. At this moment, through Rotom, the map was called up, and Lin Jing released a fire-breathing dragon and rode on its back. Fire-breathing dragon, destination, Veil Star capital, go. Roar. Just because of the influence of the fireball slate, the fire-breathing dragon was very excited, and with a roar, the dragon's wings flapped and quickly climbed into the sky. Inside the Nightmare God, Darkrai watched the back of the forest scene and the fire-breathing dragon gradually go away, and in a flash, he disappeared in place. The challenge rules of the gyms in each planet are different. Some need to pass the test of the branch before they can challenge the headquarters gym, while some can be directly challenged. The Veil Gym on the Veil Star is one of the gyms that can be challenged directly. The master of the gym, Lee, is a very bold character, so he set this rule. Riding on a fire-breathing dragon, the surroundings gradually became prosperous. At a glance, high in the sky, there are trainers riding elves through high-rise buildings. On the ground, elves are playing, and trainers are fighting in the battlefield in the park. It was a very peaceful sight. In a metropolis full of technology, the communication between elves and humans is the softest part. The harmony between elves and humans is also a rare scene in any world. I sighed in my heart. According to Rotom's navigation, the fire-breathing dragon moved forward all the way, and finally landed. Looking ahead, there is a very gorgeous building. Curtain Gym. Next to the Curtain Gym, there is an Elves Center, where the trainers can rest and restore elves. Inside the Curtain Gym, figures came in and out, and cheers were faintly heard inside. Lin Jing did not hesitate to enter it. As soon as I entered it, a staff member greeted her, a sweet-looking woman. After she came up, she asked, "Hello, are you here to watch the elves battle, or are you here to challenge the gym?" Lin Jing has not replied yet. Just then, the expression of the person in front of him changed slightly. He hesitated, and then he said, "Are you Lin Jing?" Lin Jing blinked and looked at the other party. "You know me. You really are." She said something in surprise, and then quickly said, "Of course I know you, and our museum owner also knows you. It was the elf exam she took us to watch. Master Ali, she also took the elf exam." "Of course. Every elf exam, our master will watch the live broadcast. According to what she said, this is to know the opponent in advance. After all, these trainers will grow up in the future and will most likely come to challenge the gym." Lin Jing. He was silent for a while, then said, "I'm here to challenge the gym." Hearing this, the staff showed a somewhat surprised look, and then she quickly said, "It's the first time I've seen it. I just finished taking the elf exam, and I came to challenge the gym's trainers. Please come with me." As soon as the words fell, she took the lead. Lin Jing followed behind. Walking through the Curtain Gym, after passing through a gate, loud cheers came. Lin Jing looked at it at a glance. Here is a battle hall. A battle hall with spectators. At this moment, in the middle of the battle hall, there is a battle arena with a size of 100 meters. The battle is going on above. Wide. Chapter 64 Gym Challenge. The classic Earth Throw. The Super Queen appears. Around the battle arena, there are rows of audience seats. At this moment, the audience is basically full, and they are constantly cheering for the elves on the field, and the momentum is shocking. In a section of the arena, a relatively petite figure was dressed in a fighting suit, with pinkish purple hair, and looked very vigorous. It is the owner of the Curtain Gym, Lee. Apparently, this is exactly a gym challenge. Lin Jing looked around and looked at the environment in front of him, which was undoubtedly different from the gym challenge he originally envisioned. Beside, the front desk seemed to have noticed his gaze and explained, Everyone is very enthusiastic about the elves' battle, and the owner of the alley also likes to be lively, so he directly set the gym challenge to a watchable state. Of course, if you challenge the trainer of the gym and don't want others to watch his battle, the owner of the gym will not force him to go to another battle arena. Lin Jing nodded knowingly. In the interstellar era, there are countless competitions between big and small elves, and it has also cultivated people's popular psychology for elves. Just when the two were talking on the field, the two sides have already decided the winner. As the strange force swung out with a heavy punch, the elf on the opposite side completely lost its fighting ability and stopped moving. The battle has been decided, and the gym master has won. At the other end of the arena, the trainer who came to challenge left here a little disappointed. And the other end. Amid the cheers of the audience below, Ali deftly flipped over from one end of the ring and walked towards Lin Jing's location. Aya, is this? The one she called Aya was the front desk staff who led Lin Jing to this place, and said at this time, the owner of the pavilion. She hasn't finished yet. At this moment, Ali's eyes widened a little, looked at Lin Jing, and said thoughtfully, "Are you Lin Jing?" Lin Jing nodded. From Aya's mouth, Lin Jing already knew that the owner of the fighting gym in the Shanao area in front of him had seen his own game. "Why did you come to the Curtain Star?" Ali showed a curious look. "I heard that you chose the Sky Crown Elf Academy, isn't it time to report?" Hearing this, Lin Jing pondered. 060 opened the mouth and said, "After the academy considered it, let me start the trip directly. Master Ali, I came to the Curtain Star to challenge the gym." Challenge gym. Ali was stunned for a moment, then looked at Aya with a smile. "Look, I said that paying attention to the elf exam every year would not be wrong. Wouldn't it be expected that the enemy will come first?" Knowing that Lin Jing was here to challenge the gym, Li also became serious and said, "The battle location is in this arena, can you accept it?" "Of course." Lin Jing nodded slightly. "If that's the case, let's get started." A flash of anticipation flashed in Ali's eyes. "I saw your performance in the elf exam, the gym owner, not those newcomers." After speaking, she turned around and walked towards the ring. Lin Jing followed behind. Normally, there are quite a few elves cultivated by gym owners to deal with gym challenges. At this moment, seeing that Ali, who had just finished a fight, boarded the ring again, the cheers started again in the audience. Then, they saw Lin Jing on the other end, stepping into the ring. After looking at his face for a moment, someone couldn't help but say, Isn't this Lin Jing?" A suspicious look came from the others. "Who is Lin Jing?" "Lin Jing, you don't even know that the elf exam that just ended as the champion." "That's right, his performance in this year's elf meeting was quite impressive. Glitter Shinado is so beautiful." Those who can come to the gym and watch the gym challenge are the existences that are very interested in elves fighting. Because of this, among them, there are obviously people who have watched the second stage of the elves test a few days ago. Now, after knowing Lin Jing's identity, the cheers became more intense, and many people showed strong anticipation. Glitter elf, very rare. Many people spend their entire lives never even seeing a single sparkling elf. But, after passing the elf meeting, many people know that in Lin Jing's hands, there are two shining elves. Whether it's Glitter Shinado or Glitter Gengar, they are all very eye-catching existences. Their anticipatory gazes are just looking forward to the appearance of the Flash Elf. Ali stood at the command position on the other side of the arena, and now looked at Lin Jing from a distance, and said, "The battle rule is 1v1, and the two sides can use 3 sprites. During the battle, you can change sprites, among which if all 3 elves on one side are defeated, the battle is deemed to be over." Quote. "Lin Jing, is there a problem?" Lin Jing shook his head. What Li said was the most commonly used gym challenge rules. Gym challenges are generally battles with 3 elves. In addition, some gyms may change one of the rules. For example, before the elves are defeated, they are not allowed to change the elves. In that case, A flash of excitement flashed in Ali's eyes. She is very fond of fighting, and she is also very interested in elf battles. Holding the pokeball in his hand, the light flashed, and the figure appeared. She said, "The battle begins." At the same time, Lin Jing didn't hesitate, the elf released. Roar. As the brilliance flickered, in front of Lin Jing, the elf just stepped on the ground when the dragon roar came. Charizard. The fire-breathing dragon has the flight type, which is also the attribute of restraint on the fighting-type elves. In front of Ali, there was a human figure. Its physique is strong, full of strong muscles, and it has multiple arms, which looks powerful. Fighting elves, strange power. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and the ability of his eyesight was activated. Open black lens bracket strength close black lens bracket. Level LV38. Qualification Quasi-Tianwang class. His eyes swept away, and at another point, Ali's voice sounded. Is it a fire-breathing dragon? In that case, strange force, get close to the other party first. Wei Li's figure is very strong. Now that he heard Ali's instructions, he stepped on the right leg, and his figure was already rushing in front of the ring, and quickly approached the fire-breathing dragon. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he said, "Fire-breathing dragon, lift off." The fire-breathing dragon with flying ability undoubtedly has a natural advantage in the face of fighting elves. That's why he sent fire-breathing dragons. As soon as the dragon wings unfolded, the fire-breathing dragon has quickly lifted off. At the same time, Lin Jing suddenly opened his sleeves. Super bracers were revealed, and at the same time, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon. Mega evolution." On the neck of the fire-breathing dragon, there is a specially made device for storing evolutionary stones. This is exactly what he specially prepared when Beidaiqing was about to set off. You know, he has obtained the fire-breathing dragon evolution stone Y. Now, in the face of an opponent at the level of the gym master, he naturally would not be careless and directly performed super evolution. The key stone and the evolution stone echoed each other from a distance. Between the resonances, the light of evolution rose up and enveloped the fire-breathing dragon. In a very short period of time, the appearance of the fire-breathing dragon has changed. Its head gave birth to dragon horns, and on its arms, it gave birth to very sharp, blade-like wings. Super fire-breathing dragon. The first mega, the fire-breathing dragon's breath continued to grow, obviously very excited, and now the dragon's mouth opened, the dragon's roar sounded in the venue. The audience's attention was highly concentrated. As mega evolving, Ali narrowed his eyes, looked at the fire-breathing dragon in midair, and said, "Wei Li, pull him down for me." At this moment, the speed of the strange force increases again. Lin Jing's voice sounded, "Fire-breathing dragon, shoot flames." Roar. When the dragon's roar came out, from the dragon's mouth of the fire-breathing dragon, hot flames spewed out and attacked the strange force. The strange force's body is quite agile and quickly dodged. After coming not far below the fire-breathing dragon, the strange force suddenly jumped up, and with the explosion of powerful physical qualities, its body jumped straight up, climbed into the sky, and quickly approached the fire-breathing dragon. Do you want to get closer? If that's the case, then I'll satisfy you. Lin Jing's eyes sharpened. He came to challenge the gym, not only to get the gym badge, but also to sharpen his elves. Therefore, he will not do anything for victory, but will let the elves take the initiative to seek confrontation. Facing the strange force that leapt high, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes also showed a sharp color. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice sounded, and he shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, dragon claw." On the one hand, it is the rising strange force. On the one hand, there is a fire-breathing dragon swooping down with its dragon wings. In midair, the fist of the strange force and the dragon claws of the fire-breathing dragon slammed together. This strange force, after the careful cultivation of the gym owner, Ali, has a very strong fighting ability. However, Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon is not a vegetarian. What's more, one of them jumped up with their own strength, and the other swooped down with the help of inertia. In an instant, the pros and cons are separated. The fire-breathing dragon has grown a bit larger after the mutation of the fireball slate. Now, under the action of inertia, when the dragon claws collide, a powerful force erupts. During the collision, the body of the strange force falls downwards. Its body control ability is extremely strong, in mid-air, twisting its body, trying to restore balance. Of course Lin Jing would not give it this chance. At this moment, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, air slash." Air slash, it is the flying skill that fire-breathing dragon realized after the evolution. At this moment, as the fire-breathing dragon's claws swayed, a nearly transparent slash swung out, chasing toward the strange force. In mid-air, there is nowhere to borrow, and strange force rendering cannot make effective evasion. At this moment, Ali's voice sounded. "Ghost force, hold on. Hold on to your skills. This is to use the potential power, make a defensive posture, and have a certain chance to defend against the incoming attack. Of course, it is also very likely to fail." At this moment, the sharp blade of air cuts through the sky, the arms of the strange force are in front of him, and a faint light rises. Hold on to the activation. Next moment, the air blade hit the strange force's body. Faint brilliance rises. Hold on, it works. Lin Jing's expression didn't change in any way, and he never made any waves because of the attack. He just opened his mouth and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, use the jet flame again." Roar. The flames spew out. Although he intercepted the air slash with the help of his defending skills, but because of this, the strange force was unable to make other actions, and fell on the ring with his back facing down. Just as it was about to get up, the hot flames had already swept over. This time, it can't escape. The flame power of the fire-breathing dragon is its strongest attack. Although it does not form a tribute restraint against strange power, it still causes decent damage. Under the burning flame, the strange force showed a painful expression. This is just the beginning. At the moment when the jet flame started, Lin Jing's voice sounded again. "Fire-breathing dragon, flame vortex." The pain slowed the reaction of the strange force. At this moment, with the strange force as the center, the flames rose up, forming a vortex, trapping it in the middle. If it wants to leave, it must bear the damage of the flame vortex. If it doesn't leave, it will become a living target for other skills of the fire-breathing dragon. At the other end of the battle arena, Ali glanced at Lin Jing. When she saw that Lin Jing's expression was very calm and there was no turbulence, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Then, she shouted earnestly, "Strange power, rock collapse." Rock avalanche, one of the skills that can be mastered by the skill machine. The strange force trapped in the flame vortex flickered with brilliance all over the body, and in the next moment, the rock avalanche skill was activated, and in the sky above the fire-breathing dragon, the energy gathered, formed of rocks, and suddenly fell towards the fire-breathing dragon in midair. "Fire-breathing dragon, dodge." Lin Jing's voice sounded at the right time. At this moment, Ali, who realized that the strange force had fallen behind, decisively changed his strategy and shouted, "The strange force, directly rush out of the flame vortex, go grab it, and make a last-ditch effort. Go after it and use the cross." Taking advantage of the fire-breathing dragon to avoid the rock avalanche, the monster force took the damage and rushed out of the flame vortex. As soon as it stepped on its right leg, its figure has jumped up again. The distance between the two elves was rapidly narrowing. "Do you want to make a last-ditch effort?" Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, a picture flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he said directly, "Fire-breathing dragon, grab it." Then, in mid-air, the two elves came into contact with each other, and Wei Li's palm took the shape of a knife and slashed down. Cross hack. Then, It was stunned to find that the fire-breathing dragon did not avoid or defend, but carried its attack, spread its arms, and held it firmly in its arms. This is... Ali's expression changed slightly. Everything happens in an instant. The fire-breathing dragon suffered a certain amount of damage from the cross strike, but it was even more fierce. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice suddenly sounded. Fall down with it, use Earth Cast. To be precise, Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon has not been cast on the earth through skill machine learning. But Lin Jing believes in the aptitude of the fire-breathing dragon, and also believes that it understands the meaning of its own instructions. Now is the best time to use this skill. At this moment, the strange force is struggling. The dragon's roar of the fire-breathing dragon resounded in the ring, clutching the strange force tightly. From high in the sky, the dragon's head fell down suddenly. With the explosion of its own speed and the inertia created by its heavy weight, the fire-breathing dragon almost turned into a red streamer, and after a while... Boom! The body of the strange force suddenly slammed on the ground of the ring, making a heavy sound. And just before they were about to hit the ground together, the fire-breathing dragon had released its claws, and the dragon's wings stretched out, resisting the strong inertia, and after diving for a distance in the low air, it raised it again and climbed high into the air. Roar! The dragon roar sounded again. In the arena, the strange force has stopped moving. It had already endured multiple attacks from the fire-breathing dragon, and it was making a last-ditch effort to rush out of the flame vortex. At this moment, under the powerful impact, it completely lost consciousness. Monster! Come back. Ali shook his head and withdrew his strange power. Around the arena. In the audience, more powerful cheers sounded. Lin Jing is so strong. This fire-breathing dragon is so brave, I love it. It's really terrifying. The trainer who just passed the elf exam actually defeated the strange power of the pavilion Master Ali. Master Ali, where is your main elves? Send them out quickly. I want to see the other elves in Lin Jing. In the cheers, there was a lot of discussion. At this moment, Ali's palm held another pokeball. The light flashed. Another sturdy figure of 5.4, turned somersaults in midair, and landed on the ring. Its body is strong, half bent, and the flames above its head continue to burn. The moment after it appeared, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes turned to it. It's a flaming monkey. One of the 3 royal families, the final evolutionary form of the little fire monkey, the fierce biting monkey known as the Big Brother. After the debut, the flame monkey's eyes were sharp, looking at the fire-breathing dragon, giving birth to the fighting spirit. However, immediately afterwards, the flame monkey's movements stopped slightly. Because, opposite the arena, on the command platform, Lin Jing poked out the pokeball, and in a flash of light, the fire-breathing dragon disappeared in place. After Ali sent out the fierce bite monkey, Lin Jing chose to take back the fire-breathing dragon. With a calm expression, he held the other pokeball around his waist. In the elf battle where both sides can use 3 elves, the choice of elves and the timing of their appearance are very important. The fire-breathing dragon successfully defeated the strange force, and still has most of his physical strength. It stands to reason that he can also compete with the flame monkey. However, no need. The flame monkey has the same fire attribute as the fire dragon. The fire skill that the fire dragon is best at requires a discount when facing it. In this case, the first step is to defeat the opponent's elf and take advantage of the premise. After choosing to use the fire-breathing dragon to fight the flames, it is wasting the advantage and wasting the fire-breathing dragon's physical strength. Therefore, he directly chose to withdraw. Now, as the fire-breathing dragon returned to the Pokeball, the eyes of one audience member lit up in the audience. Could it be? Is it coming? What kind of spirit is there in this forest scene that makes you look forward to it so much? Shining Elf, Lin Jing trainer, but he owns 2 flashing elves. You can see it by looking on the internet. Flash. Then I must see it today. This fire-breathing dragon doesn't seem to be Lin Jing's strongest main force yet. Looking forward. In the midst of everyone's attention, in the midst of the discussion, Lin Jing raised the pokeball, and the light flashed. A white dress danced in the arena without wind, and the gorgeous super queen has appeared. Glitter Xanadu is here. Chapter 65 Superpower vs Flame, Invitation to Superpower Competition, Malicious Perception. A long skirt swayed gently, the blue hair, and the purple brilliance that bloomed because of the gathering of superpowers attracted everyone's attention the first time the flashing Shinado appeared. At this moment, the discussion suddenly increased. This is Shining Shinado. Long experience. It's so beautiful. In the noisy discussion, countless people took out their mobile devices and took pictures. Glitter spirits are very rare. Flash Shinado, it can be called rare. Ordinary people may never meet once in a lifetime. Opposite the arena, Ali also gave birth to a trace of interest. Is this your Shining Shinado? Although she had seen it in the live broadcast, it was the first time she had approached it. After all, Shinado was indeed very beautiful. After a moment of admiration, Ali's expression sank. Shinado has superpower attributes, but she has a certain restraint on the flaming monkey, but she did not change the elves. The challenge of the gym is the training of the trainers by the gym owner. What's more, as the gym owner, it is also a shameful behavior to change the elves as soon as they are released. Zanaido, it should be your well-deserved main elf. Let me see, what exactly is the strength of this Shinado? The voice fell. A flash of excitement flashed in Ali's eyes, and he said, Flaming Monkey, Flaming Charge. At this moment, the body of the flaming monkey stepped out and rushed out. Its speed is extremely fast, and at the same time as it rushes out, flames burn up around it, it is wrapped in flames, it is extremely fierce, and it strikes directly towards Shinado. The power of flare charge is amazing, but while inflicting damage to the opponent, he will also be hurt by the reaction force himself. As soon as Ali came on the field, he used a very fierce style of play. Shinado, the Spirit Blade. In the surging mind power, Shinado's eyes bloomed with bright colors, and the mind power condensed into a substantial blade, cut through the sky, and attacked the flaming monkey. The flame monkey was extremely fast, and directly avoided the sharp blade that struck. The distance between the two elves quickly narrowed. Just as the flaming monkey was about to hit Shinado, the brilliance flashed, and along with Lin Jing's telepathy instructions, Shinado had disappeared in place. Teleport. Just as Shinado disappeared, Ali's voice sounded. Flame Monkey, behind you, shoot flames. Flaming Monkey stopped suddenly, turned around suddenly, opened his mouth, 26 hot flames spit out toward the empty ring. Just as the flames spit out. In the back, Shinado, who has switched positions by teleportation, appears. Predicted my actions. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart, and the order has been given through telepathy. Around Shinado, a purple-colored barrier rose up, blocking the attack of the flames. The jet flame spit on the super energy barrier, causing waves of ripples. Then, the brilliance of Shinado's body flashed again, and the distance between the two elves was widened in an instant. Jet flame aborted. Opposite. Ali's voice came. Lin Jing, don't forget, I have seen your Shinado fight. Lin Jing nodded slightly. In the semifinals of the arena elimination battle, the battle between Shinado and Lucario used teleportation many times to move behind the opponent and launch an attack. Apparently, Ali keenly grasped this scene, and at the moment when Shinado performed teleportation, he made a prejudgment and let the flame monkey attack directly. If it wasn't for Lin Jing and Shinado having the same mind, reacting very quickly, and using the super energy barrier, I am afraid that Shinado would have been hit by the jet flame. Thinking about this, Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, Master Ali, thank you for your pointers. Battles in reality are completely different from those in the game. In addition to keeping in mind the relationship between attributes and restraint and the role of skills, it is also necessary to gradually hone your own style of play. The commanding habit of the trainer is undoubtedly a point that the opponent can grasp. It can be said that Ali's prediction this time has made Lin Jing realize a lot of things. In the arena, Shinado, the flaming monkey, confronted each other from a distance. Hearing Lin Jing's thank you, Ali smiled and looked more serious. Your Shinado has more than this strength. Let me see its full power. Between the words, there was a look of anticipation in Ali's expression. Lin Jing nodded slightly. At this moment, the keystone on the super bracer shines, resonating with the evolution stone necklace on Shinado's neck. As the light of evolution shines, Super Shinado appears. Master Li, you have to get ready. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes closed and opened, and the dazzling purple light flashed in his eyes. Super power resonance. Shinado has been constantly improving the qualifications of the quasi-overlord level, so that each level of improvement, the speed of level improvement, is quite amazing. Now, with the mega state and the increase in superpower resonance, amazing superpowers are constantly surging around him, and Zanzi's superpowers are almost condensed into essence. Ali's expression became solemn. What an amazing superpower! At this moment, Lin Jing didn't speak, but Shinado's voice already sounded in his heart. Shinaiduo, since the owner of the Ali Pavilion wants to see it, then don't keep it. Spiritual strength. The superpower was agitated, and at this moment, a black dress danced. Shinado controlled the power of thought, and the strong mental power was activated. The superpower burst out with extremely powerful power, spreading to the audience. Flame Monkey. At this moment, Ali's expression became serious, and he shouted, use big characters to explode flames. Big character explosion. A very powerful fire skill. The flames on the flame monkey surged, and when the fire energy gathered, the flames spewed out, forming a pattern in midair. Spiritual strong reading vs big character explosion. This is the battle between superpower and fire power. At the moment of contact, the big character explosion suddenly exploded, and the flame energy contained in it swept the arena, and there was hot wind. And Shinaduo's strong mental thoughts did not spread, but cut through the sky and hit the flame monkey brazenly. This is a terrifying blow in which Shinado gathers all his strength, and superpowers have restraint for the flaming monkey. At the moment of the hit, the mental strength suddenly exploded, and the superpower contained in it exploded, causing secondary damage again. The body of the flaming monkey knelt down and knelt on the spot, and the body trembled a little. Shinado's powerful blow seems to have defeated him. But at this moment, above the flame monkey's head, the somewhat dim flame rose again. Fire feature. After being hit hard, the blazing monkey managed to survive by virtue of its fierce fire characteristics. Can you hold on? A flash of relief flashed in Ali's eyes, and then he shouted, Flame monkey, flame wheel. The body of the flaming monkey jumped up, flames ignited around it, turned into a wheel made of flames, and rushed towards Shinado. Have you resisted it with your own will and fierce fire characteristics? In that case. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Shinado already understood what it meant. The flame wheel is approaching. Shinado didn't dodge, her eyes closed slightly. At the moment when the two were getting closer, Shinado's eyes suddenly opened, and superpower exploded. Mind break. Powerful skills from Mewtwo. In terms of pure skill power, as a terrifying skill exclusive to divine beasts and elves, even if Shinado only masters Pseudo, this is also the skill with the most amazing damage. Now, under the blessing of terrifying superpowers, in the midst of mental fluctuations, the spiritual smash is activated, and the moment it hits the flaming monkey, it suddenly explodes. During the turbulent superpower, with the flame monkey as the center, it seems that a superpower storm has taken shape and swept the audience. After this attack, the flaming monkey couldn't support it at all, his body fell on the ring, and there was no movement. The result of the battle has been divided. With Shinado's full strength, he can completely surpass the level and defeat more tyrannical opponents. Under this premise, facing the flame monkey restrained by its attributes, the power of super skills is even more terrifying. You've done well, Flaming Monkey. Ali whispered, took out the pokeball, and took the flaming monkey back. While Lin Jing was waiting for Ali to release the third elf, on the opposite side of the ring, Ali jumped off the command platform and jumped into the ring. Lin Jing was a little puzzled. Ali Pavilion Master. What is the situation with this personal end? Ali smiled lightly and said, with the power shown by your Shinado, the third elf I am going to send is not its opponent. You have already won the gym challenge this time. Heard. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. He jumped up and also came to the ring. Front. Ali called "Ayah," and then held another pokeball. In a flash of light, a figure appeared. That's a Mashana. Fighting plus super power attributes. This Masana seemed a little shy, and hid behind Ali after appearing. The third elf is this child. Ali's voice softened a bit. Although it also has super power properties, its control of super power is far from that of Shinado, and there is no need for a battle. Besides, a bright smile appeared on Ali's face. The outcome of the gym challenge is originally decided by us gym owners. Lin Jing, you are worthy of being the champion of this year's general examination. With the strength you have shown, you already have sufficient qualifications to obtain the gym badge. Hearing this, Lin Jing reacted. Gym challenge itself is a training for trainers. In this kind of tempering, some gym trainers even sent not their main elves, but elves under a certain strength limit. If your strength exceeds this limit, you can naturally challenge successfully and get badges. Sighed. Seeing that there is no need to fight anymore, Shining Shinado's black dress returns to a white dress and exits from the mega state. Not far away. Aya held a box in both hands and walked over quickly. Inside the box, there is a badge. This is a square badge on which there are 4 rectangular orange blocks of different sizes. This is the badge of the Vale Gym, the stone paving badge. Aya handed it over. Lin Jing took it seriously. This is the first gym badge he has obtained in this interstellar era, which is full of commemorative significance. The moment he took the badge, the only sound he could hear sounded in his ear. It is detected that the host successfully obtained the badge of the Vale Gym, and you have obtained the Gym Treasure Box Vale Gym. Huh. In an instant, he looked at Ali. At this moment, Ali is looking at Shinado. Her eyes flashed with admiration, and she said, Lin Jing, your Shinado is really good. With its abilities, maybe. She thought for a moment and said, perhaps, it can participate in the superpower competition in our Shinao Star territory. Superpower contest. Lin Jing frowned slightly. That's right. Ali nodded. Among the Heavenly King level trainers in our Shinao Starfield, there is a Heavenly King who specializes in superpower attributes. Super King, Wu Song. The superpower competition is a competition he organized. The players recommended by our museum owners participate in the competition. All the participants are elves with superpower attributes. Lin Jing, are you interested? As a superpower king, Wu Song is very rich. The rewards of each superpower competition are very rich, and it also contains special talents that can play a great role in superpower elves. Superpower contest. Lin Jing pondered and said, Ali Pavilion Master, I don't know where this superpower competition is held and when will it start. Celebrating Star Capital. Ali opened his mouth and said, the superpower attribute is quite a gorgeous attribute. There are a lot of viewers watching the superpower competition every year. Therefore, it will be held in the most prosperous celebration star. This year, there should be nearly 2 months before it is held. Celebrating the stars. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing nodded and said, I am willing to go. Before he set off, he had his own plan. If there was no major matter, Lin Jing would not disrupt his plan at will. However, Zhu Qingxing is exactly where the headquarters of the Tianguan Elf Academy is located. In his plan, he also has a plan to go to the headquarters of the academy. In addition to what Ali said, he was a little moved by the superpower elf resources, so he directly agreed to the invitation. Aya. Ali called out softly. Aya turned and left, and after a while, she returned with a letter with a sign of superpower attributes drawn on the top of the letter. Bring this letter of recommendation, arrive at the competition venue on time, and you can participate. Lin Jing, you are the player I recommended, but don't embarrass me in front of King Wusong. Lin Jing smiled lightly. Gym challenge completed. When Lin Jing and Ali were fighting, there were already trainers from other challenge gyms. Lin Jing didn't stay too long. After greeting Ali, he strode out of the curtain gym. The first gym badge, get it. Lin Jing put the badge in his backpack, and his thoughts turned sharply. Once you get another badge, you can go to the Elf Alliance branch on any planet to upgrade the title of the trainer. After being promoted from a rookie trainer to a junior trainer, you can also get corresponding benefits. His thoughts flashed. Lin Jing headed to the Elf 060 center next to the gym to recover the fire-breathing dragon and Shinado who participated in the battle. Afterwards, he went outside and took out the fire-breathing dragon's elf ball. Light flashed. The figure of the fire-breathing dragon appeared in front. Lin Jing immediately prepared to ride up. Just when he made a move, Lin Jing's steps stopped when his eyes narrowed. He sensed malice. Through Darkrai, he has acquired the ability to perceive maliciousness and is very sensitive to maliciousness. Now, he clearly perceives the malice coming from not far away. Without looking back, Lin Jing pretended that nothing had happened and rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. At the same time, in the slight movement of the mind, the superpower is urged, and the perception spreads. All the surrounding situations and characters are reflected in my heart. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the two figures. The two figures didn't seem to care, but in fact, they had been watching him secretly. What causes malice? A thought flashed in Lin Jing's mind. I just arrived at the Veil Star, and I have never had any grudges against anyone, so. Is it because of Glitter Shinado? In the Elf exam, all participants are rookie trainers, and in the Shinao League, under the watchful eyes of champion trainers, naturally no one dares to cause trouble. But now that I travel alone, the value of Shinado's glittering will naturally cause others to covet. I'm afraid it's very likely that it's coming towards Shining Shinado. Lin Jing made a judgment in his heart. In the fairy world, there has always been a dark side. Whether an elves like Shining Shinado are cultivated or sold by themselves, their value is immeasurable. In this case, some people will naturally take risks. The thought flashed by, and there was a hint of coldness in Lin Jing's eyes. He didn't move too much, just rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and when the command was given, the fire-breathing dragon had already soared into the sky. Under the perception of superpower, the two figures in the back saw the fire-breathing dragon ascending to the sky, and they also released their own flying spirits and followed behind. Fly all the way. The distance from the city center is gradually getting farther and closer to the docking point of the spacecraft. Lin Jing was calm on the surface, and when his mind moved slightly, brilliance flashed, and Shinado also appeared on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Shinado, use your perception ability and always pay attention to the movements of the two tails at the back. Lin Jing said silently in his heart. Shinado nodded slightly. At the same time, as he got closer and closer to the docking point of the spaceship, Lin Jing silently recited Darkrai's name in his heart. Darkrai trusts each other with him, and the connection is getting deeper and deeper. With Darkrai's ability, when someone like Lin Jing recites its name, it can faintly perceive it. In a moment, Darkrai's hoarse voice already sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Certainly in his heart. He has a certain degree of confidence in his current strength, but he keeps everything in his hands to ensure that there will be no accidents. With Darkrai in charge, he can naturally do whatever he wants. Fire-breathing dragon forward. Under Lin Jing's signal, the fire-breathing dragon's flight speed gradually slowed down to avoid losing the two tails behind. Right at this time, Shinado's voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. Master. They've been following, and when I activated my perception, I heard a cry for help from the elves. Chapter 66 Stupid Poacher, Tianwang Level Ibrahimovic, Parallel Lines in the Sea of Stars. Scream for help. Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, "Is it the elf they are carrying asking for help? Or..." The cry for help came from below us. Master, it should be a wild elf. A wild elves. Lin Jing's gaze fell below. The location of the spaceship's parking spot is already equivalent to the suburbs. At this moment, directly below them is a small forest. After pondering, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, whereabouts?" The two tails behind him have been following far away, obviously wanting to wait until the place is sparsely populated. Lin Jing, why not? As his thoughts flickered, the fire-breathing dragon fell under Lin Jing's command, falling toward the woods below. Rear. The two figures holding the claws of the flying elves quickly followed. After the fire-breathing dragon descended to a certain height, Lin Jing jumped, and his figure had landed firmly on the ground. The fire-breathing dragon carried Shinado and landed together. After landing in this forest, Lin Jing's ears moved slightly, and he heard some painful cries not far from the front. Ibrahimovic, Ibrahimovic. The voice is very weak, and there is an undisguised weakness in it. Is it an Ibrahimovic who asked for help? Without any hesitation, Lin Jing took a few steps forward. After strengthening his physique, Lin Jing's five senses also increased. He keenly confirmed the location of the call for help, and quickly approached. The source of the sound was in the grass ahead. Now, Lin Jing opened the grass 3 or 2 times, and saw a figure lying weakly on the ground, constantly making weak calls. That is an Evie. At this moment, Ibrahimovic, who should have been full of vitality, was very weak. Lin Jing's eyes swept over and saw that there was a wound on its hind legs, and even the bones inside were exposed. For bloody. At this moment, the weak Ibrahimovic noticed Lin Jing's arrival. The first time he saw Lin Jing, his face couldn't help showing panic. Ibrahimovic screamed and dragged his body with his front legs. Want to escape. However, its injuries were obviously very serious, and it couldn't even straighten up. It staggered 2 steps forward, and its body suddenly fell to the ground. Ibrahimovic. There were tears in Ibrahimovic's eyes in some stinging cries. Seeing this, Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and immediately said, "Shinado, the drops of life." Shinado nodded slightly, a soft brilliance rose all over his body, and when the brilliance condensed, it formed water droplets and fell on Ibrahimovic's wound. Ibrahimovic was very panicked and scared, but with its current strength, there was no way to escape, and he could only watch Shinado's movements. The water of life fell on the wound. As the faint brilliance rose, the wound gradually improved. However, Ibrahimovic's wound is too serious, and the drop of life is a restorative skill, but there is no way to treat this obvious trauma. Lin Jing bent his body slightly, trying his best to make his threat not seem so big, and said softly, "Ibrahimovic, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you." In the words, Lin Jing took out the trauma medicine he carried with him from his backpack, and stepped in front of Ibrahimovic. Perhaps it was the role of the water droplets of Shinado's life, which made Ibrahimovic understand that Lin Jing was not a bad person. Although the watery eyes were full of timidity, at this moment, Lin Jing walked in front of him, and he did not evade or move. Lin Jing squatted down beside Ibrahimovic and applied the wound medicine to the wound. Between smearing, Lin Jing frowned slightly. Ibrahimovic's injury is more serious than it imagined. Just relying on the wound medicine, I am afraid there is no recovery, at least through the treatment machine. His thoughts turned. Lin Jing said, "Ibrahimovic, I'll take you to the treatment. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. If you want to believe me, just nod your head." After the treatment of the water drop of life, Ibrahimovic recovered slightly, and now facing Lin Jing's gaze, he lightly nodded his head. Lin Jing was just about to pick up Ibrahimovic. Just then, not far behind, the applause came. Pop, pop, pop. Lin Jing frowned slightly and stood up to look. I saw that the two figures who had been following behind stepped up at this time. Both of them are men, wearing black trench coats of similar texture. At this moment, the slightly chubby man's face showed a sinister look, and he said, "Is he a kind trainer? Let's do it, hand over the flashy Shinado by your side, and we can let you go." Seeing the enemy coming, Shining Shinado stopped in front of Lin Jing. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Jing's eyes. Looking at the two of them, he shook his head slightly and said softly, "Stupid. Stupid." A ruthless look flashed across the slightly fat man's face. "Boy, are you unaware of what's going on right now? A trainer who just participated in the elf exam dares to take such a rare elf outside alone. You wouldn't think the curtain said the owner of the museum has done his best. It seems that your family has never taught you." His voice stopped abruptly. Because at this moment, beside him, there was a dull sound of sipping. He looked back subconsciously, and saw that his companion had fallen face down at this time, and there was no movement. Who is Tilda? In shock, he subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him. The moment of looking back. Entering the eyes, it is endless darkness. He had lost consciousness and was silent. At the moment when he lost his voice, behind him, in the condensation of smoke, Darkrai's figure appeared. "Darkly, thanks," Lin Jing said. The idea that he initially attracted the two of them was to do it by himself, and he would never have trouble later. However, Ibrahimovic still needs treatment, and he has no time to waste. After getting in touch with Darkrai, Darkrai was already around, so he directly contacted Darkrai to do it. The mighty power of the Nightmare God acts on human beings, and what it brings is permanent death. Darkrai nodded slightly and looked at Ibrahimovic on one side. Lin Jing held a pokeball around his waist. Light flashes. The figure of the Fangtooth land shark appeared on the spot. Tooth land sharks, collect the spoils on them. In the face of enemies who were malicious to him, he has never been merciful. After commanding, Lin Jing picked up Ibrahimovic and said, "Darklay, please bring it back when the Fangtooth land shark has finished searching." Darkrai nodded slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Jing jumped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. "Go, let's go back to the spaceship first." The Nightmare God is fully equipped, naturally including the elf healing machine. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar and rose into the sky. With Darkrai by his side, Lin Jing naturally didn't have to worry about the safety of the Fangtooth land shark. In situ, the Fangtooth land shark immediately began to perform Lin Jing's mission. Nightmare God. After walking in with Ibrahimovic in his arms, Lin Jing placed it inside the treatment machine. Then, he said, "It may hurt a little, you have to hold back and don't move." This Ibrahimovic also clearly understood that Lin Jing was really helping him. He heard the words and nodded. Ibrahimovic called out. Lin Jing activated the healing machine. The healing machine was turned off, and a faint healing light descended. Under the shroud of strange light, the blood on Ibrahimovic's wound was quickly cleaned up. At the same time, the corresponding medicine was also used to treat Ibrahimovic. After the medicine is applied, inside the treatment machine, there is a mechanical arm that helps Ibrahimovic to bandage. In the interstellar era, all aspects of technology have developed to the extreme. This is just the built-in healing machine of the spacecraft, not the top-level existence. The treatment went smoothly. Just then, in the faint flickering of smoke, a portal was formed, with the Fangtooth land shark in front and Darkrai in the back, walking out of the smoke portal. On the back of the Fangtooth land shark, there is also a space backpack. Lin Jing did not ask what to do with the two corpses. The Fangtooth land shark is still very immature, but Darkrai has lived for many long years and is very experienced. Taking the backpack from Fanglu shark, Lin Jing directly opened it to check. The inside is very simple, except for a few Pokeballs, some Pokemon food, and a tablet. Soon, Lin Jing had finished his review. There are a total of 6 Pokeballs, which are Nidoqueen, Big Billed Bat, double bomb gas, sunflower monster, big-billed sparrow and beagle. The aptitude is average, and the level strength is also average. The tablet does not have a password lock, and through the tablet, Lin Jing also knows the identities of the two. A member of an elf poacher group. I really don't know how these two have the courage to follow. Lin Jing shook his head. Could it be that you have the courage to know that I am a rookie trainer who just took the elf exam? The owner didn't do his best. Lin Jing shook his head slightly. Master Ali must have stronger elves, but even if the elves she released when fighting with me, you are not opponents. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the few pokeballs superior. He clearly has no idea of nurturing them. There are black markets on every planet, but I don't know right now. However, the Elf Alliance is affiliated and has an elf breeding base, where they can be sent there. The elf breeding base is also paid, and it will also help them find new owners. After thinking about it, Lin Jing had already made a decision. As soon as he thought about it, he looked at Shinado beside him, and said, Xanaduo, you and Gengar are both flash elves, but they are very popular. There are definitely more than these two people who have a coveted heart for you. You have to work hard to grow so you can protect yourself and keep me safe. Shinado nodded vigorously. It is very intelligent, and it naturally knows that those two people are coming for itself. While nodding, Shinado's voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master, I will try my best. Just when? Not far away, a voice came. Ibrahimovic. Lin Jingshun looked around and saw that the treatment was over, the treatment machine was turned on, and Ibrahimovic's back leg wound had been bandaged, and he was struggling to stand up now. However, although it was treated, it still took a certain amount of time for the wound to recover. After barely standing up, it stumbled and fell to the front. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed, and his superpower was activated instantly. Ibrahimovic, who fell in midair, was controlled by superpower and hung in midair. Lin Jing stepped over, hugged it in his arms, and said peacefully, Little guy, you haven't recovered yet, don't worry. Being held in Lin Jing's arms, Yibu raised his head and looked at Lin Jing. At this time, it had recovered some vitality. After looking at Lin Jing, it was a little shy, but then, he rubbed his small head. Forest view. Ibrahimovic tilde. In its voice, there is a hint of dependence. Seeing this, Lin Jing groaned and said, Little guy, I'm leaving this planet. It will take some time for your injury to recover. Would you like to come with me? Having successfully obtained the Veil badge, his purpose in Veil Star has been achieved, and he has to go to the next location as planned. Heard. Ibrahimovic nodded again and again. Good. Seeing this, Lin Jing smiled slightly and took out an empty Pokeball. Don't struggle, just get in there. Since he saved the other party, then help to the end. Lin Jing doesn't care if there is an extra Ibrahimovic in his elves. If its talent is average, then don't fight, just live happily and be everyone's pistachio. Yep. After all. With his current ability, there is no problem in raising one more Ibrahimovic. Pokeball out. Lin Jing keenly discovered that after seeing the Pokeball, Ibrahimovic's eyes flashed with fear, and his body trembled slightly. See. Lin Jing moved in his heart. Could it be? Ibrahimovic encountered a poacher. Was the injury caused by fleeing? The thoughts in his mind turned sharply. Ibrahimovic's appearance is excellent, and he has a variety of evolutionary directions. Even the talented Ibrahimovic is of great value. He is the existence pursued by many upper-class people. Under this premise, Wild Ibrahimovic cannot escape the fate of being captured. The fear flashed in his eyes. Ibrahimovic gritted his teeth, and took the initiative to put his little head in front of the Pokeball. Seeing this, Lin Jing patted its back and said, Ibrahimovic, no matter what you've been through before, follow me in the future and forget about it, I'll make you happy. Lin Jing was talking. Ibrahimovic's head hit the Pokeball. The Pokeball was caught by Lin Jing, the light flashed, and with 2 dings, the Pokeball returned to calm. As Lin Jing's thoughts flickered, a ray of light flashed, and Ibrahimović reappeared in its arms. Ibrahimović. After Ibrahimović appeared, he exclaimed happily. Small things are so cute. Lin Jing smiled slightly, looked at Ibrahimović, his mind moved slightly, and his wisdom eye skill was activated. Naturally, it has been successfully subdued, and it is natural to have some understanding of your own elves. Lines of information appear. Open black lens bracket Ibrahimović close black lens bracket. Level LV11. Introduction. It has the possibility to evolve into a variety of postures. It is said that the key to understanding the secret of evolution lies in this Pokemon. Attribute. General. Characteristics. Adaptability. Danger prediction. Qualification. Heavenly King. Currently mastered skills. Desire, help, cry, bump, tail wagging, sand plucking, lightning flash, wish. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the column of qualifications. He blinked, stretched out his hand, scratched Ibrahimović's little nose, and said, "Little guy, I didn't see it, your aptitude is pretty good." Regarding the word, qualification, Ibrahimović obviously didn't quite understand the meaning contained in it, but because of Lin Jing's actions, he gave a soft, Ibrahimović, sound. Lin Jing smiled slightly. What is this? Do good people have good rewards? He rescued Ibrahimović, but only temporarily made up his mind to subdue him, only considering that his injuries had not recovered, and he was too dangerous outside. Did not expect. This Ibrahimović himself has the qualifications of a heavenly king. Where is this pistachio? This is clearly a main elf worth cultivating. You first get acquainted with everyone, and in the future, you will be companions. Lin Jing put Ibrahimović on the sofa in the hall, and then the light flashed, and the remaining two elves also appeared in the hall. Gengar, by Kira. Gengar's body is huge, and his appearance looks a little scary to those who saw it for the first time. The moment Gengar appeared, Ibrahimović screamed in panic and shrank. But it knew that this was its own companion, and couldn't help but stuck its head out to look at it quietly. However, Gengar itself is playful, and after sensing Ibrahimović's actions, it pretends to be indifferent. Then, suddenly, its big mouth suddenly opened, and it looked like it was going to eat people. Ibrahimović. Ibrahimović quickly shrank back. Among the other elves, the most excited is Yukira. As an elf who just joined the team not long ago, Yukira is undoubtedly a little brother. Now, a new member has joined the team, and its seniority has risen a bit. At this moment, the kings ran to the sofa, jumped hard, jumped on the sofa, and communicated with Ibrahimović. Ibrahimović. By Kira. Quote. Ibrahimović. Ibrahimović shook his head. By Kira. Ibrahimović tilde. Seeing that Ibrahimović and everyone quickly became acquainted, Lin Jing smiled with satisfaction. With a slight movement in his heart, the inspection result of the wisdom eye skill reappeared. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the prayer skill. This is a team-based healing recovery skill. Perhaps, Ibrahimović can be an option. Lin Jing said in his heart. You must know that at this moment, the treasure chest system also stores a skill fragment for the exclusive skill of the beast. Skills from Dream God, Cresselia, Crescent Dance. Look at the development of Ibrahimović and then decide. After the purpose of the Veil Star has been achieved, under the driving of Trom, the Nightmare God rose from the ground and climbed into the sky. Inside the cockpit, the interstellar route opens. Lin Jing's eyes fell on his next destination. His next destination is a planet between the Veil Star and the Family Star. The planet was less populated, but it contained several ancient ruins, which attracted many trainers to explore. For Lin Jing, what he cares about is not the treasures that may be contained in the ancient ruins. What he cares about is the treasure chest system. After awakening the treasure chest system and getting familiar with it, he can already be sure that the birth of the treasure chest has a lot to do with the location. In Lin Jing's view, the probability of generating treasure chests in places like ancient ruins will undoubtedly increase. As it continued to climb, the Nightmare God left the curtain star and stepped into the galaxy universe again. Lin Jing returned to the cab, past Rotom, and began to learn about Shanghai on his own. After entering the universe, the Nightmare God sailed according to the set route. Time passes. Just after sailing for a few hours, the figure of Darkrai suddenly appeared beside Lin Jing. His face was full of seriousness, and his eyes were staring at the porthole of the cab. "What's the matter, Darkrai?" Lin Jing's expression became serious, and while asking, he also looked out the porthole. "Only see. Outside the porthole, there is a humanoid figure. At this moment, it is parallel to the Nightmare God, moving forward in the sea of stars. Guess who it is tilde. Chapter 67 The Super Dream Who came to the door, the Nightmare God who is ready to go, the treasure chest of the beast and the elf. From the first time Lin Jing met Darkrai, and the whole process of becoming familiar with it, there was such a serious look on Darkrai's face. Lin Jing had only seen it once. It was when they left the Shikui area and stepped into the passage of time and space. They accidentally went to the intersection of time and space, and encountered Dialga and Palkia's battlefield. In this world, Darkrai's expression was so serious. After all, it was the battlefield of the gods of time and space. Because of this, the moment he saw Darkrai's serious expression, Lin Jing realized that things were definitely not easy. And now, as he looked out of the porthole, and saw the figure that was moving parallel to the Nightmare God outside the porthole, Lin Jing had a serious meaning similar to Darkrai's. It was a human-shaped figure, and the body was parallel at the moment, and it was flying. Its body is silver-white, its tail and abdomen are purple, and it looks full of mystery. At first sight of it, Lin Jing has already recognized its identity. Mewtwo. Before Lin Jing entered the elf exam, there was a super dream that had a relationship. Lin Jing's eyes, while looking at Cheomeng, also looked in other directions. Outside the Nightmare God, there is only Xiaomeng. This proves that its battle with Deoxys is over. Then, at such a time, it appears here, which is extraordinarily special. Super dream, is it running towards me? Lin Jing had this thought in his heart. Outside the Nightmare God. Seemingly aware of Lin Jing and Darkrai's gaze, Cheomeng turned his head slightly and looked into the interior of the Nightmare God through the porthole. Just like the old days. On the apocalypse, it and Lin Jing looked at each other. At this moment, Lin Jing's thoughts flashed rapidly. This encounter is different from the previous encounters with beasts and spirits. When Mewtwo was first encountered, it was fighting with Deoxys and had no time to take care of the apocalypse, nor attack the apocalypse. When they met the space-time gods, they were also fighting. They didn't care about Darkrai and Lin Jing. They could at most resist the aftermath. But at this moment, only Mewtwo came alone. Nightmare God Darkrai's combat power is definitely not bad, otherwise he would not be able to withstand the attack of the gods of space and time. But if it was a 1v1 battle between Darkrai and Mewtwo, Lin Jing didn't think that Darkrai could defeat Mewtwo. As an artificial elf, Cheomeng's combat power has basically reached the pinnacle of elves. In Lin Jing's view, if Cheomeng's combat power is fully erupted, he is fully qualified to fight against the first-level gods of each star field. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Jing said directly, "Rotom, stop sailing." The message flashed on the big screen, and Rotom executed Lin Jing's order. Sound of the engine gradually disappeared, and in this boundless sea of stars, the Nightmare God stayed alone and fell into a state of silence. Lin Jing took a step forward and stopped in front of Darkrai to avoid a direct conflict between the two beast spirits. He looked at Xiaomeng and said, "Xiaomeng, you should be able to understand human language. Are you here because of me? If so, you can enter the Nightmare God and we can have a serious chat." In this sea of stars, fighting with Mewtwo is a very stupid act. Lin Jing directly began to try to communicate. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, "Darkrai, leave it to me." Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Darkrai glanced at Lin Jing, then stepped back without saying a word. Lin Jing looked out of the porthole, Chao Meng's figure, and then said, "Since you followed, but didn't attack directly, it is possible to communicate. The cockpit is a bit cramped, let's talk in the lobby." At this moment, Lin Jing completely calmed down. He pushed open the cockpit door and returned to the hall. Through telepathic communication, Shinado, who was honing his superpowers in the battle area, also came to the hall. In the entire Nightmare God, it was undoubtedly him and Shinado who had a certain connection with Chao Meng. Just about a few seconds later, in the hall of the Nightmare God, faint purple ripples rose, and as the ripples circulated, Chao Meng's figure appeared there. The moment Super Dream appeared, Shinado's expression changed slightly. And elves with superpower attributes, at the moment Super Dream appeared, Shinado clearly felt that his superpower was suppressed by an unprecedented force. This means that the other party's superpower level is far more than his own, beyond an unknown number of levels. A worried look hung on his face, and Shinado looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's expression was calm, but after seeing Chao Meng choosing to enter the Nightmare God, he became more relaxed. Judging from Mewtwo's actions, it is clear that it can communicate. Since we can communicate, the problem is not too serious. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jing said, "Super Dream, you should be here because of me. Can you tell me why you found me?" After speaking, Lin Jing looked at Chao Meng. At this moment, inside the Nightmare God, a heavy voice sounded. "Human. Why do you and it have power similar to mine? You guys, have you ever touched it?" In the words, Chao Meng's eyes swept over Lin Jing and Shinado. It. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. With his mind running fast, combined with his own understanding of the elf world, Lin Jing quickly made an analysis. That can make Mewtwo care so much, and it specifically states that it has a similar power to it. Is it a dream? As an elf born from the dream gene, the only thing that can make Mewtwo care so much is the dream. I understand. The superpower in me comes from Chao Meng, but after the superpower of Mei Meng God has been increased, it has already undergone a slight change. It is similar to Chao Meng's power, but it is not exactly the same. Shinai Duo has superpower itself. After obtaining superpower baptism, it only increases its superpower. Although it has a similar breath, it will not be exactly the same as Super Dream. Similar but not the same, because of this similar breath, Chao Meng found us. Does it think that our superpower comes from dreams? At this moment, Lin Jing's heart suddenly opened up. While thinking about it, Lin Jing already had a plan in his heart and said, "Super Dream, does it mean a dream in your mouth?" A word fell. In the whole body of Chao Meng, in the surging superpower, invisible airwaves are aroused, and the terrifying power spreads on the Nightmare God. But, just as Chao Meng started, Darkrai had already reacted, and in a flash of brilliance, he appeared in front of Lin Jing, protecting his safety and preventing the spread of momentum. The two mythical beasts and elves were at each other's throats, and the atmosphere became more and more tense when they looked at each other. "Darkrai!" Lin Jing called out softly. The trust of Lin Jing and Darkrai was already increasing. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Darkrai hesitated for a while, but chose to trust Lin Jing and let it out. After a short period of aura, Chao Meng's aura stabilized. Its heavy voice sounded again. "Human, you really know it. Where is it?" Hearing this, Lin Jing rationalized his thoughts and then said, "I do know the existence of dreams. I don't know where it is, though." Lin Jing deliberately speeded up his speech. "The superpower in me and my Shinado does not come from dreams." Chao Meng's eyes narrowed. Having said that, Lin Jing looked at it and said, "Super Dream, we met once, you should remember it." Super Dream frowned slightly and nodded. With the memory of the beast spirit, it obviously remembers that it once was in the apocalypse and looked at its forest scenery through the porthole. It still remembered that at that time, when the power to probe it came from Lin Jing, it would look at Lin Jing specially. Seeing this, Lin Jing said, You think our power is similar to yours because the superpowers of me and Shinado originally came from you. I have some special abilities. Lin Jing said quickly. I saw you that day, after you and Deoxys left. I extracted your breath through special means, and obtained superpower similar to yours. Super Dream, you should know the capabilities of human technology in this era. In another way, Lin Jing expressed the role of the treasure chest system. Seeing the contemplation on Chao Meng's expression, Lin Jing said, where is the dream? I really don't know. However, in my opinion, compared to the Shanao starfield, the dream is more likely to appear in the Guandu starfield, the Chengdu starfield, not here. Lin Jing was doing the analysis. Darkrai glanced at him, but did not speak. Lin Jing naturally knew the meaning in Darkrai's eyes. You must know that during the elf exam, Darkrai, on the red body, felt a dreamy aura. Lin Jing clearly knew this. But of course he wouldn't say it. It's the right choice to do things and leave them alone. What's more, this news will not have any impact on the current scene. After pondering, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said, Super Dream, I don't know if you believe me or not, but the fact CGFE is like this. I have no intention of being your enemy, and I have no intention of conflicting with you. And I have another piece of news that may be related to you. I wonder if you would like to hear it. After hearing Lin Jing's explanation, Cheomeng was silent for a moment, then said, Speak. Team Rocket came to Shanao Star territory. As Lin Jing spoke, he observed Chao Meng's reaction. When he heard the name of Team Rocket, a strange color flashed in Mewtwo's eyes. They are not the forces of Shanao Star territory, but they came to Shanao Star territory, and there are many people who come, obviously they are prepared. I heard through some channels that you and Team Rocket seem to have some relationship, maybe, they are coming for you. This news may bring you some help. Heard. Chao Meng gave Lin Jing a deep look. Human, I hope you don't lie to me. Otherwise, this guy by your side won't be able to stop me. Lin Jing's expression was calm, of course I won't lie to you. You should recognize the logo of the rockets. If you want to be sure, I suggest you go to the place where we first met, and the news about you should be spread there. But Lin Jing paused and said, if the rockets are really looking for you, then there will definitely be some means. For safety reasons, my suggestion is not to take the initiative to find them. That's not your business. At this moment, Cheomeng glanced at Lin Jing again, and then there was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the faint purple ripples rose, and its figure had disappeared in the nightmare god. Lin Jing strode to the porthole and looked outside. Within the sea of stars, there is no shadow of Chao Meng. Lin Jing looked back and looked at Darkrai. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart, it's gone. Heard. Lin Jing let out a long breath. With Mewtwo's strength, Shinado and his perceptions are useless and can be easily blocked by Mewtwo, but since Darkrai is sure, it proves that Mewtwo is really gone. Team Rocket, Mewtwo. Now that Mewtwo is aware of the arrival of the rockets, what will happen next? Lin Jing muttered to himself. Information, mastery of information, is very important. His expression was serious. Undoubtedly, if it weren't for the information about the elf world in the past life memory as confirmation, he probably wouldn't be able to analyze the cause of Mewtwo so quickly, and he couldn't easily persuade Mewtwo. The beast spirit, the pressure it brings is still too amazing. Thinking of the aftermath created by Cheomeng's momentum at that moment, he shook his head slightly. Just then, by the ear, the system beep sounded. Because you successfully eliminated a crisis into nothingness, Darkrai's trust in you has increased again, and you have obtained that affinity treasure chest Darkly. Darkly, do you trust me more? As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing glanced at it, and then suddenly looked at the front. There. Where Cheomeng stayed just now, only in the dazzling brilliance it could see, a treasure chest was gradually taking shape. Good guy. This is really high risk and high reward. Lin Jing is already familiar with such a dazzling brilliance, and it is obviously the treasure chest of the beasts. Looking at it this way, in addition to the fact that Chow Meng is much more dangerous than Darkrai, it can also be called my lucky star. After all, it is precisely because of Cheomeng that Shanedo's strength can change so quickly, and now, it has provided me with a second treasure chest of divine beasts. Some mythical beasts, even if they encountered them, did not provide treasure chests. My explanation of superpowers just now is not considered to be deceiving Chow Meng. If Chow Meng comes again, you will find that we have improved again because of it. As his thoughts turned, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. Information prompts appear. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Super Dream. Treasure Chest Pickup. Lin Jing relaxed completely and stretched out. He looked at Shanedo and Darkrai, and said, "Okay, it's alright." Aside. Darkrai suddenly said, "Is it the artificial elf Mewtwo created by Dream Genes in your mouth?" "That's right." Lin Jing nodded slightly. "And, if the information I know is correct, it was created by the rockets I mentioned just now. So it's not going to go until it gets word from the rockets." Darkrai nodded. "In the end," he said, "its strength is extremely strong." After a sentence fell, Darkrai's figure turned into smoke and disappeared in place. Seeing where it disappeared, Lin Jing was thoughtful. It seems that Darkrai is ready to fight Mewtwo. It knows that Chow Meng's combat power is powerful. With its ability, if you don't want to fight, you can just walk away. Chow Meng has nothing to do with it and will definitely not pursue it. But because of me, Darkrai is ready to fight. I'm afraid, and that's why it has increased its trust in me again after I successfully resolved the crisis, triggering the Affinity Treasure Box. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's heart warmed. After the first encounter in the Shikui area, he and Darkrai did not know each other for a long time. However, the two sides have gone through many crises together. Unconsciously, while Darkrai trusts him more and more, Darkrai himself has become an existence he can rely on. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Lin Jing went to the battle area to check it out. Although Chow Meng burst into momentum, it was blocked by Darkrai and did not spread. Several elves in the battle area did not notice it. Ibrahimovich's hind legs were still bandaged, but he was able to stand up and walk on limping in pain, familiarizing himself with his injuries. What a beautiful scene. If you want to keep this beauty, you can only keep improving and becoming stronger. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing returned to his bedroom. Sitting on the chair in the bedroom, the treasure chest interface appeared. At this moment, open hollow corner bracket, kindergarten crowdfunding group, close hollow corner bracket 0.9 inches 4. 2 inches, 3 inches, 8, 1, 7, 6, 5, open hollow corner bracket, kindergarten transit group, close hollow corner bracket, 5, 4. 1.8 feet 4. 7 inches 0, 2.0. In the treasure chest interface, 3 treasure chests are lined up side by side. Veil Gem Treasure Chest, Darkrai's Affinity Chest, and Mythical Beast Elf Treasure Chest from Cheomeng. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and Lin Jing said silently in his heart, "Open the treasure chest of the beasts." In the treasure chest interface, the treasure chest of the beast and the elf suddenly flew forward. Under the bright light, the treasure chest was opened, and brilliant streamers flew out from it. The 30,000-word update is sent. Please subscribe to the monthly flower ticket for the evaluation ticket. Chapter 68 Chow Meng's Counterattack, the Friend of the Beast and the Elves, and the Communication with Sharona. When the streamer flew out, above the treasure chest interface, a faint shadow of Chow Meng appeared. Immediately, lines of information emerged. Open black lens bracket. You have gained super power increase. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Instant Amnesia. You have acquired the skill, Defensive Swap. You have obtained a special influence, Mewtwo's Counterattack. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Spiritual Break. You got a special item, Super Power Seed. Lines of information appeared, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top, his eyes swept over, and more detailed information emerged. 2 superpower skills that can be learned at one time. Among them, the instant amnesia skill is a special skill that can instantly improve the special defense. And the defensive exchange skill is the exchange between the defensive ability that can be obtained with the opponent. There is no doubt that these 2 skills are quite good existences. With a glance, Lin Jing's thoughts changed rapidly. For Shinado, although it has a super barrier to complement it, its biggest shortcoming is its defensive ability. But now, with instant amnesia and defense swap, these 2 skills, the ability in this area, will also be supplemented. And Lin Jing's eyes squinted slightly. When fighting against some meat shield elves with strong defensive ability, the defense swapping skills can completely reverse the situation of the battle and gain Shinado's defensive ability. In the face of Shinado's terrifying offensive, and which elf can stand in the way? Thinking of this, Lin Jing flashed a look of anticipation. His eyes turned to other rewards. Open black lens bracket superpower increase close black lens bracket. Introduction. During the close contact between you and Chao Meng, you obtain the superpower mark left by it, which can increase your superpower. Open black lens bracket superpower seed close black lens bracket. Introduction. As a beast elf, Chaomeng has a very high level of superpower. This seed contains the same superpower as Chaomeng. By integrating this superpower seed, it can be improved through fighting, grinding, and not much improvement. Your own superpower level, increase the power of superpower, and enhance the damage of skills. Shards of Divine Beast Skill, Spiritual Break. Introduction. The magical beast skill that belongs to Mewtwo itself. Every time a shard is obtained, the power of spiritual breaking, pseudo, can be enhanced. Lin Jing's eyes swept over one by one, and he slowly exhaled. Without a doubt, the treasure chest of beasts and spirits is the most valuable existence among all the treasure chests Lin Jing has encountered. Now, the treasure chest that was created again because of Chaomeng did not disappoint him. Me and Shinado, as expected, we have been promoted again because of Mewtwo. He muttered to himself. Spiritual smashing is Shinado's most tyrannical skill. Now, after obtaining a shard again, the power of the skill has surged, and the power that spirit smashing can exert has increased again. Xanadu, it can be strengthened again. Thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes turned to the last reward. Special Influence, Mewtwo's counterattack. Introduction. Because of the information you provided, Mewtwo knew the information of Team Rocket, who was secretly tracking it down, which also affected Mewtwo's next move. Mewtwo's affinity was plus or minus 10. This reward. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Plus or minus 10. This is not the first time he has seen such a prompt. In the past, Darkrai's affinity also obtained similar information. According to Darkrai's inference, it seems that it is the result of Mewtwo's next actions that determines whether the affinity increases or the affinity decreases. Mewtwo, Rockets. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking seriously for a moment, he temporarily pressed these down to the bottom of his heart. Now, this kind of thing, he should not directly intervene in it. With the existence of Darkrai, he is qualified to enter the field, but he does not have the ability to reverse everything and change everything. If you enter the venue rashly, you can only bring danger to yourself. Super Dream, come on. Lin Jing said in his heart. From the perspective of the heart, Chaomeng is undoubtedly far better than the Rockets. After all, not to mention the impression of the past life, just today, Chaomeng has provided him with 2 treasure chests of beasts and spirits. The initial rise of him and Shinado was precisely because of Mewtwo. If Chaomeng just came to ask for information every time, and there is no danger involved, Lin Jing would really like Chaomeng to be a guest often, to increase their chances of contact and improve the probability of obtaining treasure chests. The exclusive skills of divine beasts are in a pseudo state after being learned by Lin Jing's elves. But as long as enough skill fragments are collected, pseudo skills will become real skills. Lin Jing was very curious about the terrifying power of the real beast skills. As the thoughts turned over, through telepathic communication, Shinado came to the bedroom. Lin Jing's Shinian moved slightly, and the superpower seed was taken out. This is a deep purple seed. At the beginning, I felt that there was not much superpower inside, but the quality was extremely high. At this moment, Lin Jing handed the superpower seed forward. The superpower seed was suspended in midair, and while Shinado's superpower surging, the superpower seed slowly fell towards it. After approaching the center of the eyebrow, the superpower seed turned into a purple brilliance, reflecting between the eyebrows. Shinado's superpower is naturally motivated, and under the influence of super seeds, the level of quality has begun to slowly improve. See all the moments of Shinado. Lin Jing immediately used 2 skill rewards. Instant Amnesia, Defense Swap. When Shinado successfully realized, Lin Jing used another reward. Superpower Increase. At this moment, in the void, the dazzling superpower fell, and Lin Jing's eyes closed. At this moment, when Lin Jing closed his eyes, there seemed to be a barren space in front of him, which seemed to be the interstellar universe. In the interstellar universe, a figure is traveling through the sea of stars at extreme speed. That's a super dream. At the same time, within the Xinghai, Cheomeng's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he looked around subconsciously. Immediately after, as soon as it stopped, it stood in the desolate galaxy, looking into the distance. That direction. It was in the direction of the nightmare god that it left not long ago. Thinking of the image that flashed in his mind just now, Cheomeng's eyes were filled with thought. That human really didn't lie to me. He does have some special abilities. This is through my strength, and he has been improved again, so that I have a feeling. Cheomeng's thoughts turned sharply. It retracted its gaze and looked to the other end. So, the rockets. There was a sharp coldness in his eyes, and Cheomeng's figure rushed out again. Nightmare God. Forest View's bedroom. In the bedroom, a deep purple light shone. Lin Jing and Shinado both closed their eyes tightly. Surrounded by superpower, they continued to improve. After about 10 minutes, Shinado took the lead in completing the transformation and returned to normal. It looked at Lin Jing, and there was a hint of satisfaction on its face. After hatching, the person it saw for the first time was Lin Jing, and because of this, its tacit understanding and intimacy with Lin Jing far exceeded that of other elves. Now, this feeling of improving together with the trainer undoubtedly makes Shinado very satisfied. A few minutes later, Lin Jing's consciousness gradually returned to calm, and the purple brilliance flashed in his eyes. Feeling Shinado's gaze, he looked over and said, "Xanaduo, how do you feel?" Shinado's soft voice sounded in his heart. "Master, I think my superpower is constantly improving. Although the progress is relatively weak, fighting and training can speed up the process." Lin Jing nodded lightly. When the Eye Wisdom ability was activated, Shinado's information came into view. The qualifications of the quasi-overlord level have not changed. It seems that the threshold of overlord level is not so easy to cross, even superpower seeds can't reach it. Thinking to himself, Lin Jing looked at Shinado and said, "In that case, Shinado, go and get acquainted first." Shinado turned to leave. Watching Shinado's figure leave the room, Lin Jing's expression was slightly serious. At this moment, the superpowers around his body surged, and when they converged, the dazzling purple brilliance formed a barrier around him, and the defense was in front of him. Super barrier. In Lin Jing's thoughts, the super energy barrier disappeared, and in mid-air, the super energy condensed, forming a long blade. The long blade has condensed into substance, and Lin Jing gently reached out and grasped it, and directly held this super sharp blade in his hand. Then, the thought moved slightly, and the superpower blade swept out of the air, with a sharp sound, and under the control of Lin Jing, it dissipated in midair. Superpower increase. After this superpower increase, Lin Jing's superpower has been improved again, and the quality and quantity have changed. However, most importantly, he has learned more ways to manipulate superpowers. In the past, his superpowers were mainly used for perception exploration, or to cooperate with Shinado to enhance its combat power. And now, his superpower already has the ability to attack and defend autonomously. This ability is not suitable for showing, it can be kept as my own trump card. May be able to play a considerable role when needed. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's eyes turned. My superpower is already extremely powerful. I don't know, it is compared with the trainers who are most proficient in superpower in the elf world. In the future, if you have the opportunity, maybe you can try it out. Thoughts are flashing. On the treasure chest interface, the other two treasure chests are opened. Open black lens bracket. The treasure chest of the curtain gym opens. Close black lens bracket. You got the skill machine. Absorb fist. You have gained fighting experience X1. Open black lens bracket. You got special clothing. Fighter clothing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Affinity treasure chest opens. Close black lens bracket. You got a special buff. Darkrai's only friend. You got a special buff. Friends of the beasts and spirits. At a glance, the information introduction emerges. Fighting experience. A fighting experience from a fighting master, which can be learned by trainers to enhance their fighting ability, requires a certain physical strength support. Fighter clothing. Strength +2, agility +2, anti-strike ability +2. Skill machine. Drain fist. Fighting skills. While attacking the opponent and causing damage to the opponent, you can get a certain recovery. Looking at it this way, the rewards in the gym's treasure chest obviously have a lot to do with the gym that was defeated. Rewards are simpler, but good value. Without hesitation, Lin Jing used his fighting experience and clothing. The shadow of clothing emerges and blends into the whole body. At the same time, in my mind, relevant fighting experience emerges. His physique has been strengthened, far surpassing others. The appearance of these two rewards is undoubtedly an enhancement to himself. Finally, Lin Jing's eyes turn to the affinity treasure chest. Darkrai's only friend. Introduction. As the god of nightmares, Darkrai, because of the passive attribute that can bring nightmares, is always lonely and alone. Your appearance has changed everything. You, who are affected by the god of beautiful dreams, are not affected by nightmares. After experiencing many life and death crises with Darkrai, your calm and smart handling of the crisis also caught Darkrai's attention, and Darkrai has regarded you as its only one. Friends, when you are facing a crisis, Darkrai will spare no effort to protect you. Your words and deeds will most likely affect Darkrai's decision. For flowers. The only friend. Lin Chong sang in his heart. The first one was recruited in Yang Xiyu's family and he, the first one from Dagupingbu. Darkrai is indeed very lonely. He also thought of the scene not long ago, when Mewtwo's momentum was aroused, and Darkrai intercepted the scene in front of him for the first time. Lin Jing slowly let out a breath. Perhaps, it also has something to do with my own performance. Even with Darkrai to follow, even if it could influence Darkrai's decision, Lin Jing did not rashly rely on Darkrai to accomplish anything dangerous. If the careerist got the help of an elves like Darkrai, the consequences would be disastrous. Perhaps because of this, the relationship between Darkrai and Lin Jing is growing rapidly. The thought flashed, and he looked at another reward. Open black lens bracket. Friends of divine beasts and spirits. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. You have formed a friendship with a divine beast in a very short period of time. Your powerful friendship ability is eye-catching. Whenever you meet a divine beast for the first time, they will have a certain probability of your basic favorability +2. Open black lens bracket. Note. Close black lens bracket. This buff can be upgraded. Lin Jing blinked. Good guy. The king of PY is actually me. This buff is not high, and the effect of +2 affinity can only be said to be better than nothing. But, considering the target audience, the value of this reward is immeasurable. Divine Beast Spirit. This basic affinity is +2, which may be determined, whether the beast spirit facing it directly attacks, or can communicate. Great harvest. Lin Jing let out a long sigh of relief. Next, it's time to see Cheomeng's actions. 0. If the affinity of the special influence reward increases, then Mewtwo is very likely to find me again. Team Rocket, Mewtwo. He raised his brows slightly, thinking to himself, perhaps, I can help Mewtwo in my own way, or at least affect Team Rocket's actions. Maybe, to get a higher affinity. Buff, the friend of the beast spirit, has broadened Lin Jing's mind a lot. In the communication with the beast spirit, he should not be in an absolutely passive situation. The wisdom of the beast spirit is quite high, and his help will not be useless, but will be recorded in the heart of the beast spirit. Thinking about this, Lin Jing strode back to the cockpit. In the cockpit, he called up footage from the Nightmare Hall. The video in the hall is muted, and the conversation cannot be heard, but if the confrontation between Mewtwo and Darkrai spreads out, it will probably cause countless trainers to go crazy. With the help of Rotom, Lin Jing edited the video, leaving only Mewtwo. Subsequently, he opened the full-featured wizard book, opened the address book, found a name, and sent a message. Hello, can you help me contact Miss Sharona? I have something very important to report to her. The person he contacted was the Alliance staff member who took him to deal with follow-up matters after he communicated with Sharona after he became the champion of the examination. On that day, he communicated very smoothly with the other party, so he left the other party's contact information. Soon after the message was sent, a reply came. Lin Jing Trainer, I have already reported your news to Miss Sharona, but His Royal Highness the Champion is very busy, I don't know if she will. Before Lin Jing had finished reading it, the other party's next message had already been delivered. Lin Jing Trainer, Miss Hyerna knows about you. This is Miss Hyerna's contact number. She said you can contact her directly. Below, a line of specially coded communication numbers appears. Lin Jing snapped his fingers. He had already expected this. Although the elves have a certain reputation, they are not worth mentioning compared to champion trainers. But, biting the land shark fiercely, but felt Darkrai's breath, and Sharona should have known it. Under this premise, Sharona's attitude towards herself is not just the same as other rookie trainers. As long as he contacts the other party will also pay attention and wonder what is going on with him. Through the communication code, Lin Jing quickly added Sharona's communication number. Subsequently, video application sent out. After a while, Sharona's figure appeared on the screen. She seemed to be working, with documents in front of her, but now she looked quite serious and asked, Lin Jing Trainer, if I remember correctly, you should have already started traveling. What made you want to contact me? Lin Jing's expression became serious. Miss Sharona, I encountered some things during my trip. After thinking about it carefully, I feel that it is necessary to let the Shanao Alliance know. Let the Shanao Alliance know. Hearing Lin Jing's words, Sharona's expression became more serious. At this moment, through Rotom, Lin Jing sent the video that had been processed. Shanao Elf Alliance Headquarters. Sharona's expression was serious, and there was a hint of doubt and curiosity in her eyes. After seeing the video sent, she chose to click to view it. The moment the video opens, her eyes were suddenly frozen, and her expression became completely serious. In the picture, is the interior of a spaceship. At this moment, a faint purple ripple appeared on the screen, and then, a figure appeared. Beast Spirit. Mewtwo. Wide. Chapter 69 The Shock of the Champion Trainer, the Ancient Star, the Change of the Key of Time. Not long ago, news about the battle between Mewtwo and Deoxys was specially reported to Hyerna. Sharona is obviously very clear about the appearance of Mewtwo. With a serious expression, she continued to read. Now, in the screen, Xiaomeng's line of sight is looking forward, as if communicating with other people in front. After a short exchange, with Mewtwo as the center. In the video, invisible airwaves rolled up. That's a super dream burst of momentum. However, the moment the airwave rose, it was frozen in place, and then Chow Meng returned to calm. After staying for a while, the ripples flashed, and Chow Meng's figure disappeared in place. The video then ends. Sharona slowly exhaled. His face was full of seriousness. When it comes to the beast spirit, even if she is a champion trainer, she can't tolerate a trace of relaxation. The progress of the video was moved. After returning to the screen where Cheomung appeared during the initial ripple flashing, Sharona looked at the communication video interface on the side, looked at the calm Lin Jing on the screen, and said seriously, "Lin Jing. Trainer, where did you get this video from?" "Heard." Lin Jing said calmly, "Miss Zyrna, you should know that because of the support of the Sky Crown Elf Academy, they provided me with an interstellar spaceship for my travels." "You mean?" At this moment, Sharona's expression showed shock. "This video was recorded in your spaceship." "Super Dream. I found you. It was you who communicated with Chow Meng." Sharona's tone contained shock. "Who is Super Dream?" The divine beasts and elves swimming in the sea of stars have unpredictable real combat power and are unimaginably terrifying. "Who is Lin Jing?" The elves will be the champions, and they are also somewhat famous. But taking the elf exam proves that he has only just become a trainer. Even if there is a powerful elf hidden in his body, Sharona attaches great importance to it. She never thought that Cheomung would find Lin Jing, which is completely beyond the scope of Sharona's cognition. 063, Lin Jing's expression was still calm, and he couldn't see any turbulence. According to the words he had planned for a long time, he said, "Miss Zyrna, you should know that I was on the apocalypse before participating in the elf meeting test. I encountered Chow Meng when I initially arrived at the Shanao Star territory. Because of some inconvenient secrets between me and Chow Meng, there is some connection between me and Chow Meng, so it found me. And it came to me to confirm some information." Confirm some information. Sharona temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart and asked earnestly, "What information did Cheomung ask you to confirm?" "In its mouth, it involves a force called Team Rocket." The screen, Lin Jing's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he seemed to be a little puzzled. According to Cheomung, the rocket team has many members who have entered the Shanao Star territory, and it wants to use the interstellar network and human technology, help it find the rockets. Team Rocket. Sharona's eyes flashed slightly. Lin Jing looked calm, shook his head and said, "Miss Zyrna, you should also know that although I have some secrets, I grew up in the Apocalypse Star region, and I didn't even hear the name of Team Rocket before this. How can I help it seeks?" In the end, Mewtwo chose to leave. "Go away. Didn't Cheomung embarrass you?" Sharona asked. Lin Jing shook his head. "Maybe it's because I don't want to embarrass my little trainer, maybe." Lin Jing did not continue. However, compared to other people, Sharona, who knows some information, has already speculated. Is it because of the breath that Lai Bite Lu Shark felt? In the picture, the momentum of Cheomung's outbreak did not spread in the first time, and it seemed to be blocked. Is that what the elf following Lin Jing did? The other side. On the Nightmare God, seeing Sharona's expression of thought, Lin Jing's expression was calm and there was no strange expression. He made some changes in the order of the whole thing. The conversation between him and Cheomung did mention the rockets, but that was because he took the initiative to mention it. However, although the moment has been changed, the final meaning is the same, because at this moment, Chow Meng is indeed looking for the rockets. Moreover, the Shanao Alliance cannot and will not ask Chow Meng for verification for this kind of thing. The evil underground forces in the Guandu area have appeared in the Shanao Star territory, which is something that the Shanao Alliance should pay attention to. Now, it's involving the beast and the fairy Super Dream. A divine beast elf who can communicate with each other, and an underground evil force that has a strong conflict with the Elf Alliance, the choice of the Shanao Alliance, needless to say. After all, although the elf alliances in each star field are divided and conquered, they belong to the same family after all. Super Dream, that's all I can help you with. Lin Jing's mind turned sharply. Front end. Sharona sorted out the information she had obtained so far. After being silent for about tens of seconds, Sharona looked at Lin Jing and said, Lin Jing, the information you provided is very important. Lin Jingping smiled peacefully. Since this is the Shanao Star territory, and now I am a student of the Sky Crown Elf Academy, it is natural to report these situations. Sharona's expression was serious. You still don't understand the meaning contained in it. The Alliance knows first, or the latter knows, it may be a completely different ending. Having said this, she said solemnly, the Alliance will immediately investigate and deal with it. After confirming the authenticity of this matter, I will ask for credit for you. She seemed to have thought of something and said, Trainer Lin Jing, you have to pay attention to safety. I'm going to hold a meeting to discuss it immediately, so I won't talk to you anymore. After leaving a sentence, the communication was hung up. Shanao Elf Alliance headquarters, inside the office. Hyerna, who hung up the communication, pressed the button beside the desk and said in a serious tone, quickly contact other Heavenly King level trainers, those at the headquarters of the Alliance, let them go to the conference room, and if they are no longer, they will be contacted by video immediately. I have an emergency meeting. There was a chorus from within. Sharona got up in her seat, acted resolutely, and walked quickly towards the conference room. There was a thoughtful look on her face. Super Dream, Lin Jing. This year's champion in the national examination actually attracted the attention of the beast spirit, and even had face-to-face contact with the beast spirit. Her eyes lowered slightly, shocked by this, but she was still in an acceptable state. In the long history of the elf world, there has been more than one trainer who has communicated with the beast elves. And there are even trainers who are friends with the beast spirits, but Lin Jing is not the first precedent. As her thoughts flowed, Sharona recalled the scene on the screen, and said to herself, who is the elf following Lin Jing? It can make the fierce bite land shark perceive its powerful threat, and it can stop Cheomeng's momentum from erupting. Lin Jing trainer. It seems that within the Alliance, Lin Jing's information confidentiality is going to be raised by another level. Walking all the way, she pushed the door and entered the conference room. Preparations for the emergency meeting were fairly quick. Soon. In the conference room, 2 Heavenly King level trainers have already appeared, and in the video screen, other Heavenly King level trainers have also appeared. Everyone. Sharona's eyes swept away. There is something big, it's going to happen. The communication was hung up. Lin Jing retracted his gaze and stretched. Shanao League, Rockets, Mewtwo. This time, it will become more and more lively. Unfortunately, Chao Meng can perceive the location of me and Shinado through breath perception, but I can't contact it in reverse, otherwise, I can pass the message to it. However, the Shanao Elf Alliance will definitely not make a too stupid choice. Thinking of this, Lin Jing completely calmed down. In the endless star sea, the Nightmare God is heading towards the established goal. At a glance in Qinghai, the planet in front of it looks yellow and sandy in appearance, very desolate. Here, it is the destination of Linjing, the monument star. There are few people living in the ancient ruins star, because there are many ancient ruins inside it, so it is named after it. Now, the Nightmare God is under the control of Rotom, passing through the atmosphere of the ancient star and falling all the way. Looking down. The environment of the monument star is relatively harsh, which may be one of the reasons for the sparse population. When viewed from a high altitude, the entire ground is yellow sand colored and full of yellow sand. Inside the cab, a map emerges. Rotom, right here, choose the right place to land. Lin Jing pointed to a location on the map. At this moment, the Nightmare God turned its direction high in the sky, then turned into a streamer and flew away. After about 10 minutes of sailing, the Nightmare God landed in a relatively flat place. Lin Jing was already ready and put on a special sand-proof suit, and the elves also returned to the Pokeball. Darkley. After entering the Nightmare God, except for occasionally teaching Gengar, Darkrai was alone most of the time. After all, its nature is relatively lonely. Even Lin Jing didn't know where it was hiding on the Nightmare God. However, Lin Jing is very clear about the current relationship between Darkrai and himself, so he is not in a hurry. After shouting softly, Lin Jing clearly felt that a Pokeball trembled slightly in the space backpack. It's Darkrai's Pokeball. With Darkrai on his back, Lin Jing sorted out his equipment. Aside. After landing, Rotom disengaged from the spaceship's driving system and merged into the Elf Pokédex. Now, it surrounds the forest scene, and the mechanical introductory sound comes out. Historic star, a habitable planet discovered more than 100 years ago, but because of the harsh environment, very few people choose to come to the ancient site to live in, named because of the existence of many ancient ruins inside. It introduces everything seriously. With a slight sound, the hatch of the Nightmare God was opened, and Lin Jing jumped to the ground. Looking around. Entering the eyes, it is a piece of yellow sand. In the northeast, among the yellow sand, there are remnants of buildings. It was his goal this time, an ancient ruin that had existed for an unknown amount of time. I don't know, I can trigger the treasure chest as I guessed. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. After initially acquiring the treasure chest system, he was passively waiting for the treasure chest to be triggered. And now, with the deepening of the understanding of the treasure chest system, and the fact that he was originally improving himself in travel and exploration, he began to actively try to trigger the treasure chest to improve himself. At the rear, the hatch of the Nightmare God was closed, and the autonomous defense system was turned on. Lin Jing stepped towards the remains of the ancient ruins. Superpower spreads to the surrounding, sensing the danger that may be encountered. Just after taking a few steps forward, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were fixed in one direction. Into the eyes, is everywhere yellow sand. However, in the perception of superpower, there is a figure, under the cover of yellow sand, is rapidly approaching him. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate to hold one of the Pokeballs. In a blink of an eye, a figure leapt out from inside the yellow sand and attacked Lin Jing. The Wisdom Eye skill was activated in an instant, and the information was already in sight. Open black lens bracket Scorpio close black lens bracket. Level LV22. Attribute ground, flight. Qualification superior. Scorpio. At the moment when it leapt and attacked, the light in Lin Jing's elf ball flashed, and a figure jumped out, and suddenly collided with the leaping scorpion. It is the Fangtooth shark. The strength of the Fangtooth land shark is quite amazing. When the two sides collided, the Fangtooth land shark directly knocked the scorpion out. Without Lin Jing's command, the Fangtooth land shark chased away. After the two sides fought a few times again, the scorpion was easily defeated by the Fangtooth land shark. In some unnecessary battles, Lin Jing generally does not command, and is also cultivating the elves' own fighting consciousness. Now, the Fangtooth land shark defeated its opponent. I don't know whether it was because of the victory or the environment it was in. It looked quite excited. The Fangtooth shark. His eyes fell on it, and Lin Jing said, "Next, you are the main force in the battle, and you must prepare for the battle." The Fangtooth land shark nodded earnestly, and his eyes became sharper. Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Today, Shinado, Gengar, and fire-breathing dragon have all evolved to the highest form. They have entered the peaceful period of ascension, and there is no way for them to transform in a short period of time. Therefore, in the next battle, when a suitable opponent appears, Lin Jing will use the Fangtooth land shark as the main force, and let Kira and even Ibrahimovic as the guidance, let them carry out more battles. Whether it is the round land shark or Yukira, they are all beings who can become quasi-gods in the future, and their talents are good. Only by tempering them can they maximize their profits. And Ibrahimović also has the aptitude of the heavenly king. Most importantly, from Lin Jing's point of view, Ibrahimović may actually be the most suitable elf for the treasure chest system. Some of the rewards obtained from the treasure chest system are related to attributes and relatedness. If they are different, they cannot be used. But, as Ibrahimović with multiple evolutionary directions, Ibrahimović's genes are very peculiar. Lin Jing suspects that most of the rewards obtained from the treasure chest system can be used by Ibrahimović. Its growth limit is extremely high. However, little Ibrahimović's injury has not yet fully recovered, and at this time there is still some pain in walking, so he did not release the little guy. After defeating Scorpion, Fanglu Shark followed Lin Jing's side. Perhaps because of the deterrence of the Fangtooth Land Shark, Lin Jing was never attacked by wild elves when approaching the ruins. The elves that can survive in such a harsh environment are more careful and cautious. Soon, Lin Jing and Fanglu Shark had already arrived outside the ruins. At a glance, the ruins were already dilapidated, and most of the buildings were buried in yellow sand. Only a few dilapidated stone pillars with patterns engraved on them, and some broken walls floating on the surface of the yellow sand. It seems that the scope of this relic is not small, and it can be faintly inferred from the wreckage of the building that it used to be prosperous. The ruins of the Monument Star have existed for a long time. During this period, many trainers have come to explore, and some people have dug 3 feet in the ground, but they have found nothing. Lin Jing walked around this ancient ruin for a while. Along the way, 5.4 The treasure chest system is unresponsive. Seeing this, Lin Jing frowned slightly, but he was not disappointed, and said to Fanglu Shark, "There are many ruins on the Monument Star, and he is ready to try them all." One person and one elf turned and left. Just after the two left dozens of meters away. As if sensing something, the Fangtooth Land Shark suddenly turned his head and looked behind. Lin Jing also noticed something, turned around, and saw the rear. At this moment, at the rear, over the ruins, the sky quickly turned dark and gloomy. "Come on, let's go back to the next location." What's more peculiar is that the sky in other places is very normal, only the sky above the ruins is gloomy. This is... Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The sky is overcast, just the beginning. Under Lin Jing's attention, a storm rolled up over the wreckage of the ancient ruins, thunder pierced through the clouds, and a storm took shape. As the storm gradually took shape, a faint black mask appeared around the ancient ruins, so that there is a gap between the inside and the outside. Lin Jing had seen this scene several times in the Shikui area. Time and space warped area. The area where the ancient ruins are located is disordered in time and space, becoming a space-time distortion area. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. The Shanao Alliance initially established a space-time passage to Shikui through the crack of time and space, the distortion of time and space. From this point of view, within the Shanao star field, it is the star field with the most probability of space-time distortion. Is it because of the space-time gods? Is it because of their fighting influence that the space-time is no longer stable, or is there another reason? Just as Lin Jing was thinking. As if feeling something, Lin Jing suddenly took out the backpack behind him. One of the mezzanine layers was shaking slightly. Lin Jing opened the mezzanine and took out the items inside. This is an object like the hands of a clock. At this moment, it trembles slightly, and it blooms with a faint brilliance. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. It was one of the items he obtained in Dialga's treasure chest of beasts and spirits in the past. The Key of Time. Chapter 70 The Gate of Time, the Temple of Sidoran, the ruins eroded by wind and sand. At that time, the introduction of the Key of Time was not clear, it just stated that at the right time, a door to a special area could be opened. Now, the Key of Time has changed. Lin Jing's attention immediately fell on the top. The right time, does it mean time and space are distorted? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. Perhaps, there are other factors affecting it. Looking at the line of sight, Behind, the time and space of the area where the ancient ruins are located has been completely distorted, and there is a thunderstorm inside, lightning and thunder, quite intense. And around the entire ancient ruins, there is already a layer of black mask. At this moment, in his hand, the light of the key of time flickered, starting with it, a beam of light reflected on the dark mask outside the ancient ruins. Between the rays of light, above the mask, a pattern was vaguely drawn. That is, the dial of a clock. At this moment, at the moment when the dial was formed, in Lin Jing's hands, the key of time turned into a streamer, printed on the top of the dial, and became the pointer above. At the moment when the key of time was printed, the pointer it turned into began to rotate rapidly. That's upside down. The time on the dial is going backwards at an unimaginably terrifying speed. After a certain period of time, the hands stop abruptly. The key of time detached from the dial, turned into a streamer, and returned to Lin Jing's hands. And at this moment, in the front, where the dial is located, the black mask seems to have melted a little, forming a portal vaguely. Is this the door that the key of time opens through the special area? Lin Jing thought in his heart. Back in time. As his thoughts turned over, a firm look flashed across his face, and he strode forward. Since it has come, there is no such thing as a return without success. In the vast Xinghai, countless planets are unknown to the trainers. But the trainers of the interstellar era do not lack the courage and interest to explore. The land of exploration is just in front of you, how can it be possible to turn back? And Lin Jing also has the confidence to face danger head-on. The fangtooth land shark followed by his side and looked around vigilantly. Lin Jing's eyes fell on it, his brows slightly raised. After experiencing the baptism of time from Dialga Luca, a layer of time armor is attached to the body of the fangtooth land shark. At that time, after the evolution of the fangtooth land shark, it merged with the armor of time more perfectly. But at this moment 26, the body of the fangtooth land shark is blooming with a faint light, which is the brilliance of the armor of time. The armor of time, have you been touched? As the thoughts flashed in his heart, Lin Jing and Fang Lu Shark had already crossed the distance and came to the front of the portal. Without hesitation, Lin Jing stepped into it. Just after the two figures entered it, on the black mask, the appearance of the dial dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The moment he stepped into the door, Lin Jing clearly had an inexplicable feeling. It seems that it is somewhat similar to the passage of time and space. There was darkness all around. However, after a while, the surroundings gradually lit up. Lin Jing's gaze turned to the four directions, and seriousness arose in his eyes. At this moment, he has been in the ancient ruins. The distortion of time and space is also continuing. The sky of this ancient ruin is gloomy, and storms and thunder are raging. However, what he was in was not the ruined ruins when he arrived here, but an ancient ruins that were still very complete and never collapsed. Although there is no sound here, it seems that there is no creature left, but it has not collapsed and destroyed under the passage of time, but still exists in the world. This is. The thoughts in Lin Jing's mind turned sharply, and he instantly thought of the pointer on the portal, which kept turning upside down. This. Is it a relic from countless years ago? Through the portal opened by the key of time, I traveled back in time to countless years ago. There were waves in Lin Jing's eyes. Time and space. These are two concepts that have always existed in the wizard world. In terms of time, the divine beast elf with the power to control time, Dialga. In addition, there are Celebi who travel in time, and can even take others to travel in time. These two elves are existences that are closely related to time. And now, Lin Jing also stepped into the realm of time, and through the key of time, came to the ruins of countless years ago. To be precise, at this moment, this can no longer be called a relic. According to its construction scale, it is very likely that it is a temple dedicated to something. As the thoughts flowed in his mind, Lin Jing looked behind him thoughtfully. At the rear, there is still that dark black mask. If this is really countless years ago, then when I go out from here, do I really go to the previous time and space? With a flash of thought, Lin Jing stepped towards the mask. When he touched it lightly, an extremely tyrannical force bounced back, preventing his move. This. Lin Jing's eyes lowered, and a hint of enlightenment emerged in his heart. I understand. The power of the key of time itself is obviously unable to transport people through time and space. However, after the space-time distortion area is formed, the space-time inside is originally a state of chaos. Under this premise, the key of time has truly become a key, and with the help of the distorted space-time, a path to the gates of time before. However, because it uses the power of time distortion, the shuttle of time is only limited to the area where time and space are distorted, and it is impossible to leave and go to this time. Other spaces. Thinking of this, Lin Jing let out a long breath. His gaze turned to the fangtooth land shark beside him, and he said, "Let's go, let's explore this place carefully." After speaking, he went ahead. At this time, he was in a corridor. There are polished rocks on the ground, and patterns are drawn on the walls on both sides. Above, are the silhouettes of elves. The further he went inside the corridor, the darker it became. Lin Jing took out the lighting equipment to provide light. At the same time, he activates superpowers and perceives everything around him at all times. After a few steps forward. Ahead, the sound of small footsteps sounded. At the same time that Lin Jing's superpower was perceived, his line of sight turned to the front at the same time. Entering the eye, it is an elf that looks like a snail. The moment he saw it, Lin Jing recognized it. Ammonite beast. One of the ancient elves that have become extinct in the elf world. This undoubtedly confirmed Lin Jing's initial guess. This ammonite beast was very timid. After crawling out, it saw Lin Jing and the Fang Lu shark at a glance. Lin Jing glanced at it and did not pursue it. It did not hesitate, and immediately retreated quickly. After walking along the corridor for a distance, there was a change in front of him. At a glance, in front of you, there is a downward staircase entrance. On the walls around the stairs, the sprites were drawn quite differently. It was a little blurry, but Lin Jing took it seriously. Above the wall, what seems to be a volcano is drawn, with figures facing the direction of the volcano, kneeling and saluting. Above the volcano, a vague figure was also drawn. This temple is obviously built by humans. Lin Jing was not surprised by this. In the ancient times of the elf world, the relationship between elves and human beings was not what it is now. Facing the beast elves with stalwart power, human beings will truly regard them as godlike existences, worship and follow them. Taking ancient Shanao and Shikui as an example, there is a saying of Shanao Dazan. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the mural, the figure above the crater. The crater. Grado. The figure of a certain flightless beast appeared in his heart, and Lin Jing immediately ruled out this option. This figure doesn't look like Groudon, and Fang Yuan's divine beast elf should not appear in Shanao. Thoughts flashed, Lin Jing recalled the possible elves in his mind, and finally came up with an answer. As this, Theodorane. Cydelane. The mythical beast spirit that also exists in the legend, the place where it lives is exactly in the crater. There was a guess in his heart, and compared with the appearance on the mural, Lin Jing further confirmed its identity. So, is this a temple built for Sidoran? Thoughts flow. Lin Jing walked down the stairs along the entrance. There were still walls on both sides of the original stairs, and after walking about tens of meters, the walls on one side disappeared. Lin Jing's eyes looked at this place. Looking around, the stone stairs are in a circle, and they circle down step by step, at least 100 meters deep. And in the middle of the spiral staircase is a crater statue carved from boulders. Lin Jing stepped on the stairs and his eyes fell on the top of the crater. Above the crater, stands a huge statue. Its shape is similar to that of a tortoise, with 4 feet on the ground. It looks very calm. The carvings seem to be painted with special paints. It's Cydolan. This statue completely confirmed Lin Jing's guess. Here, it is a temple built by the ancients to worship Sidoran. However, at the time that Lin Jing came to through the key of time, the temple seemed to have been abandoned, and no one could be seen. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, in his eyes, under the statue of Exodorlan, the treasure chest is gradually taking shape as the faint brilliance circulates. What caught Lin Jing's attention was, there is more than one treasure chest formed. The brilliance of one of the treasure chests is particularly bright, while the other is slightly dim. The treasure chest system has been triggered. Cydolan, did he really appear here? Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing didn't have time to think about it. Just then, a dangerous warning came from malicious perception, and an uninvited guest also broke into the detection range of superpower. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jing snorted softly, "Fine-toothed land shark." It and the fang-toothed land shark jumped vigorously at the same time and left the stairs where it was currently. Just as they left, boom! The light waves full of destructive aura bombarded and hit their original position. The power exploded, and a pothole appeared directly there, and the stairs collapsed. Lin Jing's eyes suddenly turned to the source of the attack. Open black lens bracket fossil pterosaur close black lens bracket. Level LV35. Attribute Rock, Fly. Qualification King of Heaven. Introduction Fossil pterosaur, because of its sharp 8 claws, is determined to be a carnivorous Pokémon. It is imagined that it uses sharp claws to capture food. A fossil pterosaur with Heavenly King level qualifications. This fossil pterosaur seems to have entered from another direction of the temple. Now that he saw other people, he launched an attack immediately. The single blow missed, and the fossilized pterosaur never hesitated at all. During the roar, the destruction and death light converged and bombarded again. Boom! The explosion sounded in the temple. Lin Jing and Fang Lu Shark dodged at the same time. While dodging, Lin Jing held a Pokeball in his right hand, and as the brilliance flickered, the figure of the fire-breathing dragon appeared. In the face of the fossilized pterosaur, an elf with the ability to fly, in this relatively special environment, the fire-breathing dragon is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Roar! When the dragon's roar sounded, the fire-breathing dragon fanned its wings and charged towards the fossilized pterosaur. Lin Jing's command sounded. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon's mouth opened, and the hot flames spewed out, heading straight for the fossilized pterosaur. Not to be outdone, the fossilized pterosaur opened its mouth, and flames spit out. Spitting flames is also one of the skills that fossil pterosaurs can master. This fossilized pterosaur has the aptitude of the Heavenly King, and the aptitude is not bad. Obviously, he has understood the use of the skills. The two lines of fire cut through the sky and clashed together in midair. But, in terms of flames, fire-breathing dragons are obviously not inferior to anyone. At the moment when the flames collided, during the collision of fire attribute energy, the jet flame of the fire-breathing dragon directly broke through the jet flame of the fossil pterosaur, more like swallowing the power inside, becoming more and more hot. The flame swept, bombarded on the body of a fossil pterosaur. A painful roar rang out. Without hesitation, Lin Jing shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, dragon claw." The fire-breathing dragon's eyes are full of fighting intent, and the dragon's wings are flapping, and they have chased away. Dragon claw swing. The two spirits collided. Lin Jing's command tone sounded again. Fire-breathing dragon, flaming teeth. In the close combat between the two elves, the fire-breathing dragon suddenly opened its mouth and took a bite. Its teeth burned with hot flames, causing this damage to the fossilized pterosaur. At the same time, Lin Jing said again, "Fire-breathing dragon, primordial power." Strange energy swept out and bombarded the body of the fossilized pterosaur. In terms of combat power, the fossilized pterosaur was not an opponent of the fire-breathing dragon. Now, under the successive attacks, its breath gradually weakened. See. Lin Jing took out a poke ball from his backpack. Flying wing ball. This is the special poke ball obtained through the treasure chest system. The function is to increase the probability of catching flying spirits, and because of its own particularity, it is very light and can be thrown farther. At this time, he carried more than 6 elves with him. Therefore, when he captured the Pokémon, he directly chose to use the Pokeball obtained from 063 in the treasure chest system. After all, such a Pokeball was not restricted by transmission. Aim and throw. After the flying wing ball swept a long straight line in midair, it directly hit the fossilized pterosaur entangled with the fire-breathing dragon. Any elf with Heavenly King level qualifications has a very good cultivation value. Therefore, when he saw its aptitude, Lin Jing had the idea of conquering it. Light flashed. The body of the fossilized pterosaur disappeared and entered the elf ball. Ding, ding. Its battle with the fire-breathing dragon obviously consumed a lot of itself, and with 2 sounds, the flying wing ball returned to calm. When the flying wing ball fell downward, the fire-breathing dragon dived, the dragon claws held the Pokeball, flew to Lin Jing's side, and handed the Pokeball over. After taking the Pokeball handed out by the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing took out another Pokeball and took the Fang Fang Lu shark back first. Then, he jumped and came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, go to the crater of that statue. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, and the dragon's wings fluttered, quickly heading towards the crater. After coming here, Lin Jing jumped up and jumped to the top. This crater statue is at least tens of meters high. Above it, the statue of Sidoran also has a height of 5 or 6 meters, and it looks quite astonishing. Above Theodorane. Just now, what Lin Jing saw, the 2 treasure chests that were constantly taking shape, at this time, with the battle between the fire-breathing dragon and the fossilized pterosaur, they were completely formed. His mind moved slightly, and Lin Jing chose to pick it up. The system prompts to give birth. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Chest Sidoran. You have successfully picked up the Relic Treasure Chest. Sure enough, it's the treasure chest of the beasts and spirits of Sidoran. Lin Jing's eyes lit up. He looked at the statue of Sidoran and said to himself, only where the beasts and spirits have really stayed can the treasure chests of the beasts and spirits appear. For example, the treasure chest of the Dream God in the battlefield of the moon. So, Sidoran has personally visited this temple dedicated to it, and left behind its aura. In the flash of thinking, he gave birth to more enlightenment. I don't know how many years later, the ruins turned into ruins. Under the dissolution of time, the aura of Sidoran has already dissipated, so I can't trigger the treasure chest. But, through the key of time, I came to this time period. Perhaps, Sidolan appeared in this temple not long ago. As his thoughts turned, Lin Jing wanted to open the treasure chest directly. But, over the temple, the roaring storm, the thunder, seemed to be weakening continuously. At the same time, the key of time, which had been carried around with him, also shone again. Time and space are distorted, is it going to end? The key of time also gave a hint. Lin Jing did not delay, jumped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and flew towards the sky above the temple suddenly. Around, the dark mask was dimmed a little. When the forest scenery is close. As the key of time flickered, the dial-like portal reappeared. The fire-breathing dragon carried Lin Jing and rushed out. At the moment of rushing out, Lin Jing looked back. Rear. This originally perfect temple, at this moment, seems to have gone through countless times, collapsed, disintegrated, melted, and turned into debris eroded by wind and sand. Chapter 71 Sleeping Sidoran, Lava Storm, and Terrifying Darkrai. The moment the fire-breathing dragon stepped into the portal, the surroundings dimmed. After a while, everything is back to normal. Entering the eyes, it is the yellow sand that fills the sky. Under the action of inertia, the fire-breathing dragon flew more than 10 meters forward before slowly stopping, and then turned around. Lin Jing's eyes turned towards the ruins. At this moment, the time-space distortion area shrouded in the ruins is close to dissipating, the black mask is almost transparent, the thunderstorm inside is gradually subsiding, and the sky returns to clear. The space-time distortion region has completely disappeared. This time the distortion of time and space seems to be much shorter than before. Lin Jing muttered to himself in his heart and looked at the key of time in his hand. Is it because of it? After the gate of time is opened, the chaotic space-time power in the space-time distortion area will be consumed faster, so the duration of time distortion will be reduced a lot. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. Fire-breathing dragon, let's land. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar and fell down. In the process of the fire-breathing dragon's landing, the distortion of time and space has completely ended. Here, restoration has become a desolate scene. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the wreckage of the ruins, and there was a little emotion in his sight. Once, it was quite brilliant here, and it contained the art of architecture. But time passed and everything was buried under the sand. After sighing softly, Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and he took out the flying wing ball from his backpack. Light flashed. The figure of the fossil pterosaur appeared in place. Its body is full of burning marks, left by the battle with the fire-breathing dragon. The personality of this fossilized pterosaur is obviously quite ferocious, otherwise it would not have launched an attack the first time it saw Lin Jing. However, after being defeated by the fire-breathing dragon, he was successfully subdued again. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon was beside him. Facing the fire-breathing dragon who defeated him, the fossilized pterosaur's personality was somewhat restrained. Action. In the future, you can follow me. Lin Jing got closer, took out the wound medicine he carried with him from the space backpack, and smeared it on the fossilized pterosaur. The wound medicine was smeared and stimulated, the fossilized pterosaur's dragon wings unfolded, bringing a gust of wind, and he wanted to struggle. But at this moment, on the side, the dragon roar of the fire-breathing dragon sounded. Roar. Under the deterrence of the roar, the fossilized pterosaur put away the unfolded dragon wings again embarrassingly. Immediately, it felt that after the initial sting, the place where the wound medicine was applied, there was a burst of coolness, and it felt much more comfortable. When he looked at Lin Jing again, the ferocity in the eyes of this fossilized pterosaur had subsided a lot. Elves are all intelligent creatures. If you treat them well, they will naturally be able to perceive them. This time through the key of time, the harvest is very rich. After helping the fossilized pterosaur to apply the wound medicine, Lin Jing put away the fossilized pterosaur, jumped directly onto the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and went to the nightmare god. Riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing said to himself, the fossilized pterosaurs of the Heavenly King class can also play a great role when cultivated. Besides, the 2 treasure chests are the most important thing. Riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface has emerged. Above, 2 treasure chests glow. Without hesitation, Lin Jing immediately meditated in his heart. Open the treasure chest of ruins. Open black lens bracket. You got the explorer costume. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the title of relic explorer. Close black lens bracket. You got the ruins map. Close black lens bracket. 3 reward messages appear. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top, and he checked them one by one. Open black lens bracket. Explorer costume. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. You have successfully completed a ruin exploration and obtained an explorer outfit. When wearing an explorer outfit, your adventure +1, defensibility +2, and fall resistance +1. Title: Ruins Explorer. Introduction. Through special means, you discovered the truth of a relic, returned to the past and present about the relic, and obtained the title of Relic Explorer. When wearing this title, your probability of encountering a ruin increases by 5%. As a ruin explorer, your probability of making a correct choice in the ruins increases by 5%. When your elves fight in the ruins, you can get 5% of the battle. Force increase. Relic map. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. An undamaged relic map points to an unknown prehistoric relic. When you approach the prehistoric relic, the map will issue directions. Lin Jing's gaze swept above. Without a doubt. Of the 3 rewards, the one with the highest value is naturally the title of the Relic Explorer. According to its introduction, after wearing this title, Lin Jing must be called a duck to water when exploring the ruins. In addition, explorer clothing can also play a good role. Lin Jing's eyes wandered and finally settled on the map. This is an ancient sheepskin scroll. Through the perception of superpowers, Lin Jing clearly perceives that the sheepskin scroll seems to contain a touch of strange energy, which may be the so-called guidance. After Lin Jing carefully scanned the map on the parchment scroll, he temporarily put it away. So far, he has acquired 3 maps. Among them, the fire-breathing Dragon Valley is not in the Shanao Star territory. The Dark Planet is in the Shanao Star territory, and it is already in his plan. Now, the appearance of this parchment scroll map will undoubtedly bring some small changes to his next plan. The Nightmare God is parked near the ancient ruins, and the fire-breathing dragon has arrived at the acceleration. On the Nightmare God, he shook the sand on his body, and Lin Jing stepped into it first. He released the other elves and let them move freely. At the same time, he looked at the fire-breathing dragon and said, "Soon." The fire-breathing dragon followed Lin Jing and came to the widest battle area in the spaceship. Thoughts flicker, the treasure chest interface shines brightly. The mythical beast elf treasure chest from Citylane has been opened. Information emerges. You have acquired the skill, Smoke. You have acquired the skill, Big Character Explosive Flame. Fire-breathing dragon, you come with me. You get a special influence, Sleeping Sideranon. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Lava Storm. You have obtained qualification transformation, Lava Baptism. Puff Smoke, Big Characters Explode. These are 2 very powerful fire attribute skills. Divine Beast skill fragments, Lava Storm. Lava Storm is one of Sidoran's exclusive skills, and it is powerful. Lin Jing's eyes swept across them and landed on the last 2 rewards. Lava Baptism. Introduction. Spirits with fire attributes can be baptized with the power of lava from Sidoran to improve their qualifications. Turning his eyes, Lin Jing looked at the last reward that he had not checked. Open black lens bracket Sleeping Sidylane close black lens bracket. Introduction. Sidoran has been sleeping for a long time, but with the appearance of his own power in the outside world, it has been touched to a certain extent, and it is very likely that he will wake up from his deep sleep. Sidoran, are you sleeping? Lin Jing frowned slightly. It seems that Sidoran has been sleeping for a long time, otherwise it shouldn't sit back and watch its temple become the wreckage it is now. After all, it was there. Pressing these thoughts into his heart, Lin Jing looked at the fire-breathing dragon who was waiting beside him. He smiled slightly and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, your aptitude has finally ushered in the opportunity to improve again." Initial elf, that Lin Jing received, the fire-breathing dragon's growth rate has not been the fastest among all elves, and was even pulled down by Shinado and Gengar at one point. But now, as Lin Jing obtained the treasure chest of Sidoran, the fire-breathing dragon also had the possibility to go further. Without hesitation, at this moment, Lin Jing urged the lava baptism. In the sky above the battle area, in the void, the rich fire attribute energy gathers. At this moment, these fire attribute energies are condensed and formed, as if they were transformed into the phantom of a small volcano, suspended in midair. Then, in the crater of this small volcano, the lava formed by the condensed fire attributes erupted and gathered towards the fire-breathing dragon. The lava baptism has begun. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and other rewards were also used. Skill, Smoke. Skill, Big Character Explosion. And The exclusive skill of the beast, the lava storm. The brilliance of red flames merged into the whole body of the fire-breathing dragon. Just then, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking around, with the progress of the lava baptism, at this moment, the fireball slate carried by the fire-breathing dragon seems to be touched, and it also shines. Just like the last change, at the moment when the light burst out, the fireball slate was detached from the storage equipment customized by Lin Jing for the fire-breathing dragon, and suddenly fit on the belly of the fire-breathing dragon. The power of the lava that erupted in the shadow of the small volcano became more and more dazzling and amazing. A look of pain appeared on the fire-breathing dragon's face. Apparently, the fireball slate actually brings it ascension, but it is also within the ascension and needs to endure pain. Without hesitation, Lin Jing summoned Shinado through telepathy. It is not the first time that the fire-breathing dragon has felt pain because of the influence of the fireball slate. Shinado is familiar with it, and the power is surging, and the water droplets of life condense and release towards the fire-breathing dragon. However, surprisingly, this time, the water droplets of life have not yet touched the body of the fire-breathing dragon. With the flash of light from the fireball slate, the water droplets of life are directly evaporated. Isn't it possible to get help from outside? Lin Jing frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Fire-breathing dragon, hold on. Just keep at it and you'll get stronger." The fire-breathing dragon with his eyes closed seemed to have heard Lin Jing's voice. At this moment, the dragon's mouth opened, and the dragon's roar suddenly came out. Roar! The roar echoed in the spaceship. In the echoing roar, the red flames around the fire-breathing dragon became more and more intense. Then, as its momentum rose, the flames on the dragon's tail became more and more vigorous, and the volcanic shadow formed by the baptism of lava shattered. At the same time, the fireball slate attached to the abdomen also shrunk a little again. Lin Jing was keenly aware that the size of the fire-breathing dragon increased again. Roar! Long yin sounded again. At this moment, the dragon's eyes of the fire-breathing dragon opened, and faintly, the light of red golden flame flashed. It roared at Lin Jing, and then strode towards the hatch. Lin Jing followed behind. The hatch opened, and the fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and suddenly climbed into the sky. Roar! Long yin sounded between heaven and earth. Lin Jing looked at the sky from the hatch. The fire-breathing dragon, which has just been transformed, seems to have a whole body of power that wants to vent. The dragon's wings spread, and while flying in midair, the dragon's mouth opens, and hot flames spit out. Lin Jing has experienced physical strengthening, and he is extremely insensitive. Under his observation, he keenly discovered that the flame of the fire-breathing dragon is faintly showing the color of red gold. Red golden flame. Next moment, the fire-breathing dragon swooped, and the skill was activated again as the violent fire attribute energy gathered. What it uses is precisely the exclusive skill of Citolin that has just been mastered. Lava storm. Below. In the gathering of fire attribute energy, on the ground, in the yellow sand that filled the sky, the ground was tumbling, and the flames swept in, forming a mighty storm. Lin Jing watched this scene from a distance. Fire-breathing dragon. It got a lot stronger. Is this the dual effect of lava baptism and fireball slate? Sighed. Darkrai's figure has quietly appeared at some point. It looked at the fire-breathing dragon that started the lava storm, nodded slightly, and suddenly said, "This little guy, its flame, can barely hurt me." Lin Jing moved in his heart and looked at Darkrai. Darkrai still looked at the fire-breathing dragon, and continued, "Your Shinado is also constantly improving, and with its current superpower level, it can barely hurt me." Heard. Lin Jing seemed to have thought of something, and said quickly, "Darklay, do you mean to attack a divine beast elf like you, an ordinary elf? Is it actually completely useless?" Facing Lin Jing's inquiry, Darkrai nodded slightly. Its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. "The power I have mastered and the power of ordinary elves have a huge difference in level and quality. Because of this, the attacks of ordinary elves will not have any effect on me." Only if my own energy has undergone many transformations, and the power level is different from the ordinary existence, can it really cause harm to me. Lin Jing nodded knowingly. Without a doubt. Fire-breathing dragon and Shinado are already on the right path. With a slight movement in his heart, the wisdom eye skill was activated, and the information of the fire-breathing dragon lingered in his eyes. Several newly mastered skills are listed impressively. As for the qualifications column, it has become a quasi-overlord level. And Gengar, Shinado, the same aptitude. Wanting to reach what Clay just said, Lin Jing moved in his heart and said to himself, perhaps, the difference between the qualifications of the overlord and the quasi-overlord is the difference in the level of power. Only when the power transformation is truly and completely completed can one become an elves with real overlord level qualifications. Thinking of this, Lin Jing suddenly had an idea. He looked at Darkrai beside him, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and the wisdom eye skill was activated. Ever since he first met Darkrai, he hadn't used his eye skills. It was because when they first met, the wisdom eye skills would definitely not be able to find out the specific information of Darkrai, and rashly using the wisdom eye to check it might make their first few encounters unpleasant. 2. Later, Darkrai entered his Pokeball, and after getting to know him more and more, Lin Jing completely forgot about it. After all, in his subconscious mind, Darkrai is not his elf. But at this moment. But he had a strong desire to check out Darkrai. Wisdom skill activates. At a glance, Darkrai was surrounded by smoke, and information emerged. Open black lens bracket, darkly close black lens bracket. Grade. Qualification. Introduce close black lens bracket. Lin Jing blinked. Well. Even if he entered his Pokeball, he still couldn't check the specific information about reaching Clay. The mighty power of the beast spirit is completely incomprehensible. In fact, the Pokeball can't restrict Darkrai's movements at all. The reason why it still stays here is because of Lin Jing. Just then, Darkrai obviously sensed Lin Jing's investigation, and now, its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. You can try again. When the voice fell, the smoke surrounding Darkrai became lighter. Facing Lin Jing, it can obviously put down its defenses. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Looking at Darkrai, the power of insight is activated again. Information emerges. Darkrai, Nightmare God. Level, LV 95. Attribute, Evil. Qualification, Overlord. Characteristic, Nightmare. Introduction, Divine Beast Spirits, terrifying existences that hold the power of nightmares. Currently mastered skills, Strange Wind, Immobilization, Lightning Flash, Hypnosis, Raid, Deception, Shadow Clone, Black Mist, Dark Black Hole, Trick, Dream Eater, Evil Wave, Shadow Ball, Dream Talk, Stand-In, Shadow Claw, Kai Bomb, Electric Shock Wave, Spiritual Intent, Rain Begging, Hold, Destruction Light, Freezing Beam, Blizzard. Lin Jing's eyes swept over, and layers of waves appeared in his eyes. Powerful. Deservedly powerful. In the elf world, level is a manifestation of the growth of elves. Generally speaking, elves with low aptitude not only grow slowly between each level and require more experience, but also have a level upper limit. After reaching a certain level, their potential. After being excavated, it becomes very difficult to grow again. And Darkrai's LV 95 level has already demonstrated how powerful an elf it is. The qualification column is exactly the overlord level. With the accumulation of countless years, I have comprehended countless skills and complicated fighting methods. It's really unimaginable how terrifying the fighting force of Darkrai's full force can be. What Darkrai said, the power level of Shinado and fire-breathing dragon can barely hurt it. I am afraid it is the gap from no damage that does not break the defense to one damage that barely breaks the defense. Can't help but sigh. Is this the Nightmare God? The 20,000 word update is here. Today, the author will update these first. I have been a little confused in writing these days. In addition, there are guests at home at night, and I will continue to work hard tomorrow. Ask for everything. Chapter 72 Fire-Breathing Dragon vs Tyrannical Carp Dragon. Chanel Alliance is in action, and the super dream is finally here. In the real world of elves, the level of elves increases. The more difficult it is, the more battle experience and grinding experience are required. At the same time, the higher the level, the improvement and transformation within each level is quite amazing, and it is constantly improving. The promotion of one level in the later stage may be far better than multiple levels in the early stage. It can be said that the strength of the elves increases with the level, not in a steady manner, but in an exponential increase. Darkrai of LV95, the combat power that can be exerted is simply unimaginable. No wonder, my eyesight ability, if Darkrai does not take the initiative to release his protection, can't check the information. After all, every aspect of Darkrai is too amazing. The brilliance in the eyes has disappeared. Lin Jing thought of more. So, what about the other gods and beasts? Is it true that every mythical beast elves have the terrifying qualifications of the overlord level? Lin Jing's thoughts turned around. Seeing that Lin Jing had already checked, the smoke around Darkrai's body thickened again. Remote. The lava storm swept through, and after the fire-breathing dragon just transformed, the thought of venting it gradually disappeared. After it circled high in the sky, the dragon wings flapped and returned toward the nightmare god. Looking around, Lin Jing saw that the fire-breathing dragon still had a rather excited look on its face. Fire-breathing dragon, from his small fire dragon period, is full of fighting spirit, and he is very concerned about evolution and the improvement of his own strength. Now, it can be said that it has completed its biggest transformation so far. No wonder it's so exciting. At this moment, Nightmare God stopped on the ground. Lin Jing pondered and took out a Pokeball from his backpack. Fire-breathing dragon. He looked at the fire-breathing dragon and said, "It seems that you are very excited after your transformation. Do you want to give you an opponent?" The fire-breathing dragon's eyes fell on Lin Jing's hands, and there was a high-spirited fighting intent in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate. The light of the Pokeball in his hand flashed, and a huge figure appeared in place. Kirby. It was the Kirby beast he conquered through the tyrannical carp dragon in the past. After the Kirby beast appeared, it seemed to blink a little dazedly, as if it had just woken up, and then looked at Lin Jing blankly, and looked at Lin Jing's eyes. Lin Jing. Lin Jing groaned. This scene was a little different from what he had imagined. This Kirby beast, but he subdued it through a strategy, and the process of subjugation was not glorious. Because of this, after capturing it, Lin Jing never released it. After all, the strength at that time was insufficient, and rashly releasing the Kirby beast might cause some trouble. But now, Fire-Breathing Dragon and Shinado, after Darkrai's comments, their power level has reached a certain height. Their own aptitude is even more amazing, and the growth of each level is huge. Under this premise, level is no longer the only criterion for measuring their strength, so Lin Jing will prepare to release the Kirby beast. If the opponent is in chaos, it has already begun to have enough 063 ability to suppress. And at this moment, by his side, there is Darkrai. However, looking at it now, Kirbymon seems to be familiar with the life in the Pokeball, and the appearance of just waking up does not look like he wants to make trouble. Lin Jing's thoughts moved. Could it be? When I was capturing the carp beast, the Tyrannosaurus was always fighting wildly with the carp beast, and the carp beast was entangled with the Tyrannosaurus, and was captured by my overweight ball without even discovering my existence. Quote. Perhaps that's why it didn't react so violently. Now, facing the gaze delivered by Lin Jing, Kirby let out a cry, then stretched out his hand and rubbed his belly. During this period of time, the Kirby beast has not been released, and naturally he has not been late for anything. As the leader elf, these consumptions are nothing to it, but for the Kirby beast, who likes to eat and sleep, it is obvious. Also a torment. Seeing this, Lin Jing groaned and took out the energy cube from the space backpack. The energy cubes prepared by Tianguan Elf Academy for Lin Jing are very sufficient. In addition to the extremely high level of healing, it also involves various attributes of elves, and also has a variety of functions. Now, what Lin Jing took out was the most hungry energy cube. Also, the taste is quite delicious. The moment Lin Jing took out the energy cube, the fragrance wafted away, and the Kirby sniffed lightly, then his eyes lit up, looked at Lin Jing, and let out a somewhat expectant cry. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and he threw it lightly in his hand. Kirbymon's big mouth opened, caught it, and chewed it. The deliciousness of the energy cube has undoubtedly never been tried by the elf who used to live in the wild. Now, after chewing and tasting it carefully, a rather happy look appeared on its slightly simple and honest face. "See," Lin Jing said directly, "Kapimon, as long as you obey me in the future, I will provide you with abundant elf food." For ordinary trainers, cultivating a Kirby, the consumption of food alone is an astronomical figure. However, Lin Jing is also considered a wealthy person now, and he has the rich and powerful Sky Crown Elf Academy as support, so he is naturally not afraid of Kobe Beast eating a little more. Kirbymon's small eyes brightened, and he nodded again and again. Seeing this, Lin Jing was thoughtful. Kabimon is so obedient. Maybe, it's because of my own strength and the increase in elves' strength. When a trainer obtains an elf whose strength far exceeds his own through some methods, because of the elves' personality and other reasons, they often do not obey the trainer's instructions. And as the strength of the trainer reaches a certain standard, the elves will gradually become obedient. Now, he is obviously no longer the freshman who has just become a trainer. With the full explosion of his main elf, he already has quite a good combat power. Seeing CGFE that the Kirby Beast finished eating the energy cube, and his face was full of satisfaction, Lin Jing used the overweight ball to take it back. Kirbymon did not resist, turned into a ray of light, and returned to the overweight ball. At the same time, in Lin Jing's hand, another Pokeball has appeared. The light flashed, and in the air outside the Nightmare God, a huge figure appeared. Boss Tyrannosaurus. Great cruelty. Compared with the Kobe Beast, the violent carp dragon's temper is undoubtedly too hot, and it is very irritable, and it explodes at the last point. Just after it appeared, the roar of the violent carp dragon suddenly sounded. Roar. During the deafening roar, the storm carp dragon's eyes immediately focused on Lin Jing. It's him. It still remembered the scenes before being caught in the Pokeball, and it was already irritable, but at this moment it was about to explode again. But immediately afterwards, it saw Darkrai beside Lin Jing. Darkrai didn't show much breath. But the elves are quite sensitive to the premonition of danger. Although the tyrannical carp dragon is irritable, it is not stupid. The moment he saw Darkrai, Tyrannosaurus only felt that he had a subconscious feeling of danger in his heart, and the fiery emotions that had already been ignited quickly cooled down. The scene was awkward for a while. Just then, outside the Nightmare God, at the other end, the fire-breathing dragon in midair looked at the tyrannical carp dragon. At the same time as the excitement in his eyes flashed, the fighting spirit rose and the dragon roar sounded. Roar. It launched an invitation to the Tyrannosaurus dragon. In the sound of Long Yin, the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly found his gaze, turned his eyes around, and suddenly looked at the fire-breathing dragon. It seems to have found a way to vent, and while its body is turning, it rushes towards the fire-breathing dragon. Lin Jing stood at the hatch of the Nightmare God and saw this scene. The size of the leader Tyrannosaurus Carposaurus, needless to say, is quite huge. And the fire-breathing dragon. After undergoing 2 transformations, its size has also grown amazingly. In Lin Jing's view, it is not inferior to the leader elf. Now, seeing the 2 elves approaching rapidly in midair, Lin Jing suddenly had an idea in his heart. In the interstellar era, there are also giant battles in some star fields. Through special energy and special venues, it affects the elves fighting in them, and the elves can become enormous and transform into real giants to fight. The boss elf that is already huge, how big will it become after it becomes extremely giant? Thoughts flashed through my mind. In the interstellar era, all kinds of competitions have reached their peak, including the battlefield that belongs to the extreme giant. However, compared with mega evolution, although gigantic transformation is also a means to improve elves, it needs the support of special venues, and the popularity rate is not so high. In Lin Jing's heart, his thoughts flashed. Outside world. In the yellow sand in the sky, the figures of the fire-breathing dragon and the tyrannical carp dragon are rapidly approaching. One has just transformed, and the fighting spirit is full. A hot temperament, full of anger. At this moment, while the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon was roaring, an impactful water flow spurted out from its dragon mouth, carrying a powerful impact. Oh. The other side. The dragon mouth of the fire-breathing dragon opened, and the hot flames spewed out. Throw flames. The flames that the fire-breathing dragon spewed out faintly revealed the color of red gold, which was extraordinarily special. In mid-air, flames and water flow collide together. During the collision of energy, the water flow evaporates, water vapor is produced, and it merges into this already harsh world. The water attribute restrains the fire attribute. But the flame power level of the fire-breathing dragon has undergone many transformations, and was even evaluated by Darkrai, and has been able to barely hurt it. In this case, the power of the flames it masters can already be infinitely close to the influence of the tampering of the attributes, turning it into a master of inverse attributes. Between the impact of the flames and the water current, the violent carp dragon roared, its body twisted, the dragon tail swayed, and it slammed towards the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon's eyes flashed sharply, the claws shimmered with light, and the dragon's claws slammed forward and suddenly greeted it. Sip. The dragon's tail and the dragon's claws clashed together, making a dull sound. Just at this moment, in the fire-breathing dragon's roar, the dragon's claws suddenly grabbed the dragon's tail that the tyrannical carp dragon slammed. At the same time, its power was activated, and with its own weight, wrapped in the inertia of downward impact, it grabbed the dragon tail of the tyrannical carp dragon, and in midair, it suddenly charged downwards. Roar. The tyrannical carp dragon struggled angrily. Its dragon mouth opened, and the water flowed out again. The fire-breathing dragon's response was quick, and the fire-breathing rune prevented the water cannon from causing direct damage to itself. At this moment, when the speed exploded to the extreme, the fire-breathing dragon used its own skills of throwing on the earth, and with the help of inertial whereabouts, the moment it was about to fall to the ground, its dragon claws loosened, and under the inertia of the heavy weight, the violent carp fell. The dragon's body fell violently below. Next second. Roar. An increasingly angry roar sounded. On the monument star, the ground is full of yellow sand, and the tyrannical carp dragon fell on the ground, causing little damage. But how to say that sentence is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Under the attack of the fire-breathing dragon, the tyrannical carp dragon became more and more angry. The two elves collided again. Lin Jing stood in front of the cabin door, keeping an eye on the battle, nodding his head in satisfaction from time to time. The level of the fire-breathing dragon still lags behind the tyrannical carp dragon, and even its attributes are restrained. But the fire-breathing dragon's performance in battle is still quite exciting. A fire-breathing dragon with quasi-overlord level qualifications, the specific growth of each level is much higher than that of a quasi-king level tyrannical carp dragon. As the fire-breathing dragon reaches a certain level, the strength gap between the two is no longer a level able to manifest. Suffice to say, his 3 elves, Gengar, Shinado, fire-breathing dragon, and 3 quasi-overlord level elves all possess the ability to leapfrog and fight. The battle lasted for 10 minutes. The 2 elves were fighting quite happily. At the end of the battle, they no longer used their skills, but slapped each other with their weight and themselves. Final result. It was in the yellow sand that filled the sky, the fire-breathing dragon and the tyrannical carp dragon, all stopped in front of Lin Jing, waiting for Lin Jing to apply the wound medicine. Needless to say, the fire-breathing dragon has always followed Lin Jing's instructions firmly. And the Tyrannosaurus. Maybe it was because he fought the fire-breathing dragon to his heart's content, which made it vent a lot of anger in his heart. Maybe it was because he discovered the amazing growth of the fire-breathing dragon and realized something. Maybe it was because Lin Jing already had the ability to fight it. The elf, its resistance to Lin Jing is gradually disappearing, and it has gradually begun to accept it, and it has a trainer of its own. This emotion was quickly magnified as Lin Jing carefully applied the wound medicine. The anger of the tyrannical carp dragon has been gradually suppressed in the bottom of his heart. After applying the wound medicine, Lin Jing chose the energy block for the water attribute and flying attribute, and gave it to the tyrannical carp dragon. After it finished eating, Lin Jing put it back into the Pokeball. This time, the tyrannical carp dragon no longer resists. This undoubtedly means that Lin Jing's identity as a trainer has gradually gained authority in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. The aptitude of the Kirby and the Tyrannosaurus is not as good as other elves, but after all, the level is not low, and the combat power they can exert is quite amazing. The Pokeball I provided through the treasure chest system is not restricted by the teleportation mechanism, and can be of great use at some point. Lin Jing never underestimated the disposition of evil forces. In the face of the enemy, it is very possible for the opponent to use the advantage of quantity to besiege. And at such a time, he would naturally not be polite to the enemy. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing returned to the Nightmare God. According to the guide of the map, Lin Jing went to the ancient ruins and several other ancient ruins. In several other ancient ruins, there was nothing to gain. However, Lin Jing was satisfied enough. After all, the value of the treasure chest of Sidoran is already quite amazing, and it has made the fire-breathing dragon go a step further, and its aptitude has changed. The goal was achieved. Under the control of Rotom, the Nightmare God quickly climbed up. After leaving the atmosphere, it stepped into the sea of stars and headed for the next destination. And Lin Jing, on the Nightmare God, started his own online learning session through the big screen. The Heavenly Crown Elf Academy has officially started. Although Lin Jing was not supervised, he was still quite conscious. In addition, there were not many entertainment activities on the Nightmare God. He listened carefully to every class, and quickly enhanced his understanding of the interstellar era and improved himself. Everything of. After sailing for a while. Front. A planet with a strange appearance and a somewhat gloomy appearance is already in sight. Home Fate Star. The Ghost Gym, the location of the family gym. Shanao Star Territory. Spirit Union Headquarters. At this moment, in the conference room, a meeting is going on. Sharona had a serious face and sat in the main seat. In the conference room, several other figures are also well-deserved top trainers in the Shanao Star Territory. At this moment, along with a hurried knock on the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. A staff member pushed in the door, and before the door was fully opened, the sound suddenly rang in the conference room. Your Excellency the Champion. After urgent statistics of information from various planets and space stations, we successfully discovered the rocket team starship and the trace of the legendary elf. In the conference room, everyone's expressions turned solemn. The staff who came met everyone's eyes and continued to speak quickly. According to the analysis of the analysis department, with the current trajectory of the rockets we have, it is very likely that they are looking for something. And that legendary elf, Cheomung. It is currently following Team Rocket's interstellar spaceship, and at its speed, according to specific estimates, after a period of time, the two will officially meet in the Sea of Stars. At this moment, Sharona did not hesitate and said, analyze the area where they may meet, and immediately notify the nearby Elf Alliance branch to prepare them. Everyone, let's go now. After saying that, she walked ahead first. From the rear, there was an inquiry. Your Excellency, what is our attitude towards both sides? Attitude. Zyrna's expression was serious. The Guandu Spirit Alliance has transmitted the information of Team Rocket. This underground force active in the Guandu area is not a good thing, and there is an inevitable conflict with the Alliance. In contrast, according to the information I have, that legendary elf, Chao Meng, is in existence that can communicate. She never said. But the attitude is self-evident. Time passes. The Shanao Elf Alliance moved quickly and rushed to the designated area. At the same time, in the vast and desolate Star Sea, a silver-white streamer traveled at an unimaginably terrifying speed. It is Super Dream. At this moment, Cheomung raised his head and looked towards the front, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Within sight of it, there is a nearly 10,000-meter spaceship sailing in the Sea of Stars. Chapter 73 Cheomung's Terrifying Blow, The Explosion in Qinghai, The Door to the Spiritual World. Rockets. Mewtwo's sight fell tightly on the large spaceship that was traveling. From Lin Jingko, after knowing the news of the rockets, it began to search. Now, I finally found my goal. Mewtwo was born because of Team Rocket and was created by Team Rocket scientists. But Mewtwo, who has self-consciousness, was initially controlled by Team Rocket and escaped with his powerful strength, and there was an irreconcilable rift between the two sides. And the Rockets have always been stubborn and want to bring Mewtwo back into their control. This is unquestionably Mewtwo, unacceptable. Right now, the coldness in Cheomung's eyes became stronger and stronger. At this moment, its right arm protruded out, and the superpower gathered. The energy was crazy, surging. Mewtwo. Divine Beast Spirit. At this moment, on his side, the unparalleled superpower gathered, and in the continuous surge, the power surged, and in the blink of an eye, a superpower blade with a size of at least 1 kilometer took shape. Mental Blade. This is an unimaginable shocking scene. Within the Sea of Stars, the sharp purple blade takes shape, like a spectacle in the interstellar space. The coldness in his eyes was even more intense. At this moment, Chao Meng's arm suddenly swung forward. At the same time as it was swung down, the mighty spiritual blade slammed into the Sea of Stars, and the superpower power contained in it was even more amazing. Towards the tail of Team Rocket's interstellar spaceship, the spiritual blade slashed. Inside the rocket ship, all Rocket's members are busy as usual. But at this time, inside the spaceship, one after another warning lights flickered wildly, and the mechanical warning sound rang again and again. Detected a shocking blow on the way, turn on the emergency avoidance mode. Detected a shocking blow on the way, turn on the emergency avoidance mode. Defense mode on, warning, warning, the probability of defending against attacks in defense mode is 0.156%. The emergency shelter is open, all members please hurry up. The mechanical warning sound kept ringing. On the ship, the expressions of the members of Team Rocket changed suddenly, and exclamations rang out one after another. What happened? Who attacked us? Refuge, escape and escape. It's Cheomung, it's Cheomung, Cheomung has found us. Evacuate, evacuate. Countless exchanges of voices sounded at this moment. Inside the spacecraft, emergency shelters have been opened, and members of the rocket team swarmed in. At the same time, within the Sea of Stars, the mighty spiritual blade slashed towards the rear of the spaceship. Along the way, meteorites and things drifting in the Sea of Stars are all annihilated. The kilometer in size is not worth mentioning in the vast universe of stars. But this is Mewtwo's attack that compresses its own power and releases it according to the target. The level of energy contained within is beyond imagination. If needed, it can naturally unleash a more terrifying blow. At this moment, around Team Rocket's interstellar spaceship, a faint light rose, and the energy defense was activated, shrouding it in the middle. The sharp mental blade slammed into the energy mask. However, at the moment of contact between the two parties, the energy contained in the sharp mental blade exploded, and the energy mask quickly dimmed. After only supporting a short period of more than 10 seconds, the energy mask has completely dissolved. This is under the terrorist attack of Mewtwo. The energy used by the spaceship in the defensive mode was quickly exhausted. Next moment. Without the defense of the energy mask, the spiritual blade slashed at the tail of the starship. Condensed into a substantial spiritual blade, it is like an invincible magic weapon in the Shanghai. Under the slash, the interstellar spacecraft is cut away from the contact point, the tough special material, and the spiritual blade is slashed, and the tail of the entire spacecraft is hit by a blow. High break, almost separated from the entire spaceship. And this is just the beginning. In the face of his own enemies, Chao Meng will not hold back at all. It stood between the sea of stars, looking at the interstellar spacecraft. At this moment, the right hand opened, and suddenly grasped. Under its action, the balance of the spiritual blade was directly broken, and the terrifying power inside burst out. With the tail of the spaceship as the center, the spaceship is annihilating as the terrifying superpower erupts. When the various electronic programs inside were destroyed, it spontaneously ignited, and explosions occurred in every area of the spacecraft. Boom! 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 In this star sea, the exploding interstellar spaceships are like gorgeous fireworks. And at the same time, in this rocket team's interstellar spaceship, a small airship-like vehicle appeared and escaped urgently. That is the emergency shelter built into the spacecraft. When the spacecraft encounters an accident, it can use the emergency shelter to escape. Chao Meng's eyes looked in the direction of the starship. It clearly found this scene. Since it has started, it is naturally not going to leave anyone behind. Chao Meng is not a good man and a woman. While it moves. At the front end, in the sea of stars, during the continuous blasting, this mighty 10,000-meter spaceship was now full of wreckage. After the last most terrifying explosion, the entire spaceship completely turned into wreckage and became a wreckage. Garbage flowing in the sea of stars. This is an unimaginable shocking scene. If it spreads out, it can shock countless people. In the sea of stars, there are legendary beast spirits. This is something that in the interstellar era, as long as you know something about elves, you basically know it. But, generally speaking, human beings can't see the figure of the beast spirit at all, and there is basically no scene where the beast spirit attacks the interstellar spaceship. And now, Chao Meng's shot will undoubtedly make countless people memorable. Under the outbreak of terrifying power, within a single blow, the large spaceship with a length of 10,000 meters was annihilated and turned into wreckage. What a terrifying power! At this moment, when Chao Meng's figure flashed, he wanted to continue chasing. But its figure just walked a certain distance before it stopped abruptly, narrowed its eyes, and looked towards the front. At this moment, it opened its mouth slightly, and with the blessing of superpower, it was similar to a sound transmission, and the sound spread strangely in the sea of stars. Are you trying to stop me? Follow its gaze. In the last time before Team Rocket's interstellar spacecraft exploded, at least a dozen emergency shelters were activated, carrying the members of Team Rocket to flee. But at this moment, within the Shanghai, a fleet of more than 10 large spaceships appeared in the direction of the escape of the more than 10 emergency shelters. Now, under the action of the two large spaceships in the fleet, the dazzling rays of light reflected on the refuge cabins, and they seemed to be restricted from moving because of this, staying in place and unable to escape. This kind of action obviously doesn't seem to be saving the members of Team Rocket, so Chao Meng didn't take the shot immediately, but issued such an inquiry. And during the recent period of time, Chao Meng, who was active in the Shanao Star territory, also knew about the signs on the ships in the fleet. That it is the symbol of the Shanao Elf Alliance. At this moment, one of the spaceships, Shu *, under the attention of Chao Meng, a big screen appeared above the spaceship. Inside the big screen, inside the spaceship, one after another silhouettes are standing straight. Leading the way. It is the champion of Shanao Star territory, Zyrna. After getting the news, the Shanao Elf Alliance acted at the fastest speed. As early as the beginning, Sharona got everything from Lin Jinko, and the alliance was already prepared. After learning that Mewtwo and Team Rocket might meet after the location, the fleet from the Shanao Elf Alliance successfully arrived. Now, Sharona's expression was serious, and she was holding a special amplification machine in her hand. This is the change of sound through special forces, which can be transmitted in the universe. Super Dream, we are from the Shanao Elf Alliance, we have no intention of being your enemy, and want to help you. I am the champion trainer of the Shanao Star region, Zyrna. I don't know why you and Team Rocket got involved and formed a grudge, but Team Rocket, which is active in the Guandu Star region, is also the enemy of our Elf Alliance. We can work together. Zyrna's expression was serious. You have already destroyed Team Rocket's interstellar spaceship and vented your anger. There is no need to shoot again because of the members of Team Rocket in these more than 10 refuge cabins. Because, compared to killing them directly, they can play a bigger role. We have the means to get more news about the rockets from their mouths, so as to form a more fatal blow to the rockets. The Shanao Elf Alliance came with a cooperative attitude. I hope you can think about it. After speaking, she fell silent, waiting peacefully for Mewtwo's reply. In the Sea of Stars, it seems to have fallen into a dead silence. On the one hand, it is the Super Dream standing alone in the Sea of Stars. On one side is the fleet from the Shanao Elf Alliance. Thoughts flashed in Chao Meng's eyes. There is no doubt that it is a very intelligent spirit. And different from other divine beast elves, as a divine beast elves created by humans, its understanding of human society and trainers far exceeds that of other divine beast elves. The meaning of a champion trainer, needless to say, in the Shanao Star territory, Zyrna's orders will undoubtedly be taken seriously by everyone. Now, after being silent for about a few minutes, Mewtwo's heavy voice rang in the ears of everyone in the fleet. Zyrna. I'd love to talk to you. But Chao Meng's eyes swept across the fleet. I only want to talk to you. Heard. Sharona raised her brows slightly, without fear, and said, I will clear the conference room in this spaceship. Chao Meng, with your ability, you should be able to enter at any time. I'm waiting for you. After speaking, on the big screen, Sharona turned around and walked towards the conference room first. In the Sea of Stars. Between the faint ripples flashing, Chao Meng's figure has disappeared. At the same time, Sharona pushed open the door of the conference room and closed it. In the large conference room in this spaceship, there is only her figure. As a champion trainer in the Shanao Starfield, Zyrna has rich experience and amazing knowledge. Even at this moment, she is not afraid to face a beast spirit with terrifying strength. There is a faint anticipation. After a while, in the ripples flashing, Chao Meng's figure has appeared in the conference room. His eyes stayed on Sharona's body, and Chao Meng's heavy voice sounded first. Zyrna. Is the action of the Shanao Elf Alliance always so fast? Mewtwo attacks Team Rocket's starship, just for a split second. And after this short period of time, the fleet of the Shanao Elf Alliance arrived. It doesn't seem like an abrupt action, but it seems to be well prepared. Mewtwo is keenly aware of this. Facing its inquiry, Sharona's expression was calm. Our actions really couldn't be so fast. But not long ago, I received a message from a trainer. He told me about you and the rockets, and hoped that our Shanao Elf Alliance could help you. Sharona said quickly. What she said was naturally Lin Jing. At the same time, she also beautified what Lin Jing said at that time. This is the art of speaking. In Sharona's view, Lin Jing is a special existence who can communicate with Cheomeng. He can completely become the connection between the Shanao Elf Alliance and Cheomeng. Ask for flowers. That being the case, she also has to find a way to deepen the connection between Cheomeng and Lin Jing. Lin Jing didn't say that he wanted the Shanao Elf Alliance to help Cheomeng, but what kind of character Sharona is, she naturally has her own understanding and guessing, and understands Lin Jing's intentions, and now expresses it directly. Trainer. Chao Meng's eyes narrowed. Sharona's voice was calm. You should have a certain impression of him. Because, not long ago, you personally descended on his spaceship and communicated with him. At this moment, thoughts flashed in Cheomeng's eyes, and the figure of the nightmare god appeared in his mind. After a moment of silence, it said, "How are you going to deal with the rockets?" Heard. There was a smile on Sharona's calm face, and she said, "Before we came, we had a plan. Super Dream, if you want, we can join forces with the Guandu Elf Alliance and the three parties to jointly target the rockets and make a big plan." The voice in the conference room was lowered a little. The nightmare god passed through the atmosphere and entered Jiayuanxing completely. The weather in Jiayuanxing was a little gloomy. Lin Jing stood by the porthole, listening to Rotom's introduction to Jiayuanxing. Jiayuanxing is also one of the main planets of the Shanao star field. There is not only the Jiayuan Gym here, but also the venue for the Super Gorgeous competition. Every year, a Super Gorgeous contest is held here, attracting the attention of countless audiences. Compared with the pure elf battle, the Gorgeous competition is undoubtedly unique, and the viewing experience is not inferior to the battle competition. However, now this time is not the period for holding Gorgeous competitions, so there are fewer foreigners in Jiayuanxing. Standing beside the porthole, the nightmare god approached the target location. The Jiayuan Gym is different from the Curtain Gym. If you want to challenge the Jiayuan Gym, you need the current gym branch to pass the test. 0. Now, the nightmare god is on its way to the gym branch. Just as Lin Jing observed the outside environment through the porthole. Ear. The alert sound of the treasure chest system sounds. Mewtwo's counterattack has a positive impact. You get a Mewtwo affinity +10. It is detected that the affinity between the host and Mewtwo has reached a certain level, and you have obtained the affinity treasure chest. Mewtwo. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. Mewtwo's counterattack has a positive impact. Mewtwo has found Team Rocket's spaceship. Also, what has happened? I don't know. What position does the Shanao Elf Alliance occupy in it? Thoughts flashed. The treasure chest interface appeared. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the treasure chest above. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. When the treasure chest was opened, lines of information appeared. You got a special buff. Mewtwo's attention. Introduction. You contact Shanao Alliance and want to help Cheomeng, so that Cheomeng will have a deeper impression on you. After you have this buff, Cheomeng may find you at any time. Lin Jing blinked. Compared to Darkrai's affinity chest, the rewards inside are much less. This buff did not bring any effect enhancement. Is it because of Mewtwo? Is it a stronger existence than Darkrai? However, the role this buff can play is definitely not small. In an instant, he thought of more. You know, so far, he and Chao have dreamed twice, and both times, the treasure box system has been touched, triggering the treasure box of the beast spirit. In the face of a lucky star, like Cheomeng, being able to increase the number of encounters with it is the greatest improvement. With the existence of this buff, Shanedo's spiritual breaking skills will make it possible to completely get rid of the fake and stay true. The real and exclusive skills of mythical beasts will definitely be very terrifying. Speaking of which, Darkrai has never dropped the Beast Elf treasure chest again. But Darkrai has already begun to teach Gengar. Under his teaching, there may be no need for Divine Beast skill fragments, and Gengar's mastery of dark black holes will continue to improve. While thinking about it, the destination has been reached. The challenge of the gym branch is to defeat the trainer of the branch. After sending a fire-breathing dragon in a neat battle, Lin Jing successfully obtained the qualification to challenge Melissa, the master of the Jiayuan Gym. In fact, the premise of setting challenges for most gym owners is to avoid trainers who are too poor. The Nightmare God set sail again, heading for the capital of Jiayuanxing, Jiayuan Gym. In mid-air, keep moving forward. Just then, Rotom's voice, which was integrated into the spaceship's driving system, suddenly sounded. Anomalous energy detected ahead. Lin Jing was flipping through the materials when he heard the words and raised his head. Anomalous energy. Lin Jing's eyes looked forward. Only see. In midair, gray energy is gathering frantically. This. Lin Jing himself has superpower, and now Wei Wei knows what kind of energy it is. Ghost energy. Lin Jing, who has Gengar, is undoubtedly very sensitive to ghost energy. What is the reason for the gathering of ghost energy? Under Lin Jing's control, the Nightmare God was temporarily suspended in midair. Front end. The ghost energy is constantly gathering, and in midair, the space seems to be fluctuating. Then, in the center of the gathering of ghost energy, between the space fluctuations, there is a gray space crack emerging. This is. Just then. Darkrai also seemed to be aware of the abnormality. As the smoke rose, it came to Lin Jing's side. Its eyes looked at the space crack, its eyes narrowed slightly, and a hoarse voice sounded. This is the door to the spiritual world. Guang. Chapter 74 Ghosts in the Spirit World. Mythical beast comrades in arms, the Gengars are not what they used to be. Spiritual world. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Sighed. Darkrai's voice sounded again. This is not a real door to the spiritual world, it can only be regarded as a crack in the spiritual world, but it has the same function as the door to the spiritual world, that is, you can pass through it and enter the spiritual world. Listening to Darkrai's words explaining, Lin Jing nodded slightly, knowing it in his heart. In the fairy world, there are many very special regional worlds, such as exist in the legendary reverse world. And the spiritual world is a world in legends. In the legend, the spirit world is considered to be the world after death, and it is also the habitat of some ghosts and ghost-type elves. Lin Jing's eyes looked forward. After the crack was formed, the center of the crack was twisted, and it was no longer a single gray color, but looked rather strange. No wonder Melissa's ghost gym is built here. Lin Jing had a clear understanding in his heart. From this point of view, this family fate star is a special planet that is more likely to have cracks in the spiritual world. Beside, Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's ears. As the habitat of ghost elves, there may be items in the spiritual world that can help Gengar improve. Lin Jing, do you want to go in? Hearing Darkrai's question, Lin Jing did not hesitate and said bluntly, of course. The spiritual world is undoubtedly a very special environment for Gengar. From Lin Jing's point of view, a place like the spiritual world might trigger a new treasure chest. At this moment, he did not hesitate, and shouted, Talam, take the Nightmare God to land nearby, and wait for me near this spiritual gate. Toram's response sounded. Lin Jing took the Pokeball and backpack, and opened the door of the Nightmare God. Behind. Darkrai's voice sounded. This is a crack in the spiritual world that is not stable, and it exists for a limited time. I'll remind you when it's near the end of its duration. After speaking, Darkrai's figure turned into smoke and returned to the Pokeball. Hearing this, Lin Jing's heart warmed. After getting acquainted with Darkrai, his relationship with Darkrai undoubtedly developed some tacit understanding. Fact, on 067. With his current relationship with Darkrai, if Darkrai is required to take action, Darkrai will naturally not refuse. But Lin Jing didn't want to develop a dependence on Darkrai. All along, he was also tempering himself and didn't want to consume his relationship with Darkrai. Darkrai also clearly understood this, so he spent more time in a support state, in addition to teaching Gengar, that is, answering some of Lin Jing's questions. As a beast spirit that has survived for a long time, it undoubtedly knows a lot of information. Of course, Darkrai will also take action. When Lin Jing encounters an unstoppable danger, it will take a desperate shot. After all, in the Sea of Stars, in the Nightmare God, the figure that stopped in front of him and faced Chow Meng, but it was vivid in his mind. After the hatch was pushed open, a gust of wind swept in because of the fluctuations caused by the gathering of ghost energy. Lin Jing took out a Pokeball, and in a flash of light, the huge body of the fire-breathing dragon appeared high in the sky in front of him. At the hatch, with a slight jump, Lin Jing stepped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. When the fire-breathing dragon evolved, he could only ride on the fire-breathing dragon. With the two transformations of the fire-breathing dragon and the continuous increase in size, the back of the fire-breathing dragon can be called the last platform for him, and can stand firmly on it. Talam, go! After shouting towards the Nightmare God slowly retreated, looking for a suitable landing point around. At the same time, under the command of Lin Jing, the dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon unfolded, and they rushed in directly towards the center of the gathering of ghost energy. During the attack of the ghost energy, Lin Jing used his superpower to build a light shield around himself, blocking the invasion of the ghost energy. Next moment, the figures of him and the fire-breathing dragon have already rushed into it. Shanao Star Territory. The fleet from the Elf Alliance is standing by, in a state of silence, waiting quietly. Other spaceships coming and going can't help but pay attention. It is rare to see such a big stance sent by the Shanao Elf Alliance. At this moment, the wreckage of Team Rocket's starship has been cleaned up, otherwise, it will inevitably cause even greater shocks. Conference room. Hyena and Mewtwo have been inside for some time. Outside the meeting room, a trainer of the Shanao Alliance is waiting. At this time, the door to the conference room was pushed open. There was a smile on the corner of Sharona's mouth, very beautiful, and stepped out of it. Miss Hyena. Your Excellency the Champion. How is the situation? Facing the gazes of delivery, Sharona's expression became more serious, and she said, Super Dream, we have agreed to our proposal. From now on, our Shanao Elf Alliance, and Cheomung, are comrades in arms on the same front. A word fell. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Then, suddenly there were cheers. Those who can participate in this kind of task are undoubtedly the elite trainers in the Shanao Elf Alliance. But the object involved is the beast spirit. Mewtwo. Shanao Star Territory does not know much about Cheomung, but so far, within Shanao Star Territory alone, Cheomung has achieved quite a formidable record. In the Sea of Stars, fight Deoxys. In one blow, Team Rocket's starship was destroyed. The two seem unrelated. But thoughtful. The battle between the beasts and elves is undoubtedly quite terrifying. The losing side will inevitably suffer extremely serious injuries and costs. But now, the Mewtwo that easily shattered Team Rocket's spaceship didn't look like he had any injuries. Look at it this way. It is most likely the victor of the battle in the Star Sea. It defeated Deoxys. What's more, since ancient times, there have been only a handful of alliances between human beings and divine beasts and elves. In a sense, because the strategic goal and the divine beasts have reached an alliance, the Shanao Elf Alliance can be regarded as a pioneering move. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Sharona's expression swept away, her eyes became serious, and she said solemnly, the importance of Cheomung, don't say too much, I hope everyone will pay attention to this plan. If it was someone's mistake, it affected this plan and the relationship between our Shanao and Cheomung. Then, never forgive me lightly. At the end of the day, the voice is already as decisive. As a champion trainer in the Shanao Star region, Sharona has a more kind attitude towards others. But she also possesses supreme majesty in the Shanao Star territory. This is the result of her great strength as a champion trainer. As soon as the words fell, the other trainers around became serious, and the voices sounded in unison. Yes. Sharona nodded slightly and looked at the staff beside her. Help me set up an encrypted communication channel, I want to contact someone. After a simple integration. With the dozens of shelters that trapped Team Rocket members, the fleet of the Shanao Elf Alliance returned. In the Sea of Stars. A figure stood alone on the spot. It is Super Dream. At this moment, It watched the fleet of the Shanao Elf Alliance go away, and gradually withdrew its gaze. The Shanao Alliance. Champion Trainer. Lin Jing. There was a faint interest in the eyes, and the faint ripples flashed, and Chao Meng's figure had disappeared from the place. Interesting. In place, only a whisper was left. At the moment of stepping into the crack of the spiritual world, the whole body was full of strange lights, and the lights of various colors gathered together strangely, which looked extremely strange. After a while, the surrounding environment changed rapidly. Lin Jing's eyes looked around. At this moment, he was already in the spiritual world. Around, there is a faint icy aura constantly coming. Looking at the room area, the sky and the earth are dark and gloomy, and there seems to be no sunlight. The whole sky seems to be covered by a huge black curtain, which is dark. Gloomy, cold, is the main theme here. Fire-breathing dragon, let's land first. Lin Jing's voice sounded. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, and its figure quickly fell, falling towards the ground. In the process of landing, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes were also looking around curiously. For it, this kind of place is also very curious to arrive for the first time. On the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing turned on the map scanning function built into the Elf Pokédex and recorded the location in it. After all, when leaving, he also had to leave through this crack. The special Elf illustrated book from Tianguan Elf Academy can be used as a high-end small computer, and the functions inside are very perfect. After landing on the ground, Lin Jing stepped on the ground after jumping from the back of the fire-breathing dragon. The moment he stepped on the ground, at the waist, a elf ball trembled violently, and the elf inside wanted to come out. Obviously. That's Gengar. The environment of the spirit world, for Gengar, is the best complement to each other. As Lin Jing entered the spiritual world, Zhang Gui obviously felt something and couldn't wait to come out. With his hand on the Pokeball, Lin Jinggang was about to let Gengar come out. But, at this moment, the place he was in suddenly dimmed again. Lin Jing and fire-breathing dragon noticed at the same time, and their eyes suddenly looked over. Only see. About 10 meters away from them, the already gloomy environment became darker and darker, faintly, with a ferocious ghost, slowly approaching. Seeing it suddenly, the fire-breathing dragon was taken aback, but without any hesitation, when the dragon's chorus sounded, the flame energy had gathered around, and it was ready to start fighting. However, as the most suitable spiritual world for ghost-type elves, except for ghost energy, all other energies have been severely suppressed. Fire-breathing dragons sense this when preparing for battle. Because of this, it moved a little slower. And at this moment, another figure shot at a faster speed than it. With the flash of light, a huge figure has appeared in place. Gengar. Glitter Boss Gengar. The environment of this spiritual world undoubtedly complements Zheng Gui and is very suitable for it. The moment it appeared, there was a look of excitement and comfort on its face. Then, looking at that hideous ghost figure, Zheng Gui's face seemed to have a smile on his face, and he took a big mouthful and bit directly on the ghost figure. The moment it bit the ghost, it directly swallowed the ghost. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Look out. I saw that after the ghost was swallowed up, only a small figure was left on the spot. The figure was at the front, and the elf picture book was in his hand again. The light flashed, and after scanning, the mechanical sound of the elf picture book sounded. Eye of the Soul, Dark Pokemon. In the mechanical sound of the elf Pokédex, the body of the soul-sucking eye moved. Obviously, the ghost image just now was exactly what caused the ghost. According to rumors, soul seduction eye is an elves that can hook away souls. However, there are also some sayings that it is a kind elves in essence, but sometimes it likes to play pranks and use its own abilities to intimidate others. This moment. After the ghost figure disappeared, there was no obstacle, and the eyes of eccentric eyes looked at Zheng Gui. There was a wicked smile on Zheng Gui's face, and the moment the eccentric eyes looked at Zheng Gui, suddenly, Zheng Gui's mouth suddenly opened to the maximum, and the tongue stuck out inside. The scene was indescribable. Soul eccentric Eye was startled, his body fell back, and he took a few steps. Then, the eyes of the soul-sucking eyes turned and looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's expression was calm. But then, he saw that the reaction of this soul-eating eye was even bigger than when he looked at Zheng Gui. The moment he looked at Lin Jing, his body softened, it let out a scream, and his body fell to the ground, and then again he got up suddenly, rolled and crawled, and quickly walked away, as if there were great dangers here. Lin Jing blinked. Aside. Zheng Gui's eyes flashed a look of confusion. He looked at Lin Jing, looked at Lin Jing's calm expression, and fell into deep thought. Immediately after, Zheng Ghost's big mouth was tightly closed, and after scratching his stomach with his short hand, it also calmed down, and it seemed as if he was imitating Lin Jing. Gengar, but Lin Jing has cultivated since the Gisi period, a step-by-step elf. In addition to being greedy, it also has all the general characteristics of Gengar, and it is very naughty and fun. Lin Jing knew it quite well. After seeing its movements, he immediately understood what it meant, and shook his head helplessly. Don't learn it, it's not scary. Zheng Gui's head hung one by one question mark. The reason why that little guy ran away when he saw me was because he sensed Darkrai's breath in me. Lin Jing explained. In addition to the ghost attribute, the Eye of the Soul also possesses the evil attribute. To know. Lin Jing himself, for evil spirits, is TNK. Hearing Lin Jing's explanation, Zheng Gui looked thoughtful, wondering what he was thinking about. Just stop playing. When Lin Jing saw it, he knew that Gengar was brewing some bad ideas again. He shook his head and said, the crack in the spiritual world is not really a gate to the spiritual world. We have a limited time to be active in the spiritual world. Gengar, we have to hurry up. Through your ghostly energy perception, look around to see if there are any items that can help you improve. Although the perception ability is not as good as that of Shinado, Gengar's perception ability is also very good, and he specializes in art. In this spiritual world, it is undoubtedly the most suitable place for him to play. Heard. Zheng Gui also put away his joking color, and glanced around in a circle. Then, with it as the center, layers of fluctuation spread to the surroundings, quickly perceiving everything around him. Just a moment later, Gengar suddenly looked in one direction. There was a look of anticipation in its eyes, and the probe pointed there. Let's go. Lin Jing's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he immediately strode to the past. The spirit world is very obvious about the suppression of elves with other attributes. After staying here for a while, the fire-breathing dragon felt obvious discomfort, so he was included in the elves by Lin Jing. As they moved forward. Ahead. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. Boom. Lin Jing's eyes turned to Zheng Gui. To meet his gaze, Gengar nodded. It seems that there are other people or elves who are one step ahead of us, and there is a battle because of this. Thoughts flickered. Lin Jing accelerated again. Soon. They have reached their destination. Looking towards the front, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on a giant tree. The giant tree was nearly 100 meters high and had lush foliage. It is worth noting that from its body, trunk, and even branches and leaves, it is dark black, and there is a faint smoke shrouding the surroundings. Lin Jing's sight was fixed on the target for the first time. It was a fruit on this giant tree, exuding an extremely strong secluded 5.4 spiritual energy. Is that what Gengar perceives it? At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes turned around. Not far from the giant tree, two figures are fighting. During the hit, the energy collided, and the blasting sound continued. The two sides in the battle are two ghost-type elves. One of them looks quite special. It is two staggered ancient long swords. The two long swords keep flying out to fight. Double scabbard. When the Wisdom Eye skill was activated, the information had already lingered in his eyes. Open black lens bracket double scabbard close black lens bracket. Level LV40. Attribute Steel, Ghost. Qualification Elite. At the same time, another figure has also entered the line of sight. It was a ghost-like figure with clothes on and hanging in the air. Open black lens bracket Dark Night Demon Close black lens bracket. Level LV42. Attribute Ghost. Qualification Elite. Night Demon. Double Scabbard. The two elves, apparently rushing towards the fruit on the giant tree, competed. Glancing over the two of them, Lin Jing looked at Zhang Gui by his side. Zhang Gui nodded, and there was a hint of impatience on his expression. Go ahead. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice sounded. The moment the voice fell, Zhang Gui's huge figure had already rushed out. Just like in the past, in the crack of time and space, when the Gengar and Tyrannosaurus were fighting, the ghosts went to pick the fruit. But at this time, it is not what it used to be. With enough strength to support, Lin Jing and even Zhang Gui do not need to take risks and make any plans. The moment Zhang Gui rushed out, Lin Jing lifted his sleeves and the super bracers appeared. His serious voice sounded. Gengar, Mega Evolution. On the way forward, the light of evolution shone on Gengar's body, bringing a ray of light to this gloomy spiritual world. This scene was also noticed by the Double Scabbard and the Dark Night Demon who were fighting. Both of them were in the battle and looked at them at the same time. Next moment. In this spiritual world, the Super Flash Gengar appears. Chapter 75 Dark Black Holes and Eating Dreams, the astonishment of the gym owner, Sharona's communication. The pure white Super Flash Gengar is extremely conspicuous in this gloomy spiritual world. Now, after noticing the appearance of the Super Flash Gengar, the Double Scabbard and the Dark Night Demon directly opened some distance and stopped the fight. The wisdom of wild elves is also not low. They felt an extremely terrifying threat from the latest Super Flash Gengar. Under this premise, they would naturally not continue to fight. In that case, they would undoubtedly be benefited by the fishermen. The scene quieted down for a while. Have you stopped fighting? Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and without hesitation, he said directly, Zhang Gui, since they don't want to be taken advantage of by you, then take them away. Beat all. Lin Jing's voice was serious. Target, Dark Night Demon, Double Scabbard, Wave of Evil. Super Gengar's mouth is open. At this moment, evil energy is gathering frantically. Gengar does not possess evil attributes, but Lin Jing's Gengar has experienced the baptism of nightmares from Darkrai, improved himself, and received the guidance and teaching of Darkrai. Its evil attribute skills, the power is also quite amazing. At this moment, with the Super Gengar as the center, the evil energy suddenly spreads out. Layers of ripples, rippling and sweeping. The wave of evil. Whether it's a Double Scabbard or a demon of the night, facing the attack of the evil attribute, it is double damage. As the waves of evil spread, the bodies of these two elves trembled slightly, obviously both of them were traumatized. At the same time, this blow also completely angered the two elves. Realizing that Super Gengar is the biggest threat now, at this moment, the two elves took the initiative to switch their targets and attacked Super Gengar together. The brilliance of the twin scabbards flickered, turning into a stream of light, rushing towards Gengar. At the same time, at the other end, the front-end ghost energy of the Night Demon gathered, the Shadow Ball gathered, and launched an attack brazenly. Near and far. Lin Jing's eyes were sharp, and he shouted, Zhang Gui, use the Shadow Ball on the Night Demon to stop its attack. To the Double Scabbard, use Dark Black Hole. At this moment, in the mouth of Gengar, the Shadow Balls gathered and flew away in an instant. Two Shadow Balls containing ghost energy collided in midair. At the moment of the collision, between the ghost energy friction, an explosion suddenly occurred. Boom. During the explosion, Gengar's Shadow Ball still remained, swept across the sky, and hit the body of the Night Demon. Compared with the Night Demon, Gengar's attack is undoubtedly more ferocious and ferocious. The Dark Night Demon's expression became more and more painful. The ghost attribute is a very special attribute. Ghost-type elves will also receive double damage when facing the skill attack of the Ghost attribute. 26. Everything happens in an instant. The double scabbard cut through the long space, and at the same time as the shadow ball collided and exploded, the distance from Gengar was getting closer and closer. At this moment, in Zhang Gui's eyes, a dark brilliance flickered. Because of the skill Darkrai acquired, Dark Black Hole, activate. Under the body of the double scabbard, in the surging energy, there seems to be a black hole forming. At this moment, the double scabbard only felt an irresistible terrifying force attacking. In the formed black hole, there was an unbearable terrifying suction, and its body was directly sucked into the black hole. Just 2 seconds after inhaling the black hole, the figure of the double scabbard reappeared, its body fell towards the ground, and it had fallen into a deep sleep. The dark black hole is to drag the enemy into the dark world and force it to sleep. By itself, there is no harm. But, in these days, through his study with Darkrai, and through his own talent, Gengar has mastered the skills of cooperating with dark black holes. Lin Jing's voice suddenly sounded. Gengar, use Dream Eater on the double scabbard, and then use Nightshade on the Night Demon. Eat Dream. This is a powerful skill specially aimed at the sleeping elves, and the damage caused is extremely terrifying. In the gathering of Zhang Gui's energy, around the double scabbards, an illusory mouth seemed to emerge, and he took a bite. At the same time, when the Dark Night Demon skill is activated, a terrifying illusion is born around the Dark Night Demon, and the damage is activated. Around the same time, under the damage of Super Gengar's skill, the bodies of the two elves fell to the ground completely, and there was no movement. Lin Jing felt a trace of satisfaction in his heart. Under the guidance of Darkrai, Gengar's combat power became more and more tyrannical. With a flicker of eyes, Lin Jing said, "Zhang Gui, go and take the fruit." Super Gengar maintained the mega attitude and went to the direction of the giant tree. At the same time, Lin Jing's gaze fell in another direction. Looking in that direction from a distance, Lin Jing said, "Since you're here, come out. If you want to snatch our spoils, just fight." With the continuous enhancement of super power, Lin Jing gradually developed a habit. When the elves are fighting, he always releases superpowers and senses the surroundings. This allows him to have a more accurate understanding of the battlefield situation, and at the same time, it can also play a certain role in sharpening the superpower. Just now, just when Super Gengar launched the final blow, 2 figures appeared in Lin Jing's super perception. Because of this, he will speak decisively. At this moment, in the direction Lin Jing was looking at, there was a softer female voice. "I have no malice, I just came here because I sensed that there was a battle here." As soon as the voice fell, in that direction, 2 figures walked out side by side. One of them, with purple hair and a long purple dress, was a woman. And beside her, followed by a very beautiful purple elf floating in the air with a girl. Ghost-type elf, the evolution of the Dream Demon, the Dream Demon. Now, after walking out, the woman's eyes fell on Zhang Gui for the first time. Flash Gengar's mega form. This Gengar's body is a bit amazing, and it was cultivated so well. It ended the battle with 1 enemy and 2, and it was directly crushed. She came late, but also saw the 2 elves defeated in the final blow of Super Gengar. Now, she has never concealed her admiration for Gengar. Then, her gaze turned to Lin Jing. Lin Jing was also able to see her face clearly. At this moment, when the eyes of the 2 sides met, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said, "You are Melissa, the owner of Jiayuan Gym." In the memory of the past life, it was the appearance of Melissa in the original work. Before coming to Jiayuan Gym, he naturally inquired about the relevant information of Jiayuan Gym, and took Melissa's appearance in his heart. With this iconic purple hair and purple dress, and the ghost-type fairy Dream Demon following her, Lin Jing recognized her identity immediately after seeing her face. What surprised Lin Jing was, when his voice fell, Melissa made a surprised voice at the same time. Who are you, Lin Jing? Hearing this, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. Melissa owner, do you know me? She did not deny it, apparently tacitly acknowledging her identity. Melissa's eyes were mixed with surprise. Her eyes stopped on Lin Jing, and then she looked at the super Gengar who was picking fruit, and said, I heard that the elves will take the exam a few days ago. A super flash Gengar has appeared. I also saw your photo when looking at Gengar's information, and I have some impressions. Speaking of this, she said a little surprised, I thought I met another one, but I didn't expect it to be your Gengar. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Hearing Melissa's explanation, he reacted. Melissa, the trainer of the ghost attribute, controls the ghost gym in the Sheno area. Under this premise, the appearance of a super flash Gengar undoubtedly caught her attention. Front end. Melissa watched Super Gengar pick the fruit, swallowed it, and said, Lin Jing, you are lucky, this is the unique ghost tree in the spiritual world, the fruit formed by the ghost tree. It has a very good improvement to the power of ghost elves. Quote. Speaking of this, she said with some doubts, Lin Jing, why are you here? Did you come in through the crack in the spiritual world? That's not right. The elf exam has just ended. Which elf academy should you join? Why did you come to Jiayuanxing? There is no famous elf academy on Jiayuanxing. She expressed the same doubts as the current owner of the fighting gym, Ali. Although the two met for the first time, they both had a certain reputation and identity, and they became familiar with each other quickly. Not far away. After swallowing the fruit, Gengar broke away from the mega posture in a flash of light. A faint brilliance rose up around him, apparently swallowing up the fruit, giving it a certain boost. Lin Jing said, I did join the Elf Academy, but after communicating with the Academy, I started my own trip ahead of schedule. I came to Jiayuanxing because I was going to challenge Jiayuan Gym. Challenge Gym. Hearing this, a hint of interest rose in Melissa's eyes. Are you going to send your Gengar to challenge? Or is it that shining Shinado? If you agree, here we can play. After a sentence fell, she frowned slightly. The spiritual world has suppressed other attribute elves too seriously. This is unfair to you. Just in time, it should be very close to the closing time of the spiritual world crack. We will return directly to the gymnasium. Bar. She obviously has a great interest in the spirits of Lin Jing. Hearing this, Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, Master Melissa, you also came in through the crack in the spiritual world. Nature. Melissa nodded slightly. The gap between Jiayuanxing and the spiritual world is relatively weak, and occasionally there will be cracks in the spiritual world in various places. However, the cracks in the spiritual world exist for a relatively short period of time, so every time you explore the spiritual world, you need to return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the next time the cracks in the spiritual world are open for a short period of time, it will be fine. If the time is longer, then you will have to live in the spiritual world for a long time. Lin Jing nodded slightly. This is undoubtedly similar to Darkrai's explanation to him. Right now. Darkrai's reminder sounded in his heart. The crack in the spiritual world that he entered here began to fluctuate. After pondering for a while, Lin Jing said, in that case, Melissa Hallmaster, come with me and leave through the crack in the spiritual world that I entered. My spaceship is parked outside, and we can go to the gym together. Ship. Melissa was a little surprised, but nodded in agreement. At this moment, Gengar had already digested the fruit, and walked over. Probably because of Gengar's size, the Dream Demon's attention was focused on it, full of curiosity. Facing the eyes of the Dream Demon, Zhang Gui took a big mouth and made a face. The two of them, two elves, returned along the map recorded in the Elves' Illustrated Book. Along the way, they quickly became familiar with each other. Lin Jing's performance in the elf exam had already caught Melissa's attention. Not to mention, she just saw Gengar's final blow. As a ghost museum owner, her understanding of ghost elves is undoubtedly quite amazing. When I saw Gengar's last blow, I realized that this Gengar's strength is not simple, so I was very interested after hearing Lin Jing's words about challenging the gym. All the way. The crack in the spiritual world is already in sight. At a glance, while the ghost energy is boiling, the cracks are constantly shaking, and it is obviously about to disappear. Lin Jing's eyes notice the bottom of the crack in the spiritual world. At this moment, below the crack in the spiritual world, there is a treasure chest condensed. As the treasure chest born after I left. The treasure box of the treasure box system is completely random, and Lin Jing can't determine when it will be generated. His expression did not waver at all, and he and Melissa came to the crack. Take the Gengar back into the Pokeball, and while stepping into the crack, the treasure chest is picked up with a slight movement of mind. You have successfully picked up the special regional treasure chest, spiritual world. A faint sense of shuttle came, and at the same time as the crack in the spiritual world appeared, the elf ball on Lin Jing's waist flashed, and the figure of the fire-breathing dragon appeared. This spiritual world crack is located in midair. As soon as the fire-breathing dragon's wings unfolded, Lin Jing's figure had fallen steadily on its back. At the same time, he looked back. As the gym owner of Jiayuanxing, Melissa obviously knew a lot about the cracks in the spiritual world, and found that the moment when they appeared in the sky, the power of the dream demon was motivated, and with the power of the ghost, Melissa was dragged. At the same time, as Lin Jing appeared, the nightmare god, which had been parked not far away, noticed it. Under Rotom's control, it quickly climbed high into the sky and approached. Under Lin Jing's signal, Melissa also temporarily fell on the back of the fire-breathing dragon with the help of the dream demon. After the size increases, the back of the fire-breathing dragon is quite wide, which can fully accommodate many people, which can be called a mobile aerial platform. This fire-breathing dragon is also well-bred. There was surprise in Melissa's eyes. She looked at the fire-breathing dragon below her eyes, and then looked at the nightmare god, which was approaching. She shook her head and said with emotion, "Lin Jing, are you really a trainer who just completed the elf exam? It even has a private spaceship. This is provided by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy." Lin Jingyan explained succinctly. Hearing his explanation, the surprise in Melissa's eyes became more and more turbulent. Sky Crown Elf Academy, such a big hand. I've never seen a rookie trainer treated like this. The nightmare god sailed slowly and came to the front of the fire-breathing dragon. When the cabin door opened, Lin Jing jumped first and entered the cabin. At the same time, he looked at Melissa. "Melissa owner, please." A word fell. He was just about to say something. Just then, the elf picture book, constantly vibrating. Lin Jing raised the elf picture book and took a look. Above, there was a communication invitation. And in the remarks column of the newsletter invitation, +067 is Hyerna. His eyes swept across the upper right corner, and he saw that there were already more than a dozen missed calls in the elf picture book. Apparently, the elf illustrated book obtained from the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is very high-end and has comprehensive abilities. But all are from Sharona. After he entered the spiritual world, it was the gap between the worlds, and communication naturally could not be reached. Can Hyerna contact me so anxiously? Does it involve Mewtwo? As his thoughts flashed, without hesitation, Lin Jing dialed the communication. The screen fluctuates. Sharona's figure appeared on the screen. At the moment of appearance, Sharona seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Lin Jing, where are you? What have you been through? Your communication has been unable to connect. I thought you had an accident." Some anxious soft female voices came from the communication, and Melissa, who had just entered the cabin, looked over subconsciously. Then, she heard Lin Jing's voice. "Miss Hyerna." Lin Jing explained earnestly, "I am now at home in Yuanxing, and I accidentally encountered a crack in the spiritual world. I just went to the spiritual world to explore." Spiritual world. Sharona was stunned for a moment, but then nodded slightly. As the champion of the Sheno region, she naturally knows the information of each planet. At the same time, in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief. The communication could not be connected, and Sharona undoubtedly made the worst guess in her heart. In his opinion, Lin Jing is undoubtedly very important. The value of a trainer who can connect and communicate with Cheomung is very important for the entire Shanao Elf Alliance. And what made Sharona nervous was that there was definitely a powerful elf protecting him by Lin Jing's side. What happened to him could prevent him from being able to communicate. That's also alarming. Now, after Lin Jing's explanation, she finally calmed down. Just when Sharona was just about to speak. Not far from Lin Jing's side, Melissa's somewhat shocked voice sounded. "Your Excellency the Champion." On the screen, Sharona frowned slightly. "Lin Jing trainer, is there someone else beside you?" "It's Melissa, the owner of Jiayuan Gym. We met in the spiritual world and left together." Lin Jing turned the side camera to Melissa. Melissa's expression became serious and she said, "Your Excellency Champion." Sharona nodded slightly, and then said seriously, "Melissa Pavilion Master, Lin Jing and I still have some important things to discuss. It involves alliance secrets, so I won't talk to you anymore." Wen Yan. Melissa's expression flashed unexpectedly. She understood what Sharona meant, and said, "I won't disturb the two of you." After speaking, she looked at Lin Jing. Her expression flashed with doubts, puzzles, guesses, etc. Under Lin Jing's guidance, she went to the meeting room of the Nightmare God. Her mind was full of speculations. From the time they met in the spiritual world to the present, Lin Jing had already given her a lot of shock. Now, the champion trainer of Shanao Starfield even contacted Lin Jing, as if he had important matters to discuss. This is completely beyond Melissa's imagination. Lin Jing himself turned around and entered the cockpit. After the hatch closed, Lin Jing's expression became more serious. "Miss Sharona, what do you want to say?" Sharona didn't speak, as if she was doing something on the screen. After a while, a video is sent over. Lin Jing opened the video. In the screen, Chao Meng launched an attack towards the 10,000-meter-long interstellar spaceship.